Google for some reason, because I'm running through Google. What up, Jamil? I'll go through, and all of a sudden it won't grab a good bandwidth. So I got to go out, refresh, and come back in, and then it's fine. It's like, it's YouTube, man, YouTube. I love it. I love it. So what we're about to talk about today is this whole Uber Cash thing. We've been, like I was saying earlier, we have been on the front. Is it crackling again? You said, no, it's crackling. Okay, got that big money energy going on. There you go. All right. So I guess it's fine. Let's go ahead. Let's go. Okay, cool. I thought Jamil was saying, no, it's crackling. Like, don't go, it's crackling. Yeah, so, and I was saying earlier, man, because all that stuff that was in the beginning, we're going to cut that out of the live stream anyways, and you'll see it from this point forward. Because I can go through edit, take out all that crackling stuff, so it starts out fresh like this. But we have all been, on this channel, we've been on the front edge of taking cash. You remember how every channel out there, all of them, don't take cash, you guys. It's unsafe. Even Uber and Lyft was saying that. Don't take cash. It's unsafe to take cash. It's unsafe. We've been taking cash the whole time. We've been out here getting Cash App, Venmo, Square, actual $100 bills in our hand, which is funny to me because if we're allowed to get a tip in cash, what's the difference from getting a fare in cash? If you get a $20 tip in cash versus getting $20 fare in cash, is there a difference in that $20? Because logically, to me, it never made a difference. Because I'm thinking in like a real world sense. If somebody gives me $20 and they say this is for a tip, is that any difference of them saying, hey, here's $20, this is for a trip? It's the same $20 bill. So the whole time I've always said it's not been a big deal. I haven't tripped off of it, but everybody out there trips off of it. And I'm like, so when somebody wants to rob you or carjack you, do they ask you, hey, is the money you got fares or is the money you got tips? Which is it? Because if it's tips, I ain't gonna jack you. But if it's fares, I'ma jack you. I don't think they criminals do that. I don't think criminals will do that. They won't go that far to ask you if the money you got is tips or if the money you got is fair. I don't think a criminal will go that far. What up, King James? So I'm sitting there like, man, this is crazy. It's like, I know the only reason why Uber wants to do it is because Uber is missing a lot of money right now. They're missing out on a ton of money. We're doing private rides. These private rides is hitting them. These private rides is hurting them. A lot of people don't understand that the fact that Uber is accepting cash, telling you to accept cash, means they want to bill you on the back end. They're not going to tell you to just accept cash and call it good. They're saying this person doesn't have an account that's linked to a bank account, but this person wants to set up a ride. Okay, that's fine. How are you getting money, Uber? How are you going to get money, Lyft? Oh, we're just going to say as long as you complete that ride, we're going to pull the fees out later. So I'm like, okay, so how do I know what the fees are? You won't know what the fees are until they take them out. So you do a ride, $45. The person gives you $45 cash. Later, you find out you're getting $22 out of the $45, but you like, dude, I got $45. Now your Uber account says negative $23 on it. So you got to now do a $23 ride to make up for that. Let's say you do 6 rides in a row. All of them are cash rides. 6, 6, 6, 6. You're doing all these rides in a row. Now, all of a sudden, you're negative $25 each ride times 6 rides. That's negative $150 now. You've got negative $150 on your screen. So that's not going to force you to drive Uber. Now you have to drive Uber to clear out that $150. Because what if they tell you you can't have a negative balance on your account and stay active on our account? We'll deactivate you if you leave a negative balance on your account. So it's going to force you to keep driving to clear that negative balance from you doing all these cash rides and them billing you for it later. That's the only way I know Uber's going to make money. They're not going to allow you to do a cash ride and them not get nothing out of it. They're going to ding you for it. You're going to get hit for it in some way. They're not telling nobody that part. They're making everybody sit here and argue over the fact whether it's safe or it's not safe or is it safe. That's what they got all these channels arguing about. Is it safe? Is it not safe? Bro, $20 is $20. A criminal is not going to jump in your car and be like, hey, man, that $20 tip, I'm going to jack you for that. But I'm not going to jack you for the fare or vice versa. I'm going to jack you for the $20 in fare but I'm not going to jack you for the $20 tip. I'm not going to jack you for that because that was your tip. That's cool. It's like, no, if you're going to get jacked, you're going to get jacked anyways. That's what they going to do. So I'm sitting there telling people, man, if Uber and Lyft is doing this, if they're doing this and not telling you what's on the back end, there's something sneaky going on. They have done nothing to benefit the drivers in anything they've ever done. We've been paid less and less and less with each little update they have, each little plan they have. We get paid less and less. This exclusive crap, all of this stuff, we get paid less and less. So of course, with this new, we're going to allow you to take cash. And everybody's like, whoa, I get to take cash. Okay, so what's going to happen to my account though? Oh, we're going to just bill you for the fees on your account. Your account's going to be negative, whatever the fees were. We're going to take out the insurance on that ride, and we're going to take out the promotional fees on that ride. So when you open your account, instead of you having, you might have $100 balance on there. You open your account now, it's going to say, $88 because they took away $12 out of that $20 ride you just did. So you got $20 cash. You had $100 on the screen, but then they're going to pull away $12. So now you're down to $88 on your app, not $100 on your app, because they're going to start hitting whatever you got on that app. They're going to start taking money out of that. And if you ain't got no money on the app, it's going to go negative. So now you sitting there with a negative $100 balance because you've been doing all these cash rides and not doing any app rides. And they're going to say, well, guess what? We're going to deactivate your account unless you do some app rides to cover that balance, because we've been floating you for insurance and all the marketing fees and everything. We've been floating you for that by allowing you to collect cash. You've been collecting the cash, putting that cash into your bank account. You've been using that cash to get gasoline. You've been using that cash to get lunch. Some of that cash is ours. You got fees for being on our platform. See, Uber's not telling you the back end. They're telling everybody the front end to get everybody riled up. And I'm like, nah, man, no. I don't, if like Eric said, if it's a cash payment, I'm canceling that ride. I'm going to cancel that ride. And we're going to do it straight up like, hey, how much you paying Uber? Oh, man, Uber just told me it's $45. All right, cool. I'm going to cancel this. I'm still going to take you. I know you got the cash because you're standing in front of me with 2 20s and a 5. I know you got the cash. So I'm going to cancel this ride. Give me the cash. And I know a lot of people say, well, that's unsafe because it's not on the app. That's on the safe. It's not on the app. Oh, it's safe no matter what. It came through the app. But I'm not going to sit there and take $45. I don't even know what the fees are attributed to this ride. I don't know what it is. All I know is it says take $45 cash. That's the part they don't tell you. If they were transparent, they would tell you up front. You will be picking up a guy. He will be paying you $45 cash for this ride. We will be taking 30 out of that 45. So you will be getting $15. They'll tell you all that up front. It would be very transparent. So you knew out of that $45 you was picking up, 15 of that is yours. 30 of it is for Uber. You are the courier now, riding around, cash all over you. They don't allow you to carry. So you're a cash courier, and you're not even allowed to carry a weapon to protect yourself, but you carrying all this cash around for Uber and Lyft. So I'm like, nah, I'm not going to be a cash courier. This is a stupid idea. I don't even know who at Uber thought this was a great idea. But they're hurting for money. They're saying, well, how can we tap into a market to get that extra income? Because we're losing money to private rides. We're losing money to people who cancel and do cash rides. We're losing money. What can we do? Let's tap into another market. 10 to 15% of the market out there don't have bank accounts. Okay, if 10 to 15% of the market out there don't have bank accounts, how do you know 10 or 15% of those people use Uber and Lyft? They don't use Uber and Lyft. They might just use a friend. If they got cash, they've been paying their neighbor the whole time because they don't got Uber Lyft. They've been paying their neighbor. They've been paying their cousin. They've been, giving money to somebody. And Uber's like, well, we know they're giving money to somebody to get rides. Why don't we tell them, get that money to us? We'll send you a ride. Don't bug your neighbor no more. Bring that money to us. Bring that cash to us. Don't bug your neighbor. We're Uber now. We accept cash. You don't have an Uber account. You don't got a bank account. That's fine. Call us. We'll take the money. Just give it to the driver that we send. That driver will know what to do. Driver gets there, be like, yeah, I'm here to pick up $50. Cool. Give you the $50 or whatever. Drive the person to the location, drop off, open your account later. I'm at negative $30. Why am I at negative $30? All that $50 you picked up, 20 of it was yours, but 30 of it was ours. Well, you should have told me that up front. If you would have told me up front I was picking up $50 and I was only get 20 out of the 50, I would have canceled that shit and said, just give me the 50. I know. So just got off the phone with Dara, and he said the whole thing is going to be a safe thing for everybody. It's a win-win situation for everyone. And at the airports, how are the people at the airports now going to know whether or not we converted a ride, whether or not we doing cash rides, whether or not somebody's scalping rides? How are they going to know if we all see cash going back and forth all the time? Hey, man, you got change for 100. I'll do this ride. You got change for 100. Yeah, I got change for 100. How much? Just give me 20 back. You give them 20 back. Airport people roll up. Hey, y'all doing cash rides? Y'all doing cash? Yeah, we do cash rides because Uber allows cash rides. Well, is this on Uber or are you just doing it like this is a cash transaction? What are you doing? You scalping rides or what are you doing? Does it make a difference? And this is what it's going to create. A bunch of people sitting around going, well, we don't know if it's an Uber ride, a Lyft ride, or if it's a cash ride. We just see people handing cash over left and right. We don't know what's going on. We have no idea. It's stupid. We've been doing this the whole time. We've been doing it the whole time. Uber and Lyft know that they're losing money big time right now. They're losing money because we ain't playing games with these people. Today, lady today, she was in the hum group. She ended up, it was a $48 ride that was 90 something miles, an hour and like 20 minutes, hour 30 minutes up to Cottonwood. Uber was paying $48. The ride was only 0.1 of a mile away from her to go pick up. And then it was like, 90 something miles. Gonna pay her $48, basically go 200 miles, $48. Go up there and come back. And I told the lady, I said, well, it was only 0.1 of a mile away. You should have drove over there and talked to the people. Told them, hey, I'll do this ride for you, but it's like $200. If I was in my car, I'd do it for $200, 100 miles up, 100 miles back. Cool, $200. If I was in a truck, I have to charge about $350, $400. But if I'm in my car, I just cruise up. Hey, you know what? And you get a person an option. They're only 0.1 miles away. Now, this girl, she might be new to Hum. I don't know, because she's in a chat. She's probably in there all the time. I don't know. But the fact that she didn't know the game, she didn't know the game. She just lost potentially $150, $200, $250. She just lost that because she didn't know the game. See, this is the problem. And I'm going to say it because I got Bighorn Kevin here now, but I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm glad the Hum group is going in the way it's going with getting rid of all that Uber shit inside of their group. When you have people who are looking for options and ways to drive and ways to make money and ways to create private clients, we don't need to see Uber shit all up and down the page of the Hum group because it convolutes the group and people stop coming to the group because they don't know what to do. The information gets lost in the clutter. So I'm glad Christian and everybody said, hey man, stop posting Uber shit in this group. Just stop. I'm glad he said that because that girl could have made $200 had she knew the game. Because I told her what I would do, and she was like, oh, man, next time. Damn, next time. Had she talked to me and she known me and she been on this channel, she been on a 300, the first thing she would have did was, wait a minute. Jeff said if it's a mile or two, not to that person. If it's only a mile or two away, go up and talk to him. I'm not losing nothing. I'm going to go talk to him. It was 0.1 mile away. I would have drove up and said, hey, listen, this rider saying $48, take you to Cottonwood. I'll tell you what, I'm on my Beamer right now. I'll do it for $200, but I can't do it for 48. I got to go up there and back. Person might say, will you take credit card? I could do it on my credit card. Cool, I'll do it on credit card. Let's do it. So I'm glad, Kev, that people in that group are starting to get rid of all the clutter. Get rid of the clutter so we can teach people what to do in instances like that. What happened to that girl today is why there's way too much clutter in that chat. Way too much clutter. It's cool if you want to post a link in every once in a while, get somebody laughing, this and that. But when you just got pages of nothing but Uber shit, you get lost. And people like this, she could have made $200. She could have made $200. And I'm sitting there like, man. And it upsets me because I want to teach people like her how to make money. I want to teach people like her how to make money. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that just leave. Say, how do you get into the Hum group? Oh, yeah. Well, Kev, he'll help you get there because I think it's a WhatsApp link they send you or something like that. So, and I'm like, that girl right there, she is the perfect student because she recognized something was wrong with that ride. She didn't take it. She recognized, so she ain't a pigeon. She recognized something was wrong with that ride. She screenshot it and posted it in there and said, hell no. So she ain't a pigeon. She recognized, but she's the perfect student because she's willing to say, I don't care about my AR. Hell no. I need to get her to say, I don't care about my cancel rate next. That's what I need you to get you to. Yeah, you can say, I don't care about my AR. Cool. But accept it. Cruise up. Chat with them people. Let them know, hey, they trying to give me 40. Look at this shit. They trying to give me $48 to take you way up here. That person might be like, well, damn, I paid 110. Like, you know what, 110 is cool, but I got to come back. So if you want to do, something with a tip on it, $200 is fine. I could go up there. I come back or whatever, this and that. But that's fine. Cause I was going to tip anyway about $50-$60. So, 170, 200, the same difference. All right, cool. Give you $200. That girl, man, right now, she would probably be on her way back from making $200 had she knew. But that group is so cluttered. There's so much clutter in there. So I'm glad Christian them cleaned that shit up and said, hey, man, listen, we got too much going on here. Way too much. So like I said, and I'm one of those people. When I open the WhatsApp groups and I open my phone and I see 143 messages, and 140 of them are Uber. I'm like, what the hell's going on in here? It's like 140 Uber messages out of 143 messages total. It was like, it should be back. Make it 3 messages Uber and 140 of something else. Let's do that with something else. Ice Pike, my man. Yeah, I would rather see that ride converted. So I really wish, because she's got to understand the spirit of why these small apps are being created. The spirit is to get people off Uber and Lyft, not to leave them on there and say, oh, that's your problem. If it's close enough to talk to them, go negotiate, go talk to them, go see what's up. But everybody here in Phoenix, y'all already know we have a private insurance app. Don't be scared. Ain't shit out there for you to be scared of. Every single ride that comes to your phone is a potential client, a potential private ride, because you have commercial insurance on your phone. Everybody in Phoenix, you have commercial insurance. I put the livery license shit on this channel. The livery license, how to get it is on this channel. You have everything you need to be a private driver if you watch this channel in Phoenix. You have everything you need. If you were still stuck on Uber and Lyft, you ain't paying attention. That was a $200 ride today. So we gonna educate her. We know she's in a hum group, so she must have it. We gonna educate her. She's gonna become a private driver. That's what's gonna happen. She's gonna become a private driver. So, and Kev, I want you to chat with her, man. If you gotta hit her up on the side, you gotta say, hey, listen, what happened this morning with that ride? Man, I really wish you would have did it. Man, I wish you would have got that ride. Man, I wish you would have got it. Tell you what, this is what we're going. And you can see when she responded to my thing, she was like, oh man, next time. So I knew she was with it. So she's with making money. She's with it. Exactly. $1.30 a day for commercial insurance. That's it. $1.30 a day. And it's like, she's been like, man, all she had to do was be like, man, that shit's 0.1 of a mile away. 0.1. I'm going to see if I even got it in the phone. Hold up for a second. It has to be in here. 0.1 of a mile away. No, that's not it. I know it's about to be in here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. I knew it was going to be in there somewhere. So this is the deal right here. This is 0.1 of a mile away. 0.1, an hour and 31 minutes, 94 miles for this trip. 94 miles for this trip. This is what she got this morning. This is what she got. $47.88. $47.88. 0.1 of a mile away. So it was literally a tenth of a mile away from her. It was around the corner. Just a tenth of 0.1. She was probably sitting right on top of the person. 94 miles. That's it. And it was just straight north up to Cottonwood. Hour and 30 something minutes. She could have probably sped a little bit and got it down to about an hour and 10. So I'm sitting there like, this $47 trip right here. Uber had to charge at least $100 for it because they're going to charge for all the insurance miles. They're going to charge you for 94 miles of insurance is what they're going to charge you for. So you already going to get charged for the insurance on Uber. If you got your own commercial insurance, don't worry about what Uber is charging for insurance. You've got your own. You walk up to this person, hey, I'm a private driver. That $47.88 you paid, tell you what. Because I got to come back. Let's do 200. Let's call it good. Let's do 200. Because it's going to take me an hour 30 to get up there. Hour 30. That's 3 hours of my day. 3 hours of my day. 200 miles out of my tank. Wear and tear. Let's make it 200. Let's make it Okay, fine. You got Square. I got Square. Y'all know I use Square and everything. Look on my channel. If you don't know what Square is or how to use the Square payment system, I got videos about Square on this channel. Hit it up. Hit up Square. And that person will be like, man, so she went from 0.1 of a mile away, a potential $200 hit, to saying, I don't want to do it because there was not enough chatter in that group, not enough chatter about the importance of capitalizing on opportunities like this. To me, if I would have saw this, and this is not even in the middle of the night, this was in the daytime. This was at it was at 11:42 in the morning, 11:42. This is lunchtime, 11:42. So you don't even want to be in the city. I could drive an hour, like going a few miles in the city, but this is going to a whole nother city. Lunchtime, everybody's in the city. So you're going to be on the highway by yourself. $200 going up there and back. I'd be back by 2-3 p.m. $200. I can make a couple extra $100 and call it a day. Maybe make it a $400 day. Maybe. These are the opportunities I look for. This is what I look for. Because the other day when I had to go all the way down to Tucson and wait and hang out, those are the kind of opportunities I look for. I look for those long distance rides where people be like, man, I paid Uber, $70, $80. I tell you what, $200, man. I'll do it. Let's go. Let's rock. All right, cool. Hey, man, he said in the truck, we can do it right here. Let's go. I took people one time from the stadium all the way down to over to Apache Junction. $152. $152. Thank you, Ice Spike. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. So it's like, man, listen to Mike Drop. We show you how to do rides properly instead of picking pigeons and popcorn rides. And I'm glad the girl didn't take that ride. I'm so glad. I'm so glad she didn't say, oh, you know what? I finally got me a ride over $15 today. I got one for $48. I got a $48 ride, y'all. I'll be back. Let me go get this. I'm glad she didn't say that. I'm glad she didn't. Because she could have got cash handed to her for that. You could have had your day done. $200, your day is done. If you don't feel like working no more, you're good for the day. But yet, everybody on these, like I said, other channels been saying it for the longest. Oh, it's not safe to take cash. It's not safe. Oh, we've been doing it this whole time. Anybody out there who's gotten a $100 tip in cash, you took cash. Maybe you didn't take it for the fare. You took it for the tip, but you took cash. If you got a $20 tip in cash, you took cash. $50 tip in cash, you took cash. $10 tip in cash, you took cash. Just because it's labeled a tip doesn't mean it's cash. It's not cash. Oh, it's a tip, so it's not cash. We've been taking cash this whole time. So for Uber to sit up here and try to play this game with everybody, but not tell you what's on the back end, it's to throw you off. We always ahead of the curve over here. You can't throw us off over here. We already know what's going on. You can't throw us off. We've been over here with Cash App, Venmo. We've been over here letting people pay us and set up, giving us deposits on trips and stuff. We've been doing that over here. We've been doing that. So when I see other channels now acting shocked and surprised, I'm like, bro, don't make me pull up some old ass content from 1988. Motherfucker, I got old ass content from 1988 on this channel. Shit, I only been on the channel since like maybe 2000, 2002. But somehow I got content from 1988 on this motherfucker. Don't make me pull up the old shit. The VCR tapes. I got VCR tape content on this. That's how long we've been talking about shit over here. We got those big laser discs, them big ass laser discs over here. We got old ass content over here talking about everything they talking about now. We've already covered. VHS. We got Memorex tapes with shit over here. Memorex. We before CDs even came out over here. These motherfuckers acting like this is all brand new. It's not brand new. It's not brand new. They want you to think, oh, we're going to allow you guys to start paying in cash. How about that? It's going to be so safe. We're going to send you a driver. Just give the driver some cash. I'm like, we've been doing that. We just been calling it converting. Because we get a ride. Guess what? We show up. Here for Nancy. Hey, Jeff, how you doing? I'm fine, Nancy. Come on in. Hey, Nancy, hate to tell you this, but this ride is only $15. I could do it for like 30, 40. Tell you what, all I have is a 50. So if you could just get me there for $50, that's the same shit Uber's trying to do right now. We've been doing this. Only difference is Uber ain't been getting a cut of it, and they know it. So Uber is like, you know what? I think what we need to start doing is letting these people pay in cash. We need to start letting these people pay in cash. It's like, man, it's like, let me giving up your age. You remember the dinosaurs? You used to ride share them dinosaurs. I used to ride a T-Rex to school every day, motherfucker. I rode a T-Rex to school. Man, I rode a big ass brontosaurus one time home from work. I rode a brontosaurus home from work, damn it. That's what we did on this channel. Look at the content. It's on there. It says Brontosaurus X. So let me go get my reel-to-reel machine, set it up with them aluminum. Exactly. Shit, we gonna sit here. We got rabbit ears on our fucking laptops and shit. This is some old ass content over here. We've been talking about this. Pack shoulder with cash is a golden opportunity. Man, James, man, they show up to cash to me saying, hey, Uber said to give you this $100. I'm like, yeah, well, we're gonna cancel this ride because I don't know how much Uber's paying me because they're not transparent. I don't want to take the $100 from you, then Uber dings me for $60 in fees. They never told me how much the fees were on this ride, and I'm not waiting. So I'll take the 100. Thank you. Where do you need to go? This shit's not gonna work out for Uber too well because all of us have been doing this already. We've all been doing it. You show up to my car, and like I said, the upfront fares, we already know we getting screwed. We already know it. With this cash, there's not going to be upfront fares. The upfront fare will disappear. What you'll see is an upfront payment. That's what you're going to see, an upfront payment. This person is going to bring you $65, Jeff. Take them from the concert home. They're going to give you $65. All right, cool. It's just over to Tempe. No problem. How much do I get out of that? Oh, you get 28 out of that. Wait a minute. Hold up. But see, I done already dropped the people off. I done already took the $65. And now they're going to hit my account for negative, $39 or whatever. So now I got a negative $39 charge on my account for all these fees and shit. And they only gonna give me like $20-something out of that. So I'm sitting there like, bro, I didn't know y'all was gonna take that much out in fees on this cash ride. I should have just took the damn $65, man. Should have just took it. Cool. Kev said, hey, just send a lady that, man. Cool. Exactly, Steve. Just take the 100, put it on home. You already got commercial insurance. Don't worry about Uber and Lyft, man. And for you people out there that want to get commercial insurance, you'll never get it driving for Uber and Lyft. They don't pay you enough to get commercial insurance. You'll never get it. They will always pay you just enough to be barely over broke. You will never have enough to have all your bills paid, maintaining your car, having some savings, and then increasing your insurance plan so you can do commercial rides. They won't pay you that much. These ain't the fucking, this ain't the 2000s no more. They did that back in 19 and 2000, 2016, 17, 18. They don't pay like that no more. So it's like, yeah, exactly. The way they setting up the handle cash, they're setting us up for robberies and they know it. Well, see, this is the thing, James. We've already been handling cash. Anybody who's gotten a cash tip since they've been doing Uber has always handled cash. I mean, I was saying doing waste management, we were coming home because we had so much cash in our wallets. Our wallets were exploding with cash. I had to bring money home because I wasn't going to be out on the street driving around with $600 on me in cash. I'll bring that shit home, keep about $60, $70 on me so I can get some food and get somebody change. But I'm not going to sit there and drive around with $600, $700. Now, if Uber is talking about doing this, because if you do $300 worth of rides on Uber in a day, $300 in a day, that's half of what they really charge people. So you're going to end up with $600 cash in your pocket, but it's going to say negative 300 on your screen. So you're going to be negative 300 in the hole. You got to do app rides to take that 300 off your screen to get back to zero. Because how else are they going to make money? They're not going to make money. No, they're not going to make money. Oh, yeah. Uber keeps you one emergency from financial destruction. One emergency from that. One. Like, man. They used to start another channel and change some things to talk about. I'm thinking you only got 13K subs because of the niche market. I think you're capable of 1 million subs, bro. Think about it. Man, you know what? I actually got another channel. I got 2 other channels. One's my puppy channel, and one was the channel I started. It's called Jay Watts. This is from a long time ago. I might do something with that one. Real shit, I might do something with that. I've been thinking about it because I looked at it the other day. I was opening up something, and I saw it. I was like, what the hell? I said, I got a whole nother YouTube channel. Totally forgot about it. I can't even tell you the last time I looked at that channel. I'm going to see if I can pull it up. If it says switch account in here. Let me see something. Switch account. What's the name of it? Damn, I got 2 other channels. No, that's not right. They gave me 2 other accounts. One says Jay Watts, one says Jeff Watts. Hold up, the Jay Watts actually has, I got 32 subs on this one. Oh shit. I got 32 subs on this one. I put something on there a long time ago, but this was on there. Damn. The last time I posted a video on this channel was December the 25th, 2019. I did a CBR video. I did a CBR video on there. I posted something else in here too, but February 11, 2025, but it got no views on it. I might just delete that video. Let's delete this video out of here. Is it public? I don't even know if this thing's even, yeah, it's public. Tell you what, let's make it private because it doesn't do anything anyways. It was no views on that one. Yeah, so this video, like I said, it's got 32 subs on it since 2019. I don't even use it, but I could actually do something with that channel. So you're right, Ice Pike. Give me a minute, man. Give me a minute. Let me do something with it. I might promote that channel over here, man. I might do that. Say, since you spend a lot of time talking on here, time should be spent. Should be proud. Oh yeah, brother, you right. You right. And that's what I tell a lot of folks, man. I spend a lot of time on YouTube, and you know, I make some pretty long videos. My live streams are like unheard of. 4 or 5 hour live streams every time I get on. 3 hour live. People don't do it like that, man. But a lot of people support this channel, and I appreciate the people that do support this channel. But for those that don't, I'm out the door. I got to go make money, man. I'm giving up opportunity to be out there making money in the streets, giving up opportunity to find a ride that I can get $200 on. I'm giving up that opportunity when I'm sitting here on this microphone. So while I'm trying to help everybody else make money and keep everybody in the right mindset, even when I'm answering people in chats, trying to help people make more money and rationalize through making more money, I'm taking away opportunity from myself. And sometimes I gotta realize that. So I might start that other channel, and this channel, it'll be what it is. It'll be what it is. And I'll always, you know, add content to it. No, I love this channel. I love the group over here. The community over here is solid. But like I said, there's channels I see that are trash content, real shit, trash content, 256,000 viewers, subs, trash content, 44,000 views on a video, and I'll be listening to the people talk. I'm like, bro, people actually listen to this shit? It is like, man, I'm like, so I should start up my Jay Wise channel. I might do that, man. I might do that Jay Wise channel. So give me a minute. Let me think about that one, because I only got 32 subs on it. But knowing how I operate, I can build up that channel real fast. All I got to do is bring it over here, take anybody over here who wants to have alternative conversations that may not be focused around making money, maybe just focus on like current topics, world event, shit like that. Then I'll take them to the Jay Watts channel. And the mic drop will still be about making money, profits, how we drive, how we get private clients. So when private clients come over here, they see how we operate and they want to deal with us, man. Says, yeah, I wish I was in AZ. I'll be doing PAX for sure. Oh yeah, PAX is trying to come along, man. Like I said, we still got some work to do with PAX. I'm actually on the so this is what it is with PAX. With PAX, we've got 2 tiers right now. You got pro for professional, and you got elite. Not a lot of people know about PAX because we're still doing all of the internals to it. And it's taking a while to get the internal. Building an app is not as easy as what people think it is. A lot of people think to build an app, all you got to do is just say, hey, I want this and this. You're still working with framework. You're working with a finite amount of, you know, ones and zeros. So you're working with a finite amount of ones and zeros. So you can't just build an app because it's in your head. You've got to actually create it on the platform that's available, whether it's iOS or whether it's Android. You got to create it like that. And then it's got to be approved after you create it. So PAX is taking a while. I mean, they've been open since the first week of February. It's been a month. I've done 2 rides in the past month on PAX. Both of them have been on the car tier, on the pro, the professional. None have been on the elite tier. So I'm not being paid black SUV rates right now. Now I'm logged in as black SUV right now. I was logged in as car, but the rides that were coming through for car were for a car. I mean, for a fucking car, for a car. Because there's no way I would have been taking them rides. I wouldn't do it on Uber. I wouldn't do it on Lyft. I wouldn't do it on Hum. I wouldn't do it on PAX. I just can't do it. I'm 100% real with it, man. I'm always going to be real with it. But I'm on the elite tier now. So if any rides come through on the elite tier, I'll do content about it. But it's hard to do content about something when there's no content to create. We're still building the app. We're still trying to get the rides together. We're trying to get the schedules worked out, get everything to hit this app so people can see the money being made. I mean, I can sit here all day and talk about PAX. Everything I've said, y'all have heard already. Everything anybody said about PAX, we've already said it 10 times. I can't say it 11. I've said it 10 times. So now we need to show the money. Now it's time to show the money now, because I'm a driver. I'm like, y'all, I'm a driver. Y'all want to see some money. Y'all want to make some money. I want to make some money. I want to see some money. So when these apps start showing money, that's when I start creating the content. Until then, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Because y'all know me. I'm one of those people that say, hey, I can't keep stringing people along. And I can always do that with any project. You can string somebody along with any project. You can keep stringing them along with a project. But I'm telling y'all the real. This project is hard to do. You cannot build an app overnight. Not at the level that we think this app could run at. It's a professional level app. It should be an executive level app. It shouldn't have small glitches and bumps and hiccups. It should be seamless and flawless. Even Uber and Lyft is not seamless and flawless. So if you want to create an app like that, then you got to take some time, effort. You got to dig into shit. You got to test it, extensively test it. So when it is time to hit that market, that person booking that $200 ride ain't got no glitches because that driver's getting paid well, showing up professional, got the suit on, the tie, got the hat. It has to be flawless. Now, when that's where they were static in the beginning. Oh yeah. Say, yeah, this is not the real J. Well, this is a hologram. The real J was doing private rides to the airport. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Yeah. Because when PHX is your destination, PAX will be your transportation. That's right, brother. That's right. See, now yesterday I was trying to come up with a way to relate people, and I was talking to Manny and I was talking to Jamil and them in the chat, in a little chat group, and I told them, I said, you know, y'all know me. I'm a big marketing guy. I've always run my own t-shirt company since 2015. Market that thing heavily, pretty successful. Market my own mechanic company. So I was trying to not really educate, but tell them my vision with how to market PAX. And I'm big on letter and word association. I'm always doing shirts. I'm always doing letter association. I'm always doing everything. So I said, if we can somehow take PHX and mold that into PAX, I mean, PHX is the airplanes, PAX is the cars. So somehow you got to relate in the customer's minds the PHX to the PAX. And that's kind of how I wanted my vision is sort of like that. So I'm like I said, Manny, we were all in that group, whatever, chatting about it. And I think they're kind of seeing what I was saying because it sounds good. Just like Manny just typed, when PHX is your destination, PAX will be your transportation. It's easy. It's really easy to remember. And I was saying how Uber has been a verb. Uber is a verb. When people say, hey, man, I'm finna Uber over here real quick. That's become a common part of today's language. Uber is a part. So I said, we need to make PAX become a common part of Phoenix language. When people want to fly into Phoenix, you take that PHX and you translate that to a PAX. My mind works in a marketing sense, man. My mind works in marketing sense. So when I'm thinking of things like this and I'm trying to, portray my idea to people, this is how I'm coming out. I'm talking to people like that. And I'm glad, Manny and them, they're receptive to it. They didn't say, Jeff, man, that's stupid. Man, that's dumb. That's dumb. They never said that. They was like, you know what? That's a good idea. I like that. That's a good idea. So we started playing with ideas. And I'm thinking if you just make it real short, like I'm gonna see what did I text yesterday? I know we had a few texts in there, but I text something like when in PHX, you should use PA or something like that. It was something real short. It was something very, very short. And I don't remember what it was, but it was something that I was like, man, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So I'm gonna see something. I know, and that's what I was telling them. I was like, you can, and I said that yesterday in the thing. I said you can have a way that you can create like you can move one over to the other. Let me see something. I don't think it's in here somewhere. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, okay, now I'm starting to see where it is. Yeah, and I was saying how we can like morph the A into the X, but I was saying that inside of this thing. I said, if you can somehow morph the A from PHX into an X and then put the word at the end of it, A-H-H-H-H-H-H, because PAX means peace. PAX means relax. PAX means, comfort. So if you can take the PAX and somehow the PHX, and you can take that A and that H and you can say PHX to PAX and you morph it all together, but you take out that A and that H and you spread that H out and you put because PAX is to relax. But that's what I was saying inside of the message or whatever. And it's like, let me see. I'm trying to see. It's all in here, man. But it's like, it's how I am. It's how I am. I'm a big marketing person. So that's what I said. I said, say something like destination PHX. It was destination PHX, transportation PAX, scheduled today. That's what it was. Yeah, man. And that's what it was. That's what I said. I said destination PXS, transportation PAX, scheduled today. And that's, like I said, we were going back and forth, and I told everybody that's how, that's just how my brain works. That's how my brain works. Because I'm big on letters, man. I'm big on letters. And when you start doing letter associations, it sticks in people's minds almost like a picture. So once it's in your head like a picture, like how my shirts are, all my shirts look like pictures to me. It's something that you remember and you're familiar with. So when you see it again, you already know. If you're on a flight and you see PHX, and you go, oh shit, let me book a PAX real quick. Let me book my car. So because you've been to PHX and you know when you've seen signs in Phoenix, PHX, PX, you know not to think Uber, not to think Lyft. Book PAX. That's just how you are. And you go, oh shit, wait a minute, let me book my PAX real quick. So it's like, and then it's some about, let me see some, because it was something about morphing it over from one to the other. And I said something about aligning PAX with PHX and short circuit like the brain. But whatever, that's just how I talk. Like when I'm marketing and I'm brainstorming with people like that, I'm telling people exactly what's in my head, and I'm trying to put what's in my head on text. Now, I'm not related to Michael Watts. Nope. Oh yeah. And I'm trying to, put in my head into a text. And a lot of times it's hard to do because I've done music before. I've done a lot of ideas. I've done marketing campaigns. I've done shirt designs. So I'm used to taking an idea from my head and illustrating it by the way I talk to people so they can get the idea that I'm trying to get. And so the whole PHX, PAX was an idea I had in my head. So I had to run it by people. And, I always run things by groups. And it was a cool, like I said, Manny was there. Jamil was there. I think Danny Bunn, he was in the group or whatever. So I'm running this idea by them to get them to see what I was thinking with the PHX, PAX. Because, I'd like to have an airplane involved and a car involved. So if you have the PHX with the airplane and the PAX with the car involved, then it's like, okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. And it should be, like I said, we can make a 60-second to a minute and a half commercial. But at the end of the commercial, I want the A from PAX and the H from Phoenix to somehow, like, everything fades out except the A and the H stays there and the A elongates and it goes, relax with PAX. And that's what it is. It's like, that's how I want it to be. That was my mission, my brain. Just phase out the P and the X of everything, phase that out, and bring forward the A and the H, let the H elongate, and then have, relax with PAX, peace, at last, or something like that. And that's how people will start booking PAX or whatever. So it, like I said, it's how my brain works, like in marketing things. And sometimes I think real fast and I talk real fast because the idea just keeps coming and coming again. But some people can keep up with me. Some people can keep up. Some people, they get lost and they be like, bro, you're too fast with this, man. You're too fast with this. What the hell? It's like, but I've always been a marketing person, man. Always been, even when I was in casino, when I was an accountant, I would always go to lunch with the sales and marketing teams, and they would always be like, bro, why don't you work in sales and marketing with us? Like, dude, you always come up with some great ideas, man. Why don't you just come work and leave accounting? Why are you over there with like Karen and Nancy and all these people and Joe? Why are you over there with them, man? Come work with us in sales and marketing. Because I was always eating lunch with them all the time in casino. Because when it's lunchtime, everybody goes to a big group. And it's like, man, that's what I did. Oh yeah, PAX is going to have some good marketing out there, man. We're going to put some good marketing out there. Thank you, James. I appreciate it, brother. Built the mom and pop house, bro. 9 hours port to port. Did 10 rides on Y-Ride. Northern App Zone. Moving forward to 300 culture. And that's what we trying to do, brother. We trying to stay on these small apps. We're not trying to get with these big apps. We're trying to stay on the small apps. Build people's confidence to know that you can survive without using the big apps every day, without slaving on these apps, without thinking you got to turn them on every hour of the day or you're going to miss something. Like, oh man, I'm going to miss a ride. I got to keep this app running 12 hours. I got to run 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I got to run this thing, man. Don't turn it off. We shouldn't have to live like that. We shouldn't have to live like that, man. And I'm one of those people that believes that if you got it to where you're in a good market, to where money can be made and nobody's ripping you off, it should be easy to wake up, make $200, $250 without, putting yourself at risk, your life at risk, without putting your car at risk, running your shit into the ground. We're the business owners. So you're telling me one day of me running my business in logistics, doing rides, comfortable rides, great rides, helping with luggage, doing all this. You telling me I can't even make $200 doing business that day? What kind of business is this? We should be able to make $300-400 out of the day, because this is a business we're in. We're not employees. These apps want to treat us like we're employees. They want us to think that we're employees. Like, hey, we're going to give you an opportunity to work. No, I'm giving you an opportunity to use my car and to use my body to go out here and carry luggage. Thank you, brother. Yeah, be an asset to the community, not a leech on it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Man. And I tell folks, man, we're one of those, industries where the harder we work and the more we do, the less we get paid, man. And it's crazy that it's like that. We shouldn't have to live like that. We shouldn't have to live like that. Any other industry you're in, the more experience you got, the better you're at what you do, you tend to elevate. You get paid a little more. You get more bonuses. They give bonuses to the early people here who are just coming into the app because they want to suck them into the casino. That's backwards. And I'm like, man, nah, we shouldn't be like that. We shouldn't be like that. So we started elevating ourselves and giving ourselves raises. We're making $100 an hour. This morning I got out, I did 3 rides this morning, and I made $95 in about an hour. It's about an hour time. $50 and a couple of $25 rides. Like one was 25, one was like 20. Done. All airport, all real short, real quick, bam, bam, bam. Done. I mean, it was like 3 miles, 4 miles, 3 miles, $25. This was like 6 miles, $50, all short rides. And I'm like, we give ourselves a raise when we're at $95 an hour. Driving on the apps, they'd rather pay me $30 an hour. Where's the other 65 at? They're keeping it and probably giving it to somebody who's brand new on the app, never drove on the app. And I'm like, man, forget that. What's up, Mom? It's Deer Creek Ranch needing middle of the night transport in early June from the East Valley. How do we get on your schedule, Mr. Watts? Tell you what, I can text Jason. I'll text him and let him know. I just need to know where you guys are going. That's all. Once I find out where you guys are going, then I'll get it all worked out for you. The middle of the night is perfect for me because there's no traffic. I love that. I love middle of the night. And East Valley, oh, that's not bad. I know exactly where you are. So what I'll do is I'll text Jace and we'll be like, listen, this is the time I can be there early. I have all your drinks ready. I have all your waters or your whatever you want, some Jack and Coke. I can have that in the truck for you. I'll get you. And June is cool because like I said, my son will be out here for spring break. June will be wide open right now. June's wide open. So thank you so much for asking. And I will definitely get in touch and I will make sure that the schedule is set. Everything will be fine. I'll have whatever drinks you want. If you want to have some sushi on the ride, let me know if you want sushi. I'll pick some up. Well, I eat sushi. That's what I do. I eat sushi. So, man, do people with black cars take 5-year depreciation? I don't know. You'd have to ask the black car market. Community, what's that? Second Jeff's word, local economy. I'm telling you. And that's the thing. If we just take care of our local economy and we keep them just like Deer Creek Ranch here, she's going to need a ride and she wants to keep the money here in the Arizona market. She could use Uber or Lyft, but then that money will leave the Arizona market and won't recirculate back out here into our own community, into where we do here. So I appreciate clients like this. This is who I appreciate because they see what we're trying to do here on this channel. And so I appreciate you being on my Facebook first and foremost, because a lot of people don't like my Facebook. It's cool. I don't add a lot of people to my Facebook. So I have under 700 people on it. I don't add people on that. So there's very special people on that. And it's like everybody else, I have to add them on like YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or something like that. But Facebook is a different place. That's a different place. That's where we really have great discussion, great conversation. No time for hater bullshit like that. Even though we do have haters over there, we have great debate. We have great we laugh a lot. We laugh a whole lot. But YouTube is like, hey, I keep it all on YouTube because I know they can deal with YouTube a lot easier than Facebook. Facebook, people go ballistic. They be ready to go to your house and kick your front door down. They just go ballistic. They like, oh, I don't believe you said that. You're evil. You're a racist. I'm like, shut up. So I just keep all that. I make sure I open up my Facebook and I see all happy people laughing and joking, making sarcastic jokes about life in general. That's what I like. I love sarcasm. But Yeah. What's that? Wait a minute. Why won't Trump do something? What is that? Why won't Trump do something for us? He probably helping Uber Lyft do all this shit I do. Man, right now, Trump got his hands full. I think the simple fact that they're not doing USA takes a lot of money out of all of these corporations' pockets right now. So when you say Trump's not doing something, what if USA was funding money to Uber and Lyft? What if Uber and Lyft is making all these moves because they're not getting money from USA now? I'm telling you, man, there's a big game of chess going on, Greg, a big game of chess. And sometimes you can't tell everybody your chess moves. You don't sit across the table from your opponent in real life and tell your opponent in real life what your move is and what your plan is and why you're doing it. You don't tell your opponents that. You don't want transparency to the point where they can plan to how to get around it. Because look what happened with AOC. Look what happened with her. When Tom Homan said, this is what we're going to do, what did AOC do? She went and got on the internet and said, I'm telling everybody, this is how you get around the law. Because if they would have never told nobody what they were doing, AOC would have never made the video. We have real enemies in government right now, real enemies that want to hold us back, real enemies that want to hold us down. So we can't be completely transparent with every move we make in this chess match. There are a lot of people right now that are being investigated that nobody in the public knows about except maybe a handful, and they're going to keep it like that. Because once you let people know, you open Pandora's box. Now they're telling other people they're leaking information. They're trying to hide stuff and duck stuff. But I can tell you like this. There's going to be a lot of people in our government who are going to go to countries where they don't extradite. I believe that. There are going to be a lot of people walking off the job in government, going to countries that don't extradite, because they know that something's going to happen and they're going to leave this country and be in a country that doesn't extradite. And that's where they're going to live for the rest of their lives, scared to come back to America saying, well, Trump's going to get me. No, you did something that you need to answer for in court. I mean, if you're a government person, you're involved in like law and rules, then you should abide by those laws and rules, and you should go to court and let the evidence speak for itself. Let the facts and evidence speak for itself. But I got a funny feeling there's a lot of people involved in our government will go AWOL and will not show up to work one day. And people are like, well, where's this person at? They're in another country right now. What? Yep, they're in another country and they don't extradite in that country. So, and that person got all their money, this and that. We froze as many accounts as we can freeze. They got all the American money they got. They just went to, I think that's going to happen. I really think it's going to happen. I know a lot of people might think I'm a conspiracy theorist. Cool, whatever. That's just I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. Man, Lord says, hey, friend, if you can't take sarcasm, you can't be my friend for long. Exactly. That's me all day. I'm very sarcastic. I'm very sorry because I think shit's be funny sometimes. And you gotta actually appreciate the humor, even in things against us. You gotta appreciate the humor sometimes because it took somebody to be that clever to think of that joke. And that's pretty funny. I'll laugh at myself sometimes. It's like, man. Says you won't like being my friend for long. Oh yeah. We're still in nobody's economy right now and I think there's a lot that's wrapped up in contracts that nobody ever knew about, and they're unraveling the contracts. And that's why I tell people to be patient right now. I know everybody wants people to be indicted right now. Everybody wants everybody be patient. It's almost like if you catch somebody on the corner selling weed, do you go after that weed head? He's like, no, you don't go after that dude selling weed. You want to know where he got it from. And then you want to know where he got it from. And then you want to know where he got it from, because you want to get to the source. You want to get to the root of where this all started. So don't just go around arresting the weed heads, because you will never make it past the weed head. You want to find out who you get. So you watch them. You see where they're going for a couple of days, couple of weeks, couple of months. It might take you 5 years on a RICO charge to really round up everybody. It might take you 5 years. So you sit around and you wait. You say, okay, I see where the weed head's going every Friday. The weed head be going over here. Cool. So now you start watching the people where he's going every day. Okay, now I see where they go. They go here every Wednesday. All right, cool. So Wednesday, now you over here. Okay, every Monday, it's a truck pull up, drop off stuff here on every Wednesday. Oh, so you start tracking. But if you just start busting all the weed heads in the beginning on the corner, you never make it to the source. So you got to play chess with this shit. I already know what they doing. They're not releasing all information. They ain't telling everybody exactly what they doing. They shouldn't. I don't want to know, because if I know, that means they know. And if they know, they can plan around getting caught. I don't want them to plan around getting caught. I want them to be surprised. I want them to wake up one day, FBI around their house, and they walk out, Maxine Waters come out the house, her and her daughters and shit, getting all these millions of dollars, and be like, you're under arrest for this. They got all the charges. They got all the evidence. They got all the witnesses. They got everything. They shut all the doors that they think they can run out of. Like, nope, you can't say it was for this because we already talked to that person. He says that you did this. Oh, you can't say it's for that because we talked to that person and he said it was for that. So you can try to make all the phone calls you can make. Nah. So trust me. This is Jeff's the FBI. The FBI does hire accountants. So I do have an accounting degree, and I was going to work at the State Department, but I chose not to. I chose to stay in Vegas. My buddy was trying to get me to work at the State Department, and the State Department has a really, really thick application just for a job. It's super thick, and you have to fill out every single page. And this was back before like computers were like that. Super thick application. I started going through it one day. It was stapled together. I started going through it one day. I was like, nah, I'm cool. I ain't working on. If I got to fill out all this shit just to get a job, I'll just stay in casino, man. It was a lot of paperwork. So I was like, nah, I'm cool. And then he said, one of your first jobs, you might end up overseas. So you got to lose family, friends, and all that shit. You got to go overseas. And I was like, I'm cool on that. I'm cool. So I never worked for him. But yeah, I'm already knowing it's something major being shaken up in the government right now. So people just got to stay patient, man. Just stay patient. Everybody want people to walk out the house right now and be in handcuffs and everything. No, they got to get the evidence, man. They got to get the evidence. Not only the evidence, but they got to make sure they're talking to the right people. Benny Johnson just released a video today showing all the discoveries and emails now between Fauci and other scientists saying delete anything that you don't want to show up in the media. That's what they were saying. Delete anything incriminating. That's what he said. Delete anything incriminating. And I was like, so they were doing some criminal shit. So delete anything incriminating, but yet you're saying you were doing legit legal science work. Hey, Kev, y'all might have one in a minute. So if you're saying delete anything that's incriminating, you're deleting anything that's incriminating, but you're saying you're not doing anything criminal, what could be incriminating? That's like me being at home, washing my car, but I want to tell somebody I'm not washing my car because I think it's criminal to wash my car. It's not criminal. I'm just washing my car. There's nothing criminal about me washing my car. So if you're saying delete all the emails that might be incriminating, that means there's something that you were doing wrong, and you told all these people because they discovered all the emails saying delete things that are incriminating. And Benny Johnson went over that whole ordeal. So yeah. There's a lot going on right now. And the fact that they found out that there was an auto signature on everything, which means that there was not a president in his right state of mind and body that was signing everything. So that means a lot of executive orders, a lot of things that were signed probably ain't going to be legit. They're not going to hold up. They won't hold up in court because you need a president that's actually competent. 25th Amendment, they have to be confident, of right mind, of right. And if they're not signing that shit of their own willful and they're forced to do it or somebody else is doing it on their behalf, then they're not the president. They're not signing that order. So yeah, there's a lot, man. There's a lot going on. See, Jamil helped start it up. Upstart 300 superstar. Say, hey, Jeff 300. Exactly. Something major is about to happen. The result, the stocks of crypto is hurting. Oh yeah. Because honestly, do you know why I think stocks and cryptos are hurting? Because all the money that was funding all of these things, that was building all of these things, are somehow tied to the illicit funds. Crypto was started as an underground payment system. That's how crypto was started. It's good to launder money. You can launder money in crypto. Imagine if I gave you millions and millions of dollars, you put it all in crypto and you transferred it to other crypto and you moved to other. At this point, you've got a huge paper trail of where this money went to because it's been going through different wallets. Crypto started out to be some type of payment system that was covert, anonymous. All the money you're saying disappeared from the crypto market are people who were scared of being caught because their wallets were full of crypto and they were being tracked. There's money going places. Now they're moving money out of crypto into bank accounts that they might feel is more secure overseas somewhere. They're moving their money into other corporate vaults and they're draining right now. Everybody's draining everything they got and they're running. People are running right now because they're being caught. So when people tell me the crypto market is crashing, I say, no, the criminals are running. because crypto was supposed to be a covert payment system. You don't think these criminals and these politicians know that already? They're not stupid. They got people running their money. They're like, hey, why don't we just do this? Why don't we just put it all in Bitcoin? Just put it all in Bitcoin. So they hurry up and they put it all in Bitcoin. They go, okay, cool. I just stole like, $20 million from this and that. I'm gonna put it all in Bitcoin. I'm gonna put some of it in Ethereum. I'm gonna put it here. So they're moving all this money into the dark web. They're moving all this money onto the blockchain. So now the money's not sitting in nobody's bank. It's sitting on the blockchain. So now they're scared they're gonna get caught. What do? They get it out of wallets. They run it real quick. They run it somewhere. So it makes the stock market and it makes everything look like it's going like this. When they number criminals cashing out. Criminals cashing out saying, man, we gotta do something, man. We don't got that USAID funding no more. So, okay, if you ain't got the USAID funding, what about all the money you got over here? Can you use that money? Yeah, I can. I got it all in Bitcoin, man. I'll put all that money in Bitcoin. I'm not getting that USAID money. So they grab that money from Bitcoin. They grab that money from Ethereum. They grab it from XRP. They're grabbing all the money they can get because the money that they were getting funneled through our government, through all these little kickback systems are disappearing. So they still got to pay contracts. They got to pay mortgages. They got to pay for this. They got to pay. It's a lot of things these people got to pay for. And this government money ain't flowing to them. Where's this money sitting? All on the blockchain. All in stocks. Why do you think these politicians are worth, $66 million? They don't got $66 million in cash. It's the gold they bought. It's the crypto they bought. It's the stocks they hold, the bonds they hold. That's where all this money's going. They got all this money and they laundered it out. They started buying real estate. They started buying cryptocurrency. They started buying gold. They started buying minerals. They started buying stocks. They laundered all that money. Look on any channel out there. It'll say this is money laundering. This is money laundering. It's a huge case of the biggest money laundering scheme we've ever seen. They're getting tax dollars. They're transferring them through other things so the money comes out clean on the back end. Oh, I got that money from my stock sales. Well, where'd you get the money to buy the stocks? Oh, I got that money in crypto. Where'd you get the money to buy the crypto? See, it's money laundering. So you take dirty money, you put it into systems, you clean it up, and then, hey, man, I'm worth $66 million. Bro, you only getting paid $140,000 a year. You done had this job for like 3 years. You had this job for 3 years, dude. You make $160,000 a year for 3 years. How in the hell you worth $40 million all of a sudden? Money laundering. So when I see the stock market crashing and I see the crypto crashing, that's proof that the rats are running. There's no way these things should be happening in the normal world just instantly. What instantly happened? Elon walked into the door. What instantly happened? Elon stopped the money from flowing. What instantly happened? All these people got caught. And now all of a sudden the stock market's going like, oh shit. All these like nobody knows what the gold is. People were talking about the gold for a while. People stopped talking about the gold because they're like, you know what? If we don't find the gold and we really do walk in there and there is no gold, the American dollar plummets. Everybody's not rich no more. Everybody's broke. Because if there's no gold in that vault in Fort Knox, everybody's broke. Your account that's got 30 grand in it is worth about 300 now. Your account that's worth, $10 million in it is worth about $100,000 now. So they don't even want to go looking for Fort Knox. They don't want to, because that's Pandora's box. That's going to start a chain reaction way worse than what we see right now going on the stock market and what's going on with crypto right now. It's going to be way worse. So they're staying away from it. Cool, more power to you. So when I hear about people saying Elon's doing this, no, this was a bubble that was bound to pop. Crime doesn't last forever. You can't run a scheme forever. When Obama claimed he was going to do it, they told him the ramifications as a Democrat because he's got Democratic friends involved in it. Dude, don't do it. Tell you what, if you do it, you crush the world. But if you just get involved with us, we'll put you a couple of mansions on the beach of Hawaii. I like that. I'll take a couple of mansions on the beach of Hawaii. I like that. Clinton's the same way. Every Democratic that came and all their friends said, listen, if you expose this, it all crashes. You're gonna send the world into chaos. So don't do. And they both said we're gonna come in and we're gonna expose all the corruption. We're gonna expose the greed. We're gonna tell you where all the money's going. And not a single Democrat ever did it because they were too deeply involved in it. Now the Elon's coming to do it. Oh, look at what Elon's doing. Don't blame Elon for doing it. Blame the criminals that been doing it. That's who you blame. We've been sitting on a bubble of fake wealth for long enough. They've been sitting on a bubble of fake wealth. They've been money laundering long enough. This is all fake. It's all phony. And they want to have you play this imaginary game with them by just having this fake ass tea party. Hey, sit here and drink this tea, but there's nothing in here. Just call it tea. It identifies as tea. Motherfucker, this is air. There's nothing in my cup. Well, it identifies as tea. Just drink the tea. But there's nothing in here. See, when you start being too real for people and you saying what's really real, that's when shit starts collapsing all around you. Because the fake and the phony can't stand forever. People are going to raise their heads up one day and be like, you know what? I know you want to identify as being rich, but we ain't really rich. I know you want to identify as this, but we ain't really that. I mean, let's keep it real. Let's stop playing this game and let's keep it real. Let's stop with the identity shit and let's call it what it really is. Once you get to that point, they want to blame everybody for collapsing everything. Oh, you collapsed it all, Jeff, because you stopped letting us dream and be fake. You stopped letting us identify what we wanted to be, and now everything's collapsing. It's you, Jeff. I just called it what it was. I just said it was really real. I said it was really real. So if the fakeness built us up and you're saying the reality crushed us, that means the shit never existed to begin with. It was never real to begin with. It was all fake to begin with. It was all fake. It's going to be the biggest great correction. Stocks and real estate will bounce back to normal. Oh, yeah. And that's why I never refinance my house, because I know all these prices are fake. I'm like, I'm not sitting in a $500,000 house. I know that for a fact because I live here. So the reason why they wanted that is because they wanted to say, well, the reason why house prices are going through the roof right now, because we're running out of houses. Well, why are we running out of houses? Because we're bringing in millions and millions and millions of people from all over the world that need somewhere to live. So we're going to shove all the houses through the roof, all the prices. No, so when all these people go back home, what's going to happen? All the prices go back down. Everybody who refinanced and they got a $400,000 loan, that house going to be worth $216,000. You got a $400,000 loan on a $216,000 house. That's why I never refinance. I'm like, nah, I don't think I'm sitting in no $500,000 house. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I live here. I don't see it. As the people say, yes, and that's the thing. It's like equity on a home. It's not real until you sell it. Other than that, it's just there. Exactly. And I tell folks, my equity, I can use equity as leverage. If people understand what leverage is. Now, if you want actual cash in hand, sell your house and go live in your car. You have all of this cash. You'll have all this cash, but you won't have no roof over your head. But you got all this cash. Or you can say leverage. I have something of value. I have something of value that you can have an interest in. How? Tell you what, you loan me X amount of dollars and you now have an interest in my house now. So now we're both linked to this piece of valuable property. We're both linked to it. That's why you don't cash out. I can go out and get a car loan. If I default on my car loan, at some point, if I ever sell my house, whatever else, guess what? I got the house. I can always tap into the house to say, I'm going to just pay off the car with this. And now I'm just paying off the house now. So everybody who ever loaned me money is going to be paid off because I have a piece of property that's worth everything that I've got. So I could just pay off everything. And now I got a bigger house note. And I was like, well, he uses his leverage to cover all of his debt. He uses leverage for it. So you don't have to necessarily sell a house. You just make sure you've got the leverage. If your house ain't worth shit, nobody's loaning you nothing. So even if you sold your house that's not worth anything, if it's not worth market value, then you're upside down even with selling a house. Let's say you got a house, you want to sell it for $250,000, but you took out a loan of $500,000. Nobody's buying your house for $500,000. The market value is $250,000. So if the market value is $250,000, you owe $500,000. You got to write off $250,000 somehow just to sell your own house. You got to come up with $250,000. You have no leverage. You're too far upside down. You're too far. So always say, I want to be in positive equity. When my house is like, it's still, I never refinanced, so it's still sitting where it's sitting. So I have a ton of leverage. Everybody says, well, Jeff's got leverage. We can loan him stuff. We can do things. He's got leverage. The moment I max out my equity, I become a liability now because I can't sell it for what it's worth and have enough to cover everything I've got loans on now. I have to either use all the money I took out in equity to pay off all those loans. So now I'm at zero with everybody else. And now that I'm maxed out in equity, people look and say, well, you got a $400,000 loan and your house is worth $400,000. You don't have no leverage, Jeff. Your interest rate might be high on this next car we give you. So you're sitting there with a $400,000 loan and a $400,000 house. You have no leverage. Always, I leave equity alone, man. I don't touch that shit. I don't touch it because that's your leverage in life. That's when shit goes south, when things get really, really bad and you have nobody to lean on. Guess what? You got the house. Take out a second mortgage. It'll buy you some time. That's the most thing it's going to do is buy you some time. You might have to use some of that money to pay the loan back, but guess what? It's going to buy you some time to get your shit together at least. So do I think people are going to lose their homes in the future? I think as long as you own land, then there's no way you can lose your home. If you own land, you can't lose your home. Your land is your land. It's what it is. People might say, stuff about eminent domain and the government taking your property. The reason why we have a Second Amendment, even in this country, is because of tyranny like that. Nobody can just come and take your land. Remember those farmers up in Oregon, and the government tried to do something to their land, and those farmers stood up against the government, and the farmers actually won the fight, and they won in court. This happened in Oregon. So you can't just arbitrarily say because the government can come and take your land. No, because they tried that already. The Bundy Ranch, exactly. That was it. The Bundy Ranch. Government can't just come take your land. They can't do it. So if you own land and you're willing to stand and fight for your land, that's your land. We have Second Amendment rights to prevent what happened at the Bundy Ranch, or to make happen at the Bundy Ranch what happened. It can happen anywhere. You show up trying to take somebody's land, Bundy Ranch. You show up saying, hey man, I'm gonna take this eminent domain. No, you're not. Stand your ground. This is your land. Well, we want it. I don't care what you want. This is my land. I'm not going nowhere. This is for me and my future generations. Well, we taking it. No, you're not. Bundy Ranch. It's like, man. See, equity is invisible until it's money in hand. Well, but that's the thing though, Gerald. You're saying equity is invisible until money is in hand, but what if I told you money was invisible? What if I told you money was truly invisible? The value of money is backed by what? The value of money is backed by gold in Fort Knox that might not even be there. So that means the money you got might be fake. So even the money in your hand might be fake. The fiat money you got might be fake. So you might think equity in hand is invisible till money is in hand. But what if that money in your hand ain't backed by shit? That means the money is fake too. The only thing that's really real in this world is something that's tangible, something that you value. So you might say everybody with equity is screwed up because that shit don't mean it's all invisible. Well, guess what? So is money. Fiat money is invisible. It says in God we trust. It doesn't say in gold we trust. They dropped the L. It's G-O-D, not G-O-L-D. It could say in gold we trust, but it don't say in gold we trust. It says in God we trust. So in God we trust in a nation of people who don't even believe God. Think about it. All the people that don't believe in God are walking around with money saying in God we trust. It's air. It's all air. It's fiat money. They're making you trust air. They could put in gold we trust on every dollar. In gold we trust. We trust gold. In gold we trust. We got gold in Fort Knox. In gold we trust. But they put in God we trust. You're selling air. That's all you're doing is selling air. So equity is air. Just like money, it's air. Because I guarantee if you open up that door to Fort Knox right now and it ain't shit in there, how much do you think them dollars in your hand is going to be worth? It's got you thinking now. Now it's got you thinking. Because you really think the $100 is worth $100 so you open up that door at Fort Knox and it ain't shit in there. Now what? That $100 in your hand ain't worth shit. Is about worth what my equity would be worth in your eyes. Nothing. It would be worth nothing. So they won't open that door to Fort Knox. They won't open it because they want you to believe that money in your hand is worth something. They really want you to believe that. They need you to believe that this money in your hand is worth something. They need you to believe it because if you buy into it, then they can control you. They can make you have a job. They can make you work. They can tax you because they making you believe in that money that you got in your hand, that this money is really worth something. Open up that door to Fort Knox. I guarantee you can burn this shit because it ain't worth nothing. It's not worth nothing. And you will finally find out it's not worth nothing. You'll be like, well, shit, I thought this money was good. I thought equity was bad and money was good. Well, what's your money backed by? Nothing. Exactly. It's backed by nothing. Exactly. Fiat money is fake. We're living a lie and they don't want to open their... This money is backed by nothing. It's backed by an illusion that it's valuable. Oh, yeah. Our entire economy is a lie. Be careful, Jeff. People not ready for the dream to end. And that's why people like Manny, he raised chickens. He's got, cows, chickens, goats, all that shit. Manny has water. He's got shit that's real. Things that matter. He can eat and feed his family. He's got land he's sitting on. He's Real. Me, I go to Walmart. I got a lot of shit here for like doomsday. You know, I got all my canned goods, I got all my water, I got all my rice and shit like that. But if push comes to shove, your money won't be worth nothing. The reality will come to an end. The dream will come to an end. And when that dream came to an end, you'll sit there and be like, what am I gonna do with this $200 in my hand? I'll sell you this can of pork and beans. You want to eat? Or do you want that $200 in your hand that ain't worth shit? Because at some point, that $200 is going to be paper. It's going to be just paper. It's not backed by gold. It's not backed by nothing. There's no transaction system. It's not backed by anything. So you're going to say, you can have that 200, give me the pork and beans. And a person might say, you know what? I don't even want the 200 because I don't need no toilet paper right now. When I need toilet paper, I'll take the $200 from you because I'm going to wipe my ass with it because it's not worth nothing. Just like, yep, we're living in Revelation times, man. Yep. And I tell folks, pay attention to what's going on, man. So when y'all looking at this stock market going down, you're looking at all this cryptocurrency going down, something caused that. And it's not Elon Musk and it's not Trump that caused it. They're exposing what's caused that. What caused all this shit to go up was the lie. The lie caused it all to be that high. The lie caused it to be up here. The lie caused it all. Exposing the lie, removing the lie, puts it back real. Now it's going all the way back down. Because reality is hidden. And a lot of people can't deal with that reality. They can't deal with it. Just like you said, our entire economy is a lie. I'm glad you said that, Reborn. Our entire economy is a lie. Be careful, Jeff. People not ready for the dream then. I'm glad you said that. Because when I tell people all these values are inflated, and I tell people my house is not worth $500,000 because I live here, I mean that shit. There's no way possible you would drive down the street and be like, I'll sell you that house right there for about $500,000. I'd fucking laugh at you. I'm like, bro, I'll give you like 200 grand for that piece of shit. It's like, no, I'm cool on that. I don't live in no brand new house. This house was built in the 70s, man. There's some shit that I'm renovating around here. This house was built in the 70s. You sell me a house for $500,000, that shit better have a robot in that shit already. It better have a robot riding around serving me pancakes and shit. No, for $500,000? But you're gonna tell, it's a lie. It's all a lie. So what do? We mitigate that lie by making sure we don't overextend what we're doing. We create our own way of taking care of ourselves. We create our own food systems, our own water, our own businesses. We find ways to sustain ourselves so we don't get caught up in this lie with these people. And there's a lot of people out there getting caught up in that lie. Oh man, I got this Gucci belt. Oh, I got this, I got that. This is all worth money. The day that door opens at Fort Knox, the day that door opens, everything you got that's worth $1,000 is worth $10 all of a sudden. Everything you got that's worth $100,000 is worth $5,000 all of a sudden. The day that door opens up, because none of this shit is backed by nothing. It's backed by an illusion. And people like you said, Reborn, nobody's waking up to really realize what's going on because we're so caught up. And we got so caught up, the Democrats was robbing people. They telling people in America we don't got money for START programs. They telling people we don't have money to pay off school lunches for all these little kids. They telling that any parent out there who had to pay off a school lunch balance over the past 10 years should be mad at the Democratic Party right now. Because all these people been getting rich off of your money, but they making you pay for school lunches. They getting rich off of your money, but your kid got to eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich if you don't pay off this $30 lunch balance from them eating pieces and shit. But yet they bring in new people in the country and they give them money. They give them money because they're getting kickbacks from that. But you got to pay off a school lunch balance. Not a single kid in this country. And I think Trump should sign an executive order. And I've said this shit before, sign an executive order to say any parent out there who has a kid in a public school, you are not to pay for lunch. If you are overbalanced, send me that balance. Let me talk to the school. I'll talk to them. But there should be no kid being ridiculed, eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and shit, not getting the same food every other kid eat because this parent don't have $30 to pay, but these damn Democrats are making millions and billions hand over fist, getting money left and right. He should sign that executive order. And I guarantee the Department of Education to be like, what are we supposed to do? Pay for all these kids' lunches. That's what you're supposed to do. Why you making all these Democrats rich? You making all these Democrats rich, but you're not taking care of no kid to eat. Man, don't have me say sign an executive order because I expose all the shit. It's all fake. It's all fake. They're screwing with you. Why do we sit there and make these people pay for kids' school lunches and pay for daycare, but we can give somebody $5,000 in cash a month and they ain't even walked in this soil but for 2 days? We can give them $5 a month. We give them food, put them up in a $700 a night hotel, but we telling you we can't pay for your daycare? This shit's all fake. It's phony. Everybody's been getting kickbacks. It's all fake. And nobody wants to see the real. So when y'all want to blame Elon and y'all want to blame Trump for exposing it all, I expose you for sleeping through it, not listening to all these conspiracy theorists out there. All these conspiracy theorists were telling y'all exactly what was going on for generations, for decades, been telling y'all what was going on. No, it ain't true. It ain't true. Elon uncovered it. Because if it wasn't true, Obama wouldn't have ran his campaign on it. If it wasn't true, Bill Clinton wouldn't have ran his campaign on it. Trump ran his campaign on it, and he's really doing what he said he was going to do. I'm going to expose the fraud and the corruption in our government. He did it. Everybody's been telling y'all what it was, and nobody believed it. Like I said, a lot of people ain't ready for the truth, man. Y'all not ready for the truth. Y'all just not, because y'all so comfortable in y'all lie. You so comfortable playing fucking fake Tea Party, running around, everybody's dyeing their hair and painting their fingernails, wearing skinny jeans and shit like that. They think this is a game. This shit ain't no game. This is real life. And they want to sit there and act like, oh, you know what? We should be able to have fun and do what we want to. Cool. Have fun. Do what you want to do. Just don't drag me into your shit, because I want to keep it real. I want to keep it real. I shouldn't be forced to have to live a fake life if I want to keep it real. I have a right to reality. I have a right to reality. I don't have to live in somebody's fake shit just so they feel better. I have a right to reality. So if I want to sit here and see how everything's really lining up and I want to call it out, you're like, okay, that right there is no, you're a conspiracy theorist. You can think what you want to think. 2 weeks later, what I said was exactly true. And do you think the people who was calling us conspiracy theorists ever once said, damn, man, you guys are right? No, they just came up with a new problem. They came up with a new, well. And we've never been wrong. We keep being right time after time after time after time. They won't snap out of the dream and see that the reality is everything we're saying it is. So don't sit and blame Elon for this. Don't blame Trump for this. Blame yourself for sitting around thinking all this pipe dream shit they've been feeding you was real. It was fake the whole time. It was fake. Exactly. Skinny jeans. Conspiracy is the reality. Thank you, David, brother. I appreciate that, brother. It's my man from Ohio. Appreciate that, brother. And you're 100% right. Conspiracy is the reality. What we're saying is what's real. And they don't want to listen. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. You're a conspiracy theorist. And that's what the media calls us. But they ain't never called nobody a liar. They never said nobody was a liar. They go, oh, that's a theory. That's a conspiracy theory. But is it a lie? Is it a lie that Fauci emailed everybody and told him to delete anything that's incriminating, to delete everything that says it's attributed to the Wuhan leak that really did happen for real? Is it a lie that we said that it was a laptop that existed that Hunter took to a computer shop and everybody says, no, man, that's a hoax. That's a lie that Russia told you guys. They never called us a lie. They've been lying the whole time and feeding people this fake ass reality to keep this illusion moving forward. And now here we are sitting in 2025 with somebody really exposing it. They exposing it so hard, they won't even open the doors to Fort Knox. They won't even let them in Fort Knox. Nope, you can't come in here. Why? Where's the gold at? I mean, if it's back there and it's been back there and ain't nobody touch it or whatever, just open the damn door we walk through. When we walk out, it's good as good. That will crush everybody. That reality, y'all ain't ready for it yet. Y'all not ready for it. He said, just follow Nancy Pelosi's stock activity and you'll be rich. Oh, and he's investigating everybody. I think Elon and Trump, they're going to investigate all of these politicians who got rich during their tenure. They're investigating them all, seeing what deals they took parts in, what they were doing, where they were getting money from, because this is all money laundering. It's all money laundering. And anybody with just common sense can see that. I mean, AOC, how is she worth the millions of dollars she's worth? She went from making fucking Long Island iced teas to being worth millions of dollars like in a couple of years. How do you go from making rum and coke to being worth millions of dollars? You don't even know enough. You don't even know past making a fucking Mai Tai. You don't know past making a 7 and 7. You don't know nothing past that. You sit there and you just like run your mouth online and you're telling people to go commit crimes. Just run away from ICE. You don't got to deal with them. I'm AOC. I'm like, lady, you're going to go to prison for treason. You're going to go to prison. You probably get booted out of the country for that shit. Telling everybody, don't deal with our laws in America. Be against our laws. You're a politician making laws. What are you talking about? You're an idiot. Don't deal with our laws. Just come over here and do what you want to do. A lot of these people aren't even vetted. They shouldn't even be here. Some of these people are murderers, like 6-time murderers, 7-time murderers, assaulting people, killing kids. And you tell them, just come to America and start a new life. No, you don't come to America and start a new life. You go pay for the crime you did in your country. You don't come here and start a new life. Start a new life anew. You don't have a record here. You're an amazing person here. Oh, you killed those people in Bolivia. We don't care about them people in Bolivia. You haven't killed an American yet. So just hang out here. Have a new good life. Not killing nobody. You okay? It's like these people ain't even vetted. They just coming over here at will. So it's like, no, you got to do this the right way. You probably do want to come here and start a new life, but what did you do over there? You're probably a school teacher. You probably, had the best grades of any school. So guess what? You're in. Give this lady citizenship into America. She was a school teacher over there. She was a school teacher. Her kids always ranked #1. She wants to come to America to start a new life to teach kids over here. Let her in. That's how you do it. That's how you vet people. What did you do? Oh, you were a pharmacist over there. You had like one of the #1 pharmacists taking care of most people in the neighborhood, this and that. You're a pharmacist. Come on in. He was a pharmacist. He can come over here and do pharmacy over here. Come on in. That's how you get people in here. You don't say, hey, man, walls down. And next, criminals and every fucking body else is blending into the crowd. And all these people just running across the border. And now we got killers, rapists, murderers. We got, gang members. We got all this crazy. It's like, what are you doing? They're here to start a new life. Damn straight they are. But do you know what they used to do? That's what we worried about, what they used to do. Because you don't go from killing people and chasing down kids and kidnapping kids to being like a basketball coach doing amazing things for the state team championship. No, you don't. That's a drastic change. If this is what you did in your country, you're probably going to try to start doing that over here. So we might want to put you back over there where you belong so you can serve that sentence that you got to serve that you're running from. You don't just get to run from fate. No, you got to go serve your prison sentence in your country before you come over here and do the same thing. No. So, and you got politicians like AOC and all of them. What are they doing? Telling their people, oh, you don't got to abide by the laws. You ain't got to do this and do that. Like I said, how did that mentality go from making mixed drinks to all of a sudden working and making worth millions of dollars? You were making mixed drinks at a bar, dancing like a lunatic in some Ugg boots or whatever, Ugg boots on a video. And now all of a sudden you're a millionaire. Making a salary of about $120,000. You're a millionaire. How is this? Oh, like I told you, all of these politicians, and I'm going to tell you what's really bad in the Democratic politicians. Republican people, they run businesses. They will run a business and they have to divest from that business before they become a politician. That's what Republicans do. I ran a business. I had to divest myself from that business, give it to somebody else in my family or sell it to somebody. I had to divest. And they no longer have a business. Republicans don't have, now they're just a politician. Democrats, they don't have shit. They become a politician and then they run 4 nonprofits all of a sudden. It's like the Democratic 101 playbook. It's like your starter kit for a Democrat. Be broke. Number 2, act hood sometimes. Number 3, once we put you in power, start a nonprofit immediately. We'll start transferring you some money. Thank you for participating in the Democratic Party. Harry, I'm starting a nonprofit. So as soon as you start your nonprofit, that's where you start getting your kickbacks too. Oh yeah, I got this nonprofit of helping homes. What's helping? We help people look for homes. Yeah, like we drive them around in cars and shit. We get paid $4 million a year to drive people around. And you see that house? Yeah, it's a nice house, ain't it? Yeah. It's like, well, damn. So I'm sitting there like, how all of these people aren't seeing the playbook? Because there's no Republican does that. Both are criminal. They always have to divest. You got to research that, Gerald. Research it. Look at how they have to divest. If they're involved in either stocks or a company that they're on the committee for, what do? They have to divest. Research it. I mean, you could say in the chat, no Republican does that, but I can go pull up 5 videos showing people divesting and it kills you right there. It kills you. You go, oh, well, shit, I didn't know. Of course you didn't know because you just made the comment. No Republican does that. I've seen it a lot of times. I can't even tell you how many Republicans I've seen have to divest, sell their stocks, give up their shares of stocks, do other things before they became politicians because they couldn't be on the same committees and do same stock trades and deal with regulations in the industry they were already in. It's illegal. You can't do that. It's like, man, this is, why don't you drive Uber? Do you have a criminal background? Exactly. Like, why don't motherfuckers drive Uber? Do they have criminal backgrounds? Why don't they drive Uber? It's like exposing the playbook. And that's the thing. Once you become a Democrat, the first thing they do, I'm going to start a nonprofit. Now, I think it's time for me to start get in, start your nonprofit. This is your payment to be a part of the Democratic Party. This is your payment. Here you go. This is it. And I'm going to tell you right now, Gerald, if they do find any Republicans that's involved in it, I hope they go down too. And you heard me say that shit. Just because you're a Republican don't buy you favor to where if you're ripping people off, you shouldn't go to jail. But you've not seen any of them in the media right now. You've not seen any exposed right now. Have you? Who have you seen exposed? We're talking about facts, not rhetoric. I'm talking about real, actual facts of what we're seeing laid out right in front of us. We could talk about rhetoric all day. Rhetorically, if a Republican is doing crimes, I think that a Republican should also serve. Rhetorically, realistically, we haven't seen any yet. So there's rhetoric and there's reality. We're dealing with reality. Rhetoric is how we got to this point. Dealing with the fake shit is how we got this far. Dealing with the lies is how we got this far. Let's deal with reality. We're digging ourselves out of the bullshit and we're trying to live in reality, not rhetoric. So you go find out which Republicans are trapped in all this shit or getting the kickback schemes and doing this and starting benefits and getting, you find those people and you bring them here, really, not rhetorically, really bring them, because we will expose their ass too on this channel, really. So yeah, and that's what they hide it in offshore accounts. That's what they do. They hide it. They're offshore accounts and they're going to go to different countries that don't extradite. That's what they're going to do. Hey man, you know what? Where's these politicians at? Oh, they all live in, such and such country. They all live in Sweden now, or they all live in Norway. They all live in Finland now. Why? No extradition. They could just live there with all the money they made, and that's where they live now. They know better than to leave and come back to America. They come back to America, they're gonna get arrested the moment they touch soil. I think that's what's gonna happen. That's what I'm thinking. Especially with this list coming out, the whole Epstein list and all this stuff coming out. Oh man, it's about to be something tragic. It's about to be something tragic. We're already witnessing a meltdown right now. We're witnessing a meltdown. People sitting around screaming, yelling, throwing tantrums at press conferences, holding up signs like, bro, what is this? Like somebody said, look like a reject auction or something like that. They're holding up all little signs or whatever. It was like, okay, it's a reject auctioneer. So yeah, this is the game we play in a serious matter of getting this country fixed, in a serious matter of winning the trust of Americans back from all the lies we've seen, from all the games we've seen. Winning that trust back has to be something more drastic than playing mind games with people. They got these videos out, choose your fighter, like stupid stuff. The Dems are full of games, man. These people are not, like, the IQ level is not that high. Whoever's in charge of PR, whoever's in charge of running the Democratic Party is a very low IQ person. You got 35 different Democrats reading the script, the exact same script over and over. That is not speaking from your heart. That is not being genuine. That's not speaking to the American people. That's called reading a script of indoctrination and a narrative that you're trying to put into somebody's head. And you don't think people can see through that shit? You don't think people can see through it? 35 politicians reading the exact same script, word for word, the exact same script, because they don't have genuine in them. They don't have something in them that can say, let me speak to my people from the heart. They can't even, it's like, no, stick to the script, bro. Stick to the script. We got the script wrote. Somebody wrote the script. Everybody read the script. We stick to the script. We all stay the same. And it's like, what? Wait a minute. So you're going to make us read a script? Like, I can't just be an adult and speak to the people that voted me in? Don't want you to. You might say the wrong thing. Sort of like when Fauci said, make sure you delete all the incriminating emails you got. Delete any email that'll incriminate us, delete that. Fauci told these people that. And they found the email where he told these people that. Delete everything that will incriminate us. Delete anything that's incriminating. So I'm like, so you don't think these Democrats are sitting around going, you know what? If somebody speaks to you and you answer a question outside of what we told you to say, you might open Pandora's box. You might mention the wrong Democrat's name. You might mention something, and now you're getting that person investigated, and we know something is shady with the whole deal. Like Stacey Abrams. Somebody brought up Stacey Abrams, and now she's getting investigated. The moment they said, well, Stacey Abrams got that $2 billion. What do you mean she got that $2 billion? She's in a town of 119 people. She got $2 billion saying she was going to fix this little town of 119. It don't take $2 billion, 2 billion with a B, to give a town of 119 people energy efficient appliances. $2 billion, 119 people. That's not 119 separate families. That's 119 people, which means one family could have 6 people in it. So all you need is energy efficient appliances for that house. So 119 people, is going to cost them $2 billion to have energy efficient appliances. Come on. And that was her whole, we saved this one lady $98. You could have just gave her 98 if you got $2 billion to give her 98 bucks. I mean, you got 2 billion. Say, hey, how much is your power bill? This, hey, here's 98 bucks. You're done. Now you're done. It's like, you don't take $2 billion in taxpayer money to save somebody $98 and nobody knows what the rest of the money is. Look at the stock market. Because if you give some of these people all of this money, they're going to launder it. You give them $2 billion, they're going to buy stocks. They're going to buy bonds. They're going to buy crypto. They're going to try to live off the gains. Hey, we just gave you $2 billion. Put that shit on Bitcoin. It's going to jump 5% tomorrow. Sell all your Bitcoin tomorrow. And they do it because if something jumps 5% every day, if you're getting 5% of, let's say, $1 million a day, 5% of $1 million, what is that? $50,000? I don't even know what that is. 5% of $1 million. So you buy $1 million in crypto today. It jumps 5%. You sell $1 million tomorrow. You wait the next day. The initial $1 million you got, you buy it again, $5,000. Okay. So 5% of $1 million, 5% of $1 million, $5,000. So if you can make that every day, I don't know, that seems really low. You're probably right though. You're probably right. But man, that seems like a really low number. Let me see some. Times 5%. One, dang it. One, two, three. It's $50,000. 5% of $1 million is $50,000. Yeah. I was like, man, that seems really low. $5,000, that don't seem high. Because if I wouldn't put $1 million up for shit for 5 G's, hell no. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, so $50,000, you got $50,000. Every single day you make $50,000 every time the stock market jumps 5% because you're putting your $1 million in. So if I give your nonprofit $1 million, your nonprofit never tells nobody where the money went to. You buy crypto today, it jumps 5%. Bam. You made 50 G's today. Sell it. Now you're sitting at $1,050,000. So you're sitting there with that money now. The next day, you put in the $1 million. You withdraw the $50,000 to your own bank account. You put the $1 million back in. You watch it go 5% up again. Bam, you pull out another $50,000. And you just keep doing that over and over. It's money laundering. That's all it is money laundering. It's money laundering. Yeah, 0.05% is 5K. Yeah. 0.05% is 5K. Yep. But 5% is the 50K. Yep. You good. Yeah, and that's the thing, man. If you sit there and you see how much money these people make just by putting $1 million in, $1 million in crypto, $1 million in stocks, $1 million here, and you're getting that 5% jump every day. Even if you got a 2% jump, that's $20,000 you made today. So you go from making $120,000 a year being a brand new politician to all of a sudden you're getting 5% of the $1 million we just gave you. We funneled you $1 million and we told you to put it on these stocks because we're going to do some legislation today. Put that $1 million in here. So you put that $1 million in there. All of a sudden you pull it out. You get $50,000. Since we gave you the information, out of that $50,000, just give me 10. You take 40. And you just keep moving money around like crazy. Everybody's going to eventually be worth $200 million. Everybody going to be worth $40 million. Everybody going to be worth $11 million. So what do you do with that money? You're only getting a salary of $120,000, but now you got all this money coming in. Look at Letitia James. Look what Letitia James got. She's got all these rental properties she bought. Letitia James went out, bought all of these rental properties, and she's making rental income from all these rental properties that she's never reported. She's never reported none of that money. So now she's under investigation for buying all of these rental properties, renting them out, and not reporting that income. These people are all sketch, man. They're all doing this shit. They're all doing it. And so I'm sitting here telling people, when you realize the people who are in power over us, they're smug. They're not apologetic. They're so smug. They walk around with their heads up like, and if anyone says anything to me about any of this, then you guys are just racist and you're sexist and you don't like black women and you don't. No, it's not what it is. We're just calling it what it is, man. But when you start throwing them identity politics out there, they're confusing you. So if you say somebody's doing something, they're going to say the only reason why you saying it is because of how that person identifies. They start fucking with your head. The only reason why you saying that is because this. No, we saying it because it's true. This is really what's happening. They're moving money around. So many channels are saying, I mean, big news channels, big media channels are saying, this is money laundering 101, the biggest money laundering operation in the history of probably planet Earth right now. And it's being uncovered. So of course the stock market is going to go down. Of course crypto is going to go down. Where do you think all this money is sitting? All this stolen money ain't sitting in the bank somewhere. This money is sitting in investments. This money is being laundered. People are living off the margins. They're living off of 5%. They're living off of 6%. They're living off of 10%. They're living off of 2% of $1 billion. They're living off the margins. And they're taking that margin, going out, buying a house, calling it their new real estate investment, their real estate endeavor. They're buying a commercial business park. They're going to buy. These people are taking all these margins of all this money and just living on it. Meanwhile, where's the money at? We gave it to some countries overseas. Easy to say that, because ain't none of us going over there. We ain't going to some little town, ooh, boop, boop. Let's go over to ooh, boop, boop, Africa, motherfucker. We're going to go to ooh, boop, boop, Africa. I'm going to go see if in ooh, boop, boop, Africa, they really built what they said it's going to build. Ain't none of us flying to ooh, boop, boop. Ain't not a single person on this chat flying to fucking ooh, boop, boop. So, of course, they could say anything. Well, we donated, $200 million to ooh, boop, boop to build, a community college for the ooh, boop, boops. And I'm like, okay, cool. Ain't nobody going over there. We ain't going over there. So it's like we get there and it's like trees. It is like a regular market. And it's like, okay, where does $200 million go? Nobody's ever going over there. So, of course, everything they do happens to be overseas. Ain't nothing they do in America. Now, they did find that place Endeavors in America that was getting like $200-something million a year. And guess what they found about that? It was completely empty. The building was empty. And what did the people at Endeavor say? We were on standby. Wait, so you guys got like over almost $2 billion from our government, 1-point-something billion in 1 month from our government to house absolutely nobody. Where's all this money going? Salaries, fees, commissions, other companies that are supplying this and that. And where's all this money going? Because when you put it in America, we can roll up and see. They even had buildings out there, man. They were paying for buildings that were like shacks. $1 million a month. When they would go to Google Maps and they find out where the address was, it was like a shack sitting on the side of the road. That's where our tax, a shack on the side of a road. And I'm like, did nobody during any years of Obama or Biden ever Google map that address and say, bro, this is a shack? Do y'all see this? We saying that the address of where we're putting all this money is a shack. Is this right? Nobody ever said that. They waited till this administration to come in and start running it, and they go, bro, this is a shack on the side of a road that's boarded up and everything. You're saying that's the address of that agency that we're paying $1 million a month? Yeah, that's the address of that agency. What up, Charville? Nobody ever. That's what I said. And I'm so glad so many people, even in the chat, saying that. What we're witnessing is so much built up on just lies, complete, fabricated, just lie right in our faces. And it's like, for people to be upset that somebody is pulling the curtain down and showing all the fake shit behind the curtain. Be mad at the shit behind the curtain. Be mad at everything behind the curtain. Why are you mad at the people that pulled the curtain down? Because some people want to live that lie. Ignorance is blitz. Ignorance is blitz. All of these people sitting around, man. Oh, we're mad at Elon. He shouldn't have showed us that. It's like showing an ugly person a mirror for the first time. They don't want to see that mirror because they don't want to see themselves. They mad at the person that held the mirror up. I hold the mirror up like, damn, you ugly as a motherfucker. Damn, I'm ugly as a motherfucker. Why you show me that mirror? And they mad at you for showing them a mirror. It's like, motherfucker, you the ugly one. I'm just showing you what you look like. Go take care of yourself. Go put on some makeup. Go brush your teeth and comb your hair and shit. I'm just holding the mirror. Elon and Trump just held up the mirror. And everybody's mad at the person holding up the mirror instead of all the people doing the bad shit, all the ugly shit. They mad at that, man. This is what Jeff going way off. What got you on this? man, just the economy in general, man. And I'm just sick of people trying to rationalize being upset at somebody who's pulling the curtain down, showing everybody what's really going on in this world. And I'm like, man, sound like some Tony West stuff. Sharpell says, man, I love the mirror now. And it's real shit. And that's how it is, bro. That's how it is right now. Motherfucker walked in and I just put the mirror up like, hey, look, your hair is nappy. You ain't brush your teeth. You motherfucker ain't washing. You got sleep coming out of your eyes and shit. You got a snot bubble coming out your nose. And you mad at me because I'm holding up the mirror instead of you going and just cleaning yourself up. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at yourself. Man, I'm ugly as a motherfucker. Yeah, you are. Why you show me that mirror? You shouldn't have showed me that. It's like, no, I had to because we was about to leave the house and I wanted to let you know how we was going to walk outside. It's like, man. And I'm like, and so many people are upset right now at the stock market. Look at the stock market, everybody. Look at the stock market. What you laughing at? I ain't never seen somebody set their own clothes on fire and laugh at themselves. It's like, y'all voted for these Democrats. You set your own clothes on fire. Look at your clothes on fire. Look at my clothes burning up. Look, man, I'm on fire. I'm going to die. It's like, okay. It's like the stock market is a bunch of people running right now, taking their money out and running because they got busted. They got busted with the biggest scheme in almost world, the USAID. Once they cut off USAID, everything started domino affecting. Everything domino affecting. It's like, now they're going to ban mirrors. We can't have mirrors because I don't want to see myself being ugly. Ban mirrors. I don't identify as ugly. I identify as gorgeous till you hold that mirror up and see reality. This is the real. You are not gorgeous. You're ugly. We need to ban mirrors. Stop showing me reality. Just ban a mirror. Yeah, exactly. Ugly. Yeah. And that's the thing. Stock market will go down and up. If you know what you're doing, you can make money either way. That's right. Short sell everything. Sell on the way up for profits. Short sell down, puts, close, buys, whatever. Man, all that shit. And I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of people who have money in that stock market and a lot of money in that crypto that money's gone now. They can't live off margin no more because the investments are drying up now. And if the investments were coming from our money as taxpayers, we should actually have the benefit of all those gains. Why do the government officials and the politicians have the benefits of the monies that we paid into the system? They chose to invest and play with and make themselves rich with, but they're not paying off no school lunches. They're not fixing potholes and shit in the street. They're not, helping board up buildings or fix alleyways and all that. They're not doing nothing with that money other than making themselves rich. But that's taxpayer money being invested and played with. So the taxpayer should have the benefit of that. We should be getting some of that back. Let's go knock down all the weeds in that alley, clean it up, make the properties look nice again, have everybody's stuff looking good. That way, if somebody in the hood wants to sell their house, they can actually sell it because now everything looks good. But you can't sell a house if it's all next to a house that's boarded up and burnt. You got to knock that house down and build something new there. You got to give investment loans back to the community so the community can build itself back up. But instead of doing that, they're keeping all the money. They're keeping it. They're living off of it. They're getting rich off of it. And they're watching our communities go deeper and deeper in debt, deeper into the hole, one generation to the next generation. And the older these houses get, the worse they get. There's more maintenance you got to get on it. So if I'm sitting here in a house and my sons came buy a better house or a newer house, they got to live in my old house in the hood. And now my old house in the hood is older now. And then they kids got to live in that old house in the hood. Now that old house is even older now. At some point, we got to get people out of these old dilapidated properties. We either give them reinvestment money or give them a chance to live in something better. Otherwise, you keeping a whole group of people, a whole just demographic of people locked into old ass properties into a cycle of poverty that they never get out of. But each Democrat that gets in office gets richer and richer and richer. The older they get, the richer they get. But the older we get, the more broke we get, the more dilapidated our properties get. And they mad that somebody's pulling that curtain down, showing how all this is really working to the American people. They go, oh, do you guys know USAID? Oh, well, this is what USAID is. USAID gives out trillions of dollars. Do you know what USAID gives out trillions of dollars? And that's what they're showing people. People have a right to know this. They have a right to know it. But so many people want to live in that fantasy. They don't want to know. They want to live in that fantasy. I don't want to know about that. Don't tell me about it. Because when you tell me about it, it upsets me. No, I don't want to upset you. You should have been upset from the very get-go when somebody voted to even have this happen. From the very get-go when somebody said we should start giving, that's when you should have been upset. Now it's too late because reality is reality. You're going to find out about it somehow. So now everybody's learning about it. Everybody's talking about it. And it's making a lot of people upset. And like I said, you know they're doing the right job when you're making certain people upset. You know they're doing a good job. Because nobody was like this when the Democrats were in power. Nobody was like this. Nobody was going off the rails because all the money was still processing. All the corruption was still happening. All the kickbacks was happening. All the kickbacks was still, nobody was upset. Nobody was upset. All they were upset at was they couldn't sell their narrative. They couldn't put one press conference out showing what they were doing beneficial for society other than putting controversial topics on the table. That's all they ever did was put controversy on the table to make sure we kept fighting each other. It was either race, it was defund the police, it was make boys beat up girls in boxing sometimes because that boy feels like a girl, so today he's going to identify as a girl and beat up your daughter today. That's what they put on the table. They kept putting all of that on the table to make sure we argued about that while they made money on the back end. And now here we are. Nobody really talks about that because we erase it all. What's up, Abby? We erase it all. We say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take all the controversial topics off the table. We're going to put everything right back at a base humane level. And from there, we're going to start going after what's really real, the corruption. We're going to clean up the swamp. This is what we're going to do. And who has a problem with it? The criminals. Only the criminals have a problem. Nobody else has a problem with being shown where our money's going. Nobody has a problem with that if you're legit. Nobody has a problem reading Fauci's emails of telling people to, delete everything that's incriminating. I don't have a problem seeing those emails. I like to see them. The only people that has a problem with it is everybody who made money off of all the fuckery. Those are the people who have a problem with it. And how do they? Well, Elon's not elected. He's not elected. That's your argument? The argument of somebody poisoning millions of people is not part of your argument. You don't want to bring that up? Well, that don't matter. What matters is Elon wasn't elected. All these people were given drugs and chemicals that they knew wouldn't work, and they talked about it in emails that it wasn't going to work. That's not part of your argument. That don't matter. What matters is Elon wasn't elected. Some people, like I said, I even said it on my Facebook page. This is Bighorn Kev identifies as a black lesbian. Nobody's talking about this. And I told people on Facebook page, it's kind of funny how no matter what we do, we won't be able to make one side of the party happy until they get their way. All we want is the truth. The truth is the way. The truth should be the way. We just want the truth. We want everything put on the table. We want to know who's doing what and why. That's all we want to know. Who's doing this? Why? Why are we sending money over there? Oh, okay. Who's getting paid? Can we audit that to make sure they're getting the payment? That's all we want to know is who, what, and why. That's all we want to know. But when you got criminals that are doing something illicit under the radar, they don't want you to know that. They think it's beyond, it's above you. It's above your pay grade to know what I'm doing with your tax dollars. But yet you're getting rich off of my tax dollars. You're funneling the money back to yourself and everything. What up, Keith? You're getting the money back and everything. So for you to sit there and say it's above my pay grade because I want to know where my money's going. It should be just let the truth be out there. Just put the truth on the table and let everybody see the truth, and we can all just make a decision for ourselves after seeing the truth. Don't have to sell me a narrative. Just tell me the truth, put the truth on the table, and let me deal with it. That's it. For people that want to conceal the truth and hide the truth, there's always something with that. There's always something going on with that. And like I said, And just how this whole thing started was Uber not being transparent with how they want us to take money from riders, but they're not telling us how much the fees are for these rides until after the fact, which is going to have our accounts going into the negative. That's how this all started. This whole thing started about, Uber not being transparent. And we just went down a whole tangent of this starts at the top. And I just did a video today about Uber being involved in Washington and the government lobbying $8 million here, $3 million here, throwing money at all of these politicians to make sure they get their way. And it's funny because in some states, and I'm going to tell you like this, in some states, it's illegal for a rideshare driver to accept cash in payment of a fare, not as a tip, in payment for a fare, because we're not licensed as taxi. Only taxi can do that. Rideshare can't do that. Only taxi can do that because of the way the law is set. So that's why taxi was okay with having Uber in once they set the law saying, hey, you guys, we can't allow Ubers to take cash payment. They can only do it through the app. It's a TNC. It has to go through the app. All the payments have to go through the app. With taxis, payments can be cash, whatever it is. They can hail rides, whatever. People can say, hey, taxi. You can stop. That's what taxi, they make their money off the fly-by-night stuff, the quickly on demand cash. With Uber and Lyft, you have to have an app. You have to make the payment through the app. You have to do everything through it. All had to go through the app. That's why the taxis were like, well, we still got the upper hand because we could do it like that. Uber controls the government because somehow they got it to the point where now they're allowing actual physical cash to transfer hands between rider and driver. We don't have any type of training, cash training. A lot of drivers don't have business training. When you get a job in Vegas, you have to have a sheriff's card and you have to have a TAM card, which is an alcohol, tobacco and alcohol. So you get tobacco and alcohol card, they call it a TAM card, and a sheriff's card, which means you're going to be dealing with cash. No Uber driver out here we don't have to do any course to deal with cash. So you're not worried about embezzling. You're not worried about somebody stealing money. You're not worried about none of that. So what is the trick? What is the trick? Why is it that somebody can walk up and now in 2025, they can walk up and give me $100, but in 2024, you said they couldn't because it wasn't safe. It wasn't on the app. It had to be through the app, through the TNC. Uber paid somebody for something, and there's something on the back end of this whole deal that nobody's talking about because nobody's asking questions about it. I'm just seeing the change in logic. So if the logic changed, why all of a sudden now? Because like I said, many of us have been taking cash. And they said, well, that's illegal. You can't do that. You're not a taxi. You can't take cash. Well, I'll take cash for a tip. Well, that's a tip. That's classified differently. Well, then the ride is free. The ride is free and the $100 is a tip. Well, you can't change it after the fact. You can do whatever you want to do. Yeah, exactly. The cartels are taking over the motel industry now. Oh, yeah. Cartels. Something tells me this Uber telling drivers to accept cash is going on for real. Oh, yeah. It's some bullshit going on, Mr. Gambit. It's some bullshit. Because I got a funny feeling people are going to be taking this cash. It may appear on their 1099. It may that you took $100. But what may not happen is the fact that 55 of it was fees. So you got 45 out of the 100. So you're going to get a $55 charge on your Uber account. It's going to say negative $55 in fees. So when you open up your Uber account to drive for the day, it's going to already start out $55 in the hole because you did a cash ride yesterday for 100 and the 55 in fees came out and you ain't did a ride today yet. So as soon as you start doing a ride, you get paid $30 on the app. Now your app says negative 20 now. So now you're working yourself out of a hole by doing app rides because you done did all these cash rides now. It's something they're not telling people, man. There's something they're not telling people on the back end. And I try to make sense of it. I'm like, how can Uber make money off of people walking up giving me $100 and I'm not giving Uber anything? Because once you sign up for it and you accept that ride, you probably agree that Uber can take fees associated out of that directly out of your Uber account. So you're going to be sitting there. It's going to be drivers driving around with negatives on their phone, man. Well, if you don't clear this negative balance, you can't drive for Uber again. You're no longer allowed to get cash. You have to drive for Uber. So you're going to be in the hole $100, $200, $300 negative on your phone from doing all these cash rides. And one day you finally going to have to say, man, I got to do it. I got to start driving Uber again because I got to pay them for all the fees and shit. So I'll be doing Uber rides all day for free, basically, because you got all the cash already and you never gave the fees to Uber. Uber just took the fees from you. So now you're driving to pay all fees now. It's something tricky with it, man. It's something tricky with it. It's like, man. Exactly. And that's the thing. A lot of people ain't seeing the fine print because it makes no sense. It makes no sense how they went from us not being able to drive and accept cash. Well, you can accept tips, just not for a fare. Like, anybody knows the difference for real. Nobody cares. But now all of a sudden, oh, you can accept it for fares now. Okay, what happened? What did y'all do on the back end? What did you do in the computer system to make it to where we can now you can now give us cash rides? How are you guys getting paid? It's a trick to it, man. It's a trick to it. Oh, yeah, and all that fake money going around. Oh, I know it. They've got fake 20s floating around out there, man. And people are taking that shit to a store. And people are like, man, I just did a job. Dude paid me $200 in fake 20s. So you telling me all this money is fake? All this money is fake. Sorry. And they'll do it right there at the counter. All this money's fake. Damn. So you just did all that work for nothing. You did a $200 job for somebody and you got paid nothing. Shit happens all the time, man. All the time. It's no different than the whole ordeal about teen rides. More bully tax about a monopoly. We can only hope and pray that this new government will do something. Nothing Uber does is for drivers or riders. Keith, man, I'm telling you, every update, there's something tricky going on with every update. And it never benefited us. Not a single person can say any update benefit. It always benefited Uber. They like to listen to your ride. They want to hear you talk, hear records. All these updates they're doing is for the benefit of their corporation, not riders or drivers. So having people drive around with all this cash on them all the time, I'm like, what's the catch? There has to be a catch that they're not saying. Is that fine print? And there's not a lot of people out there skeptical about it. They're more or less just arguing about the safety of it, which that's a whole nother story. The safety of it is a whole nother story. But those fees, where are those fees coming from? And why is it okay now for us to do it, but we couldn't do it last year? We couldn't drive around last year and accept cash from somebody because it wasn't on the app, and it's not acceptable if it's not on the app, and it's not allowed unless it's through the app. And that was a whole bunch of talk they put on these terms of services last year, man. That was a whole bunch of chatter on them terms. Oh yeah, you can only accept rides for fares through the app. You can't accept fare payment outside of the app. You have to accept it on the app, except for tips. I'm like, where did all that talk go? They had all this logic, but now all of a sudden it's, hey, if you guys want to pay in cash, give it to the driver. Driver accept it. He'll accept the ride. $45, cool. The moment you click drop off and you're done, you're going to see that $45 is going to say, okay, we're not going to take out, 25 of that in fees. So that was really $20. Yep. Now you're going to see negative 25 on your Uber account. Like, damn, man, negative 25. Yep. You 25 in the hole now, man. Like, damn, that's crazy. You got 20 in fare, but you got 25 in fees. So you're actually $5 in the hole right now. But we gave you you got the cash in your hand. So that's your cash. But on your account, it'll say negative $5 or something weird like that. You'll be sitting there like, oh shit, man, I'm done. Yeah. The fact that it's called Uber laws is wild. Exactly. The smart paths are going to handle cash to the driver instead of hell with Uber. And hopefully that still keeps happening. Yep. And that's what I'm thinking, man. If anybody rolls up to me on an Uber ride and it says, hey, I got to give you the $100 for this ride. And I'm going to be like, listen, I'm going to cancel this ride right on the spot. This is where I'm going to take you. How much you paying? Oh, it was only $100. All right, cool. I'll do it for 100. Uber going to be like, well, where'd the ride go? Oh, I did it. I don't know what y'all talking about, man. I'm not going to sit here and play this game with y'all. Like, where's this money going? How are you going to give me $100 if I do the ride? So I did the ride for 100. And now, well, we're going to take the fees out of it. Ah, that's the part you didn't tell me. That's what I was looking for. The truth, the whole truth. It's like, and there's a mass cash grab for immigrants about to get deported. And Derek writes off the fees because of that. He won't purge them. I don't know. That's another thing too. Is people grabbing actual cash from people who don't have the accounts and everything, and it's hard to track. The only people who are going to track them are the drivers. So it's almost like they're forcing the drivers to do accounting for corporate America, because we'll say we got this money because we're going to try to report everything just to make sure we're in the clear. Uber and Lyft, when they send you your W-2 statement, your 1099 at the end of the year, you're going to sit there and get all your information off of that. But if you've been taking cash the whole time, you're not going to have to think about all the cash you took, less any of the fees Uber took from you. And you got to sit here and do math and tell Uber, well, this is how much Uber made out of all of that. It's something weird with that, man. Something's not right. Something's not right. Was it still illegals out there driving with expired paper plates? Man, I saw a car the other on the highway. Man, that paper plate was so old, bro. Man, that shit was flapping in the wind like it was gonna come off the car. I wish it would have just flipped off. That plate had to be like 2 years old. That shit was, you could barely see the numbers on it. It was just flapping in the wind. And every time he slowed down, it would like lay flat. Then it start flapping in the wind again. I was like, man, that shit's gonna just come off completely. He has no idea. If they go cash, what prevent me from just cutting out the middleman? That part right there. We've been cutting out the middleman. It's like, what's going to stop us from realizing that you sold this trip? You sold this trip straight up for $55. I'm supposed to collect $55. You sold this trip for $55 to go 10 miles. And you're going to give me $1.50 a mile. So I'm going to end up with 15 out of this $55 because it's surging. And so the rider had to pay surge pricing, but I didn't have a surge on my phone. So I'm getting $15 and this guy is paying $55. So it's $40 in fees because he had to pay surge pricing and I'm getting 15. That dude gonna be like, man, and we won't know about it until after the ride. That's the trick to it. We won't know until after the ride because they won't be transparent enough to let us know ahead of time. Like, hey, this ride that's coming to you, you're only going to get $18 out of it, but collect the $55. You're only getting 18. What? Yeah, man, you're only going to get 18 out of this ride, but collect the 55 from them when they get there. You'll be like, bro, I'll do this shit for $40. You're like, what? Yeah, man, I'll do this ride for $40. All right, cool, man. That'll work for me because they was charging me 55. Yeah, I'll do it for 40. Uber ain't going to be that transparent. They ain't going to tell you up front. They will not tell you up front. They're going to make you guess. You're going to do about 3 or 4 of those rides, get the cash for it, and see them big ass fees hit you. Because imagine somebody showing up, you seeing $60 on your screen. You show up, do a ride for $60. You drop them off. You get $21. That's $39 in fees. You get $21 out of the 60. That's $39 in fees. I just did a ride the other day. The people paid $108, and I got 57. Imagine somebody walking up to me with $108 in cash saying, hey man, here's $108. I take the 108, I drop them off, and then I see negative like 51 on my screen. I'm like, negative 51? Yeah, we took $51 out of that $108. You shit me. I drove these people 18 miles. You took $51 from me for 18 miles. What kind of fee system is that? That's what they're going to do to people. Because if I knew that those people paid $108 when I was picking them up, I'd be $108 richer right now. Shit, I'd be 108 richer right now. I'm not going to sit there and let them play me like that. I wouldn't let them do that. That's why I'm thinking this cash shit's going to work. It's not. They didn't think it through. Oh, yeah, and that part too. Depositing loads of cash every day. And see, and that's the thing. When people are depositing that much money every day into banks and things like that, your bank's going to report all those transactions at some point, especially if they start exceeding a certain amount. If you don't start using banks and you don't deposit them into banks, you start going around paying for everything in cash. That's why I tell people, when you got money in your wallet, it burns a hole in it. You're going to be broker than ever because you're going to say, oh man, I got the money. Here, I'm going to go to Denny's and eat something. Here, I'm going to go over to Cold Stone. Here, your wallet going to be getting thinner and thinner as the week go by. End of the week, you're going to be ready to pay bills. All right, man, I got to pay some bills. You're going to open your wallet. $330. Man, I made like $1,000 this week. How the hell I got $330? Shit, man, I forgot I paid for this. I paid for that. I did this. I did that. Man. Yep, don't ever put that shit in your wallet. Don't ever put in your wallet. Exactly. What's good? What's good? Robert Martinez. What's up? What's up? All over the place. STL edition coming back in. Man. And that's, yeah, there you go. They'll report the whole amount and come tax time. They'll have to take 10% and leave you with a bill. Exactly. You be stuck with a bill at their own tax side. What up, Josh? Man. But it's one of those things, man, where this whole cash thing, the transparency is not there. And I think Uber's taking a playbook from what our government just did to everybody. That transparency is not there. Because if you tell people up front what the money is for, then we know what to expect. The deductions, we know to expect everything. How much we get paid, what money's going where, who gets what. We know what to expect. But when you play that game where you lack transparency, where you don't have transparency, you can play a lot of games around with people. And that's, like I said, that's what our government's been doing. That's what Uber's doing. Uber, to me, is a part of the government. And the fact that they're going for this cash crowd all of a sudden proves they're hurting for money right now. They're hurting for money. They're hurting for money. And I don't know how they're going to increase their customer base thinking, well, we're going to do this on a cash basis. It's going to increase our rider base, increase our gross bookings. It's going to increase cancel rates, in my opinion. People's cancel rates are going to go through the roof because if you walk up to me, like I said, with $75, and I find out last time I did a ride for $75, you end up hitting me for $40 in fees and only got $35 out of that. It won't happen again. This shit ain't happening again. I get another $75 ride, no transparency. I just made $75. I'm gonna cancel that shit. Woo, cancel. $75. Let's go. Let's go. No, exactly, Keith, man. Ain't nobody trying to make change. And that's what Uber said. If you don't get paid, the amount. Uber said this shit, if you get paid more, enter what you got paid. If you got paid more. So if the ride was 55 and the person says, well, I'm gonna give you 70 for the tip and everything. So now instead of putting in 55, we got to put in 70. This is how they steal your tips, like what DoorDash did. They start making your tips a part of your fares and everything. Because like I said, you don't know what fees you're getting. They weren't that transparent. So if you get a $15 tip, your fees just went up by $15. They gonna give you what it is. Oh yeah, man, that ride, you end up getting this much out of that ride. I would have got that much without a tip, man. What the hell? Yeah, it was a low fare ride, man. It was a high fee ride. Because they didn't tell nobody. And then they say if the person don't pay you enough, they're going to give you the money from Uber. So if, let's say somebody's trip was $65, and they showed up with 50. Uber saying, well, we're going to make up the difference. They won't make up the difference. It's going to be fees. They're going to say, well, that person really don't owe you nothing because the fees were this much and the fare was this much. So everything's good. You don't got to worry about nothing. So I'm not going to get nothing extra? Nope. But the person was supposed to pay $75. They end up paying $60. They $15 short. Oh, we covered that on the back end, on the fee end. It's covered in the fees. Don't worry about it. So I'm thinking I'm going to get, what if somebody shows up and don't pay at all? What if motherfucker show up and be like, hey, man, I just did a $50 ride. This dude got out and said, hey, man, I don't have no money on me. Uber said they'll take care of that. And just walk off. I'm not about to chase nobody down. I'm going to message Uber. Uber, you said you would take care of that. Dude just got a ride, $55. And oh, yeah, well, the fees on that ride was actually $45. So it will give you $10. $10, man, that route was almost 20 miles. And it was 50 cents a mile. That's what it was, 50 cents a mile. And what they gonna do? Bill that person later so they can, since you shorted the driver X amount of dollars, just pay us the fees. You pay us the fees, don't worry about the driver. We already gave the driver $10. For 20 miles, you gave me $10 for 20, 50 cents a mile. We told you we'll take care of you, man. The person didn't pay you nothing. So either you get nothing or you take this $10. What is it going to be? Like, nah. My last ride of the night was a test. It was one of those pre-tip rides. You had a pre-tip ride? What happened? What happened, Josh, man? With a pre-tip ride. See, and this is the thing. When somebody pre-tips, I wonder if you really got what they left. Because I'm one of those people that believes that when I get an $8 tip or a $9 tip, it probably really was anywhere between $10 and $20. And Uber just took a cut of it because they don't want to see somebody get paid that much. Okay. So the Lyft customer, did he tell you he was going to tip ahead of time? He told you, hey, I'm going to tip you ahead of time this much. And it really showed up. That amount actually showed up. Because I wonder if somebody told me, he said, you can adjust the tip after you get picked up. Oh, okay. So he can tip you $10, but he can adjust it. It shows on the offer screen. Oh, so it showed on the offer screen. So it showed that he was picking you up. He left a tip in there. Can he make it zero? Like after the ride, can he turn it to zero? Because I wonder if they can do that. They can like tip bait people. Yeah, man, I said a $10 tip. The driver showed up. So when the driver showed up, I took the $10 after he dropped me off. Tip baited him. It's like when they start tip baiting rides, this is gonna be crazy, man. Oh, okay, you can only adjust it upwards. All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. If you mess around and adjust that shit down, I'll be mad as hell. Yep. Rider refunds are about to go nuts with cash rides. I'm donating everything. And that's me, man. I'm one of those people that if riders start tip baiting or doing that, I'm going straight cash rides. I'm canceling everything. That shit happened to me one time when I dropped this lady off and it was a 10-cent tip. She clearly left $10, left me a 10-cent tip. I cash rolled the next one. I said, nope, I'm getting my money back. Nope. That's funny. So pre-tip means Uber can give you a lower fare thinking that's all we deserve. Exactly. You get pre-tipped on Uber, your fare just went down. You're like, yeah, you was gonna get $15 with a $5 tip to give you 20. Now you're just getting $15 at all. Because now your trip went down to $10 and they're gonna give you a $5. Yeah, exactly. It was like, man, it's what I was thinking. That's 100% what I was thinking. Oh yeah. And that's because that's what DoorDash did. DoorDash just got knocked for that. Letting people's tips become a part of the fare. They were making, like, let's say somebody tipped $7 and the food was like $3, so they should have got $10. They would make the order $7. It's like, what? The whole tip? They're like, yeah, we just made the order $7 for 3 miles, when it should have been like $10 for 3 miles. And people are like, oh yeah, man, I got $7 for 3 miles. I'm booming today. Actually, that $7 was a tip they put on that order. You should have got 10 for that. They screwed with you, man. They're gonna say, oh, they get a $10 tip. We're gonna pay 20. Let's give them 12. That's DoorDash right there all day. That's DoorDash all day. That game right there. Hold on, let me see something real quick. I'm gonna open up this screen over here. Let me see. Oh. Wait a minute. There was something in here. I was looking for something earlier. I was going to show you guys something earlier. Wait a minute. Is it in my history? Where's my history? Wait a minute. Let me click up here in history. Yep. Wait a minute. Yeah. It was a professor's channel. This is it right here. Hold up. This is what I was watching this earlier. Wait a minute. I'm gonna open up this screen over here. Let me turn this down some real quick. I'm trying to open up the professor's channel real quick. Hold up. All right. Let's see. Share screen. This one. This is it right here. I was looking at this earlier right here. This is it. Hold up.
Now knows that his or her city accepts cash. The driver's accepting cash. Guess what? Great target. So nothing is thought through in Uber land or Lyft land, right? And they say in a week, we'll be unlocking a new payment method for riders in your city and providing you with more ways to earn. Really. You can decide to opt out of cash trip offers at any time directly in preferences. So I would go directly to preferences and start off by opting
I would opt out.
Why do you want to take cash trips? Why would you want to take pets that ruin your vehicle? Why do you want to take teenagers that can potentially pose a massive problem, not just carjacking wise, but if there's an accusation made by a teenager,
you better have your dash cam. Have your dash cam.
You're not going to survive that. You're not going to get your account back. What you need to know about cash trips on Uber: only verified riders can pay cash at certain times of the day. So there's another stipulation here. Oh, only at certain times of the day. Can they pay cash at night? Probably not, because Uber knows that the safety issues start escalating at night. So, what is the cutoff point here? What time is it? 8 p.m.? No more cash. I mean, all these stupid made up.
See, and that right there, Just like Jim from Denver just said it. Uber thinks this is you think this is Uber's way to combat cash private rides. This will not work. Private drivers are winning the battle. Keep the full court press 300. Madness. And I believe that. Thing is, they know people are out here paying cash for rides, walking up to us at concerts. Hey man, $100, man. We just trying to get out of here, man. We'll give you $100. 4 of us, just take us to our hotel. You know, Uber and Lyft, they know this is really going on because they see the trend and the demand at concerts dwindling. They see people canceling rides. They see rides being, you know, not even showing up on their radar no more. They're like, dude, we're trying to get people to take people from these concerts, but nobody's doing it no more. Cash rides and private riders are standing up. Everybody out there is realizing they can get more money doing the exact same ride, doing the exact same level of service from this exact same rider if they just talk to the rider. They're realizing that. And so Uber and Lyft are seeing what's going on, and they're like, you know what, we're missing out. We're not capitalizing, and we can tell this rider here, well, already, I was supposed to give you cash anyways, because Uber said I was going to give you $55 cash. Yeah, give me $55 cash. Okay, well, I'm giving Uber $55 cash. Why do I give Uber $55 cash when I'm giving it to you $55 anyway? No matter what, you're getting the $55 cash, no matter what. Yeah, but on the app, you know, it's going to be 55 going to Uber, and they're going to take a big fee out of it. But if you just give it to me straight, there's no fees being taken out of it. Uber's trying to find a way to say it's going to be more secure to pay people cash and keep it on the app. If you give them cash, keep it on the app, and we can track it, and we can do this, and we can do that. And I'm like, so if Uber's going to try to come into the background, like I said, let me shut this down. If Uber's going to come into the background, and the first thing they're going to say is the only reason how we're going to make sure that your ride is safe is if you leave your ride on this app, give the driver the cash. That's fine. Give the driver the cash, but leave the ride on the app. Don't take it off the app. Leave it on the app. It's gonna confuse the hell out of so many people. So many people. Well, why am I gonna give you the $55 cash? But Uber told me to give you $55 cash. I'm finna give you the $55 cash. Yeah, but we're gonna take it off the app though, because I'm not gonna get the cash. Well, Uber's telling me to give you the cash. Yeah, but Uber's gonna take fees out of the cash. Well, I just want to leave it on the app. If I'm gonna give you $55 anyways, I'm just gonna leave it on the app. It's gonna confuse the hell out of people, man. And that's why I'll be like, nope. Tell you what we're gonna do. Uber's gonna try to have you do this cash ride shit. We're not doing that. We're not doing the cash ride thing. You could pay me. If you don't want to pay me, that's cool. I'll just cancel. You can get you another driver. Try the shit with them. But I'm gonna tell you, 9 times out of 10, drivers are done being taken advantage of. And it's like, man, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Only a matter of time before we start figuring out Uber's gonna discontinue that program. It was like, nope. Sound like Alvin a Chipmunk on playback speed of 2.0, but it works. That's funny shit. That's funny shit. It's like, hey, start a nonprofit. That's how you do it, man. I'll do it. That's it, Jim, man. Tell them, get the fuck out. My car. Like, nope, you can just ride with somebody else. I don't have time to play games with y'all. I don't have time to play. And this week, like I said, we got some big events coming up in Arizona. We got Bike Week coming up pretty soon, man. We got some major stuff coming up. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of new plans Uber Lyft's got going on out there. I know Uber, Lyft Black is not paying right now. Uber XL and Lyft Black pay about the same rates. So if you get a ride, let's say for $20 on Uber XL, Lyft Black is going to pay you the same $20 for that. Lyft Black used to pay more than XL. XL used to pay, let's say 20. Uber Black would pay you probably about 28, 29, somewhere in that area. No more. They've dropped it all the way down to where Lyft Black is not paying shit right now. They're not. I'm seeing like $11 Lyft Black rides. Who gets in a black luxury car? Because that's all they got on the black tier is black luxury cars and SUVs. So who gets on a black luxury tier? You're getting an $11 ride. Now, when you look in the app, they're charging $26, $27 for these rides. So they're charging $26, $27, paying the driver $11. That lets you know they're really hurting for cash right now. really hurting for cash right now. Oh, I got some Lyft Blacks that ain't even $2 a mile. Man, serious Black. I see rides in there less than $2 a mile. I'm gonna see what my last Lyft Black was. I'm gonna see something. Let's see. There's got to be something here I can see. Day. Let's go to day. Let's see something. 6, 7. Okay, here's the Black. This one was 1644. Well, this one was 3.48 miles. This was what, at 11 at night? 3.4 miles for 1644. But the person paid $12. Why did I get paid so much? What the hell happened? What the hell just happened? They won't even show me. It won't show past base earnings. I think I had a surge with it. That's what it was. I had a surge with that one because it was 1.6 miles is all they were going. I think it was a surge stuck on my phone back then. Let me go. That's a Black ride. That's an Excel. Where's another Black ride? Let me find a Black ride. Where's a Black ride there? Maybe march the next one up. Let's see something. Yep, here's a Black ride, $24. Okay, let me look at this one, see where this was. Nope, because that one they paid $25.80 and I got $24.62 for about 10 miles. So about $2.40 I got for that one, $2.40. Where did I go with that one? Did I go to the airport? No, I picked somebody up in Tempe and I took them to Scottsdale. I remember that one. So about $2.40 a mile. That was the other night. It was like 20 minutes, $24. And that was like during an event. It was during an event. So I should have got paid more than that. It was during an event. And it was like, they were like, man, where's all the, it was at the Marquee right on Curry and Mill Avenue. They had a big concert letting out. So that's why even that price they paid, I don't believe it. Because it was surging over there. But because I had it on Black, I didn't get any surge. But it was surge. So these people were all paying top dollar for rides out of there. I was on Black. Does any, and as you know, the cab rates are sedan? I wonder what they are. Wait, Faye Lives says, hey, good evening, Jeff. This is crazy, cash rides. My cousin said she will not stop cash rides. She only works days. What? She said she won't accept cash rides? Shh, please. That's where the real money's at. What does she mean she won't accept cash rides? That's where the money's at. But the way that I work, if somebody's walking up to me with cash, I don't want to do the cash ride. I'm not going to let Uber and Lyft do the cash ride through me and then take the fees out of me later. They're not saying something in the fine print. Until I see the fine print, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. But I just did this morning. Well, last week I picked this guy up on Lyft. I picked him up on Lyft. So I get him from the mall and I drop him off at Arizona Mills, drop him off at AZ Grand. I think it was like $12 for like 2 miles, $12, not a problem. I was headed back this way anyways. I gave him my card. This morning was when I did his exit airport ride. So I told him, I said, well, $30. $30 is fair. And he was like, all right, cool. So I got up early, got him to the airport, $30. Then he gave me a $20 cash tip. He says, well, here's $20 for the bottled water. He said, the service, you got amazing, great service, bottled water. You got up early in the morning. You were early and everything, man. I just truly appreciate it. Definitely when I come back to Phoenix, I'm going to call you. So I got $50 for that ride, cash ride, a $50 cash ride. That was probably for about 5-6 miles. Those are the only ways you're going to get money like that. You can't do things like that on Uber and Lyft. You're not going to be getting $10 a mile on Uber and Lyft. You're not getting it. So tell your cousin or your friend or whatever, if she don't go out there and she says she's not doing cash rides, she's missing out on a huge opportunity. She's missing out on a huge to get money and to stack it. So if you don't get money and you don't stack it, the day a repair pops up, you're gonna be like, well, I can't afford this repair. It's a $760 repair. Had you did cash rides all year, you should have $760 worth of cash ride money saved up somewhere. You should be good. Yep, that's what I'll say. It's an advantage for drivers just cancel and do the cash ride. Just cancel, especially if it's not paying right. Because I showed earlier, this lady, she had it was a 94-mile ride all up to Cottonwood. They offered her $47 for a 94-mile ride. 50 cents a mile, basically. 50 cents a mile. I would hit it for $200. I would have been like, I'm going to cancel this and I'll do it for $200. We'll call it good. But there's no way I'll do that ride for $47 all the way to Cottonwood and back. $47. That's not even gas in my car there and back. Not even happening. Nope. So Uber wants to be hum now. Is that what I'm understanding about Uber telling drivers they can take cash now? Exactly. And I'm going to tell y'all something. This is what's funny about the mic drop. And y'all know I advertise this channel all over the world. So when people are seeing y'all name, people are talking to you guys, people hear us, see us on the camera and everything, they're seeing you in other countries because this channel is in other languages. And I'm working right now with somebody to help me with the AI. So my actual voice coming out will be in that language. It's an expensive program, but I think it's going to be worth it. But we're expanding. And this channel is, when I was looking on the thing in Google, it was top 3 on the Google search for the what people are talking about. Because usually I go to what people are talking about and you come up with the latest information, like what people are talking about. So you go to the bottom. Usually when you go to Google and you look at all the links are just done by SEO. That's it. Search engine optimization. You can find a link from 2 years ago, 6 years ago, no matter what. All of that stuff's old. But when you go to what people are talking about at the very bottom, that's all the recent stuff. It's products, prices, service, ads, videos, whatever. So I always go to what people are talking about. Y'all saw my video that I just did. I was in 3rd place. One of my videos was in 3rd place on what people are talking about, behind 2 videos on Indian Twitter. And then after that, Indian Reddit and other Indian Twitter. Now, if you don't know what Indian Twitter is the 3rd largest behind United States and Japan. Uber's not in Japan. So we're technically Uber. You got United States and you got Indian Twitter. Japan really don't count because they're doing their own thing. So you've got United States and Indian Twitter. Indian Twitter is a bunch of computer engineers, SEO marketing experts. They're a bunch of people who do, they work for customer service for Uber and Lyft and everything. So for my video to basically be in 3rd place on Indian Twitter, and I'm in America. So my channels are showing up in places around the world where computer engineers, customer service, all of these people who work in the industry are watching our channel to learn what to do. Because I shouldn't be that high in the algorithm for Indian Twitter. I shouldn't be that high in the algorithm unless they're watching this channel, unless they're learning how to set their code, set their programs, learning the moves that we're making and stuff like that. It's kind of like you being in New York and you being a journalist in New York, but all your articles, like it's some articles about California popping up and all your articles in the California stuff. And people are like, wait a minute, you're not even in California. How are all your articles? Your articles are so good, they're appearing in the California media. Like we're seeing you in California media. You're not even in California. It's kind of like, how are you ending up on Indian Reddit? How are you ending up on Indian Twitter? How are you doing that? Because the people who are programmers, the people who are researching how these apps work, how gigs works, algorithms, customer service, drivers, contractors. We talk about so much of that in these videos. This channel is popping up all over the world in places where people are doing stuff like this. And so it kind of makes me proud that we can hang with the big dogs, man. We're a small channel. We're a very small channel, but I think we can hang with the big dogs. We've been ahead in a lot of things we've said. We've been ahead. People are following what we're doing. They're following what we do. When we started talking about ride service, everybody started calling their shit ride service, especially Uber and Lyft. When we started moving towards private rides, a professional, what do? They start doing it too. Everybody's following what we do. We're doing cash rides. We're doing this and that. What are they doing? The same thing. And they've been doing cash rides, taxi. They've been doing Uber taxi since 2023. Now, I started driving in 2019. I was doing Jeep cash rides in 2020. I started doing Jeep cash rides in 2020. They started doing taxi rides, cash rides in 2023. So 2023, 3 years after I was already posting videos on here of me doing cash rides in my Jeep and everything, they were starting to follow suit. They were seeing that people were really, really receptive to paying cash to a driver. They were really receptive when we started talking about doing Venmo, Cash App. What happened? They started talking about Uber's teaming up with Venmo. Uber's teaming up with Cash App. That's why they started putting that. Lyft is teaming up with Cash App, Uber and Venmo. Man, they started talking about it because they're listening to how we're moving in this industry to do. Just don't kick yourself. You're a big dog, pit bull. That is. No, man. We're a small dog, man. We're a small dog in a big yard. But just to see how we're popping up and certain places around the internet, it's amazing, man. It's amazing because there's a lot of content creators out there, a lot. There's a lot of content out there, a lot. So for the barbecue to pop up and appear in these little small areas, especially where there's engineers that are doing this, to appear in a country where there's nothing but engineers. To me, that's like, man, that's what's up. That's what's up. We actually making a move somewhere because they're going to notice us and they're going to see us coming. And I've always said they're going to see us coming because the way we operate, the way we move, the way we get money, they're going to see us coming. The Uber think we're in the 80s with those cash rides. Man, hey, this is how I operate. Sometimes I jump out of the car. Shit, I got number 20s. I'll go to the store, pay for something in cash. I'm like, dude, it's been a long time. Especially when I first started driving Uber and Lyft and I didn't understand how the game worked. I would have to go to the bank sometimes or I have to use tips. Now, I don't have to go to the bank or use tips. I always got cash. I'm filling envelopes with cash. I'm like, man, let me put this cash in this envelope. Let me put this cash in this envelope. It went from me, living off the tips, making sure I can get a soda because I got $5. Let me go get me a Sprite real quick. I got $5. Let me go get me an energy drink. I got $5. It went from that to saying, man, I don't even got to work today, dude. I done made so much in cash and cash tips and everything. Man. So everyone's watching from tonight, Ohio. JD Vance. Where's everyone watching from tonight? What's going on tonight? What's everybody looking at? See, I think that just made it funny. Where's time to wake up? It's trying to come up with a better one to market, Jeff. We did 300. Yeah, exactly. We trying, man. Jim said, don't kid yourself, Jeff. You're a big dog out there. That's a pit bull, big dog. Yeah, right. No, you're not Chihuahua, brother. You're a pit bull. That's why Uber Lyft are listening to us. Well, they know. And the one thing is that this channel has always been bold. We've been very bold. And even when there's other channels and other people who have come on my channel telling me, tame it down. You're going to get deactivated. Stop telling them what you're doing. You're going to get deactivated. You ain't going to be on Uber Lyft. I've been driving since 2019. Both of my apps are active. Still active. I could jump on right now if I wanted to. Both of them are still active. So for all the people out there who have said everything they've said, they have been waiting. It's 2025. They have been waiting and praying for me to get kicked off because of my mouth, because of this channel. They've been praying to use me as an example of what not to do in rideshare to get paid right, of what not to do to get money. And all we've done is gotten money. All we've done is gotten paid right. So yet these people, you don't see them pop up on the channel no more. I used to get so many haters on the channel like crazy when I first started because they had never seen a channel like this. A channel that would sit up there and say something and go out in the streets and really do it and come back and show y'all the reality of it. I didn't have to fluff anybody, no flair, no bullshit. I always came with the real. They weren't used to seeing that. They were used to seeing people using glitches just to make money. They would use a glitch to make all the money and say, hey, look at all the money I got. But they wouldn't tell you they was using a glitch the whole time. They would fuck with it. Oh, we're professional at this. Look at how much I can make in 2 days. Look at how much I can make in 3 days. But they weren't telling y'all they were using a glitch the whole time. See, I never had to do that shit. I never had to do that. Never. When I started this channel, I said, this is how we're going to Harriet Tubman. There's things that we're going to do on this channel, but I want to tell everybody how to do it. So we would email people how to do it, and we'd all be making money. It wasn't just me making money because I'm using a glitch. I was telling everybody how to do it. And that was the difference with this channel. I was willing to see other people paid when some creators were saying, I want people to think I'm so good at this that they come and watch my channel. I want them to think I'm so amazing at this. I want them to come watch my channel. I would say, you want to learn how to do this? Come watch my channel, and I'm going to tell you how to do it. Some people would brag. They would just brag about how they did it. Oh, I'm jamming. I'm making all of this money. I'm making so much. I don't know how I do it. I don't tell y'all the ins and outs. I just do it like this, and I'm doing it. But you ask, what are the details? How do you do it? Oh, don't worry about how I do it. Just get out there and do it. But they'd be lying the whole time. This was one channel that says, I want drivers to get money. If I can get money out here, let me tell you exactly how I'm doing it. Harriet Tubman, Paw Patrol, This is what I'm doing. Private rides. Get your business cards together. This is how we was doing it. Customer service. Take deposits on rides so people can't back out. When they back out, you know, and they don't pay you, you got a deposit. We was always telling people how to make money on this channel. We never had to back away from it. And Uber and Lyft, watch this channel. They say these people are real contractors, man. They don't even act like employees. They ain't even scared of us, man. These are contractors with their own cars. They not even scared of us, bro. We trying to scare people. We sending notifications. One more account, or you're going to be deactivated. I'm like, you can retaliate against me if you want to. I mean, it's against your own TOS. It's your own TOS. If you retaliate against me for canceling, that's your TOS, and I can cancel any route I want. I can decline any route I want. You're violating your own TOS. So it's like, what do I got to be scared of? I read the terms of service. I don't have nothing to be scared of. You told me everything I can do, so I'm doing it. And now you're trying to tell me, oh, you can collect cash. But you told me before all payments had to go through the app for a TNC company. You told me that before. Now you're saying, oh, you can accept cash. We know it because we've been doing it. You ain't telling us nothing new. we doing this already. We've been doing this already. You're not telling us nothing new. You just late to the game. Uber and Lyft is late to the game. All these people are out there accepting cash, getting $100 bills, $50 bills, getting all this money, and we ain't getting no parts of this. Shit. Why don't we just tell them you can take cash? You ain't got to tell me we can take cash. We've been taking cash. You late to the party. You late. You could have been doing this. So now they want to come around. Hey, guys, you know, we could send riders to your car and they could pay you in cash. No shit. Like we ain't already been doing that already. No, yeah, they could pay you in cash, like right in your hand. No shit. It's like, man, it's the same thing here. Average permanent status, man. And we'll be like, damn, they taking cash. Hey, we out here to get paid. When I pull up to the gas pump, I gotta fill this thing up. Uber ain't gonna fill it up. Lyft ain't gonna fill it up. I gotta do it. So I need to get the cash, and I'm not gonna drive all night for $15 an hour, $20 an hour, when I can use $7, $8 an hour in fuel. I could run through $7, $8 an hour in just fuel. So if I'm using $8 an hour in fuel in my car and I'm getting paid $15 an hour, that means I'm making $7 an hour. Gross profit is $7. I don't even talk about my net profit. Just my gross profit is $7 an hour right there. If you're giving me $15 an hour, if you pay me $20 an hour, guess what? $8 of that is fuel. I'm making $12 an hour gross profit. I don't even talk about the net profit. So no. If I'm gonna go out here and get money, if I want to 10x my money and I'm thinking I'm spending $8 an hour in fuel, that means I need to make $80 an hour minimum. If I'm spending $7 in fuel, I need to be making $70. If I'm spending $2.50, I need to be making $25 an hour. So whatever I make in fuel that hour, whatever I spend in fuel that hour, I need to 10x that fuel that hour. Now I spent, $5 in fuel that hour. Then I need to make $50 that hour. I only spent $5 in fuel. So your hour's gonna fluctuate. You might make 50, you might make 80, you might make 100, you might drop down to 45, whatever. Always look at how much about average fuel did I use in that hour. About 2 gallons. How much did I pay for that? $4 a gallon. Okay, about $8 then. Did I make $8 that hour? Shit, I made 65. I'm $15 in the hole right now. I'm $15 in the hole. So now I got to do a cash ride. Like I said, this morning, I picked up somebody from the Arizona Grand, got him to the hotel, $50. So I was up $50 for about 5-6 miles. I'm up $50, 5-6 miles, and I'm getting 24 miles a gallon. So therefore, I probably used about, 4 divided by 8, 32 cents, something like that. Maybe I used about between 32 cents and maybe 50 cents in fuel this morning. But I made $50. Now I could have used $5 of fuel, which is a whole tank of gas, which means I could have went 24 miles. I didn't go 24 miles, only went 5 or 6. So you divide that 4 by 4, $1. So I used $1 in gas to make $50 this morning. So I'm good right now. I'm good. I'm up. But that's going to have to eat into the hours where I'm not up, where I'm spending $6 in gas, but I only made $55 an hour. Or I'm spending $7 in gas, but only made $60 an hour. You gotta have some big hours because you want to average that shit out. When I stop this truck at night, I want to make sure I went 100 miles. That's it. 100 miles is all I want to drive tonight. 100 miles. but I need about anywhere between $300 and $400 with that. If I can get between $300 and $400, that's $3 to $4 a mile. Not bad. $3 to $4 a mile, I'm cool with that. When you start dipping into the $1.50 a mile, I'm using too much fuel. I'm not 10x amount. I'm using too much fuel to get it done. So people got to realize, man, do your little small analysis, do your small calculations throughout your day. And that keeps you focused and it keeps you on target and it keeps you from being a pigeon. Because once you start falling down into that pigeon range, you're like, oh man, now you're getting desperate because your bank account's dropping and you're like, I need to put money in the bank account. So you start doing anything it takes just to put money back in. That means taking pigeon rides. Because I got that top shelf eggs. I got them top shelf eggs. You know, you want these free range local eggs. There you go. If and when everyone gets their 5K, go to get stocked up on food, water, and survival supplies. Be prepared for whatever happens and pray for our president and the entire country. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's the thing right there. Go get your eggs from Manny. Manny's got the eggs. He's got baskets of eggs, man. Baskets of eggs. So if you're not in this country legally, they have created an app for those to declare their intentions of business in the USA. Did you see that app, Jeff? They have an app for everything. No, I didn't see that app. I didn't see it. And dealerships are passing out loans for cars, leases because the inventory is not selling. On today, man, I saw a truck just like mine. I think James sent us a truck. I bought my truck 80,000 miles. I bought it last year. 80,000 miles, Ford Expedition Max, 33 grand out the door. So it was like 26, 27, 28, something like that. It was 33 out the door. Cool. Now it was 29, 33 out the door. Perfect. No problem. 80,000 miles on it. 2019. There's right now a 2020. I think it's a 2020. And it's got either a 2020 or a 2022. I don't even remember. But it's got 44,000 miles on it. 44,000. 44,000. Being sold for about 24, 25 grand or something weird like that. Some low ass dollar amount, super low dollar. And it's only got 40, exact same truck as mine. Exact same truck as mine. Exact same truck. Half the miles selling for less than what I bought mine for. That's crazy. They're giving away these expeditions, man. They're giving them, and it's exact same. Black leather interior is just a newer version. It's like a 2020 or a 2022, something like that. And I'm sitting there like, wow, had I waited a year, there it is right there. So 2020, 44,000 miles, $32,000. And it's the max. It's the big max. So this truck got half the miles. About, it's just because, like I said, I bought mine last year as a 19. This year it's a 20. So it's about the same age-wise, but 32 grand. Now, I'll pay, 29 for mine. 29, 33 out the door. This is 32. You could probably talk them down to 29, get it out the door for 33. For half the miles. Half the miles. I'm already at, 101,000 on mine now? Something like that, 101,000. So if I was like, not really smart, but if I would have waited till this year, I would have had a truck with half the miles on it right now with the exact same price. Exact same price with half the miles. I'm at 100,000 miles right now. This is at 32,000. Man, I'm like, dude, I could go sell my truck and buy that one. Start all the way back over again. I'm just kidding. Like, man. No, but if anything goes wrong with mine, there's engines on eBay and stuff like that. I could buy an engine out there, 15, 20,000 miles. I could buy an engine for like 4 or 5 grand. So I can get an engine 4 or 5 grand, have it shipped to the house, drop it in. So my truck can start all the way back over again for like $4,000 or $5,000. Now the dash would say how many miles was on it, unless I got the gauges and everything. But the dash would say exactly what it was. The ECU and everything would say what it is. But the engine will be a brand new. I just have to write down somewhere, replace my engine at 200,000 with the engine that had 15,000 on it. So I'll be starting all the way back over 6 grand instead of going spending $33,000 for it. It was like, man. You ever see the Expedition from Copart 12 to 15? And see, that's the thing. I would only want the engine and transmission. I don't want the trucks. Just give me the engine and transmission. The trucks are what they're going to be. You can get body work done. You can get paint done. You can get it wrapped. The body's going to be the body. My whole thing is I just want the engine and transmission. I don't know how much you going to sell me that for. So it's like, you give me the engine and the transmission. Cool, let's do it. I'll have it shipped to my house on a crate, drop. When my engine blows, I'll pop the front clip off, drop a new engine transmission in, start over like it's a brand new truck. Won't even worry about it. I'm not buying a whole nother truck again. No. It's like, I'll just replace the engine, transmission, call it good. So yeah, the market has gotten soft on used and new. Honestly, with a percent and money back from manufacturers, maybe cheaper to buy than used. Yeah, they got a lot of deals out there right now, especially with the 0% financing. A lot of people are giving 0% financing, which is just like cash. So if you get 0% financing and you just grind it out, you could probably pay off that truck a whole lot faster than what the lease term. If they say 60 months, you probably pay off that truck in like maybe 30, half time, because you ain't paying no interest. It's all principal, and you just eating away at that principal at every payment. So 0% interest comes in handy, man. Comes in handy. Oh yeah, that's what I do. 60 count eggs. I do, and I paid about $30. I remember there was a time when I was paying $9 for 60 count eggs, $9. But what I'm about to do now is, like I said, I'm gonna start going through Manny, and there's another lady on Facebook that's supposed to get me an egg processor, a person who's had like their own chickens and shit, because I don't want to eat processed eggs no more. This is the way I think about it. I would rather pay Manny $30 for the 60 eggs or whatever it costs. Like I said, I paid the store $30 for 60 eggs. I'd rather give Manny the $30 for the 60 eggs. And I'd give him the 30 for it, but it would be healthier. So I wouldn't even be going to the hospital anyways. Eating this shit from the store is you end up in the hospital. You're going to pay for it somehow. Either the hospital or you're going to pay for it up front. I'd rather pay for it up front by eating healthier food. I'll pay for it up front by eating healthier food. You're going to pay for it on the back end by going to the hospital and having medications and shit you got to take. It's like, just sell me the regular eggs. I'll give you $30 for 60. I don't even care. They're healthier. I'd rather do that than pay for like medicine. It's like, yeah. What, a new transmitter for $6,500? Man. Okay, cool. Yeah, man. I'll tell you, man. This is what kind of shit is Manny feeding these chickens? $20 for 15 to 40 eggs. I'm telling you, man. Hey, I'll do it, man. I'll come over there and drop you $20 real quick. Like, hey, here, whatever, man. Because I'd rather give you the money than give it to the store. I don't care. And your eggs are like better. So it's like, why would I care about the egg price when I'm getting a much better product? And that's why I tell people, in rideshare and in ride service, do not worry about the price. People want to pay us. Stop worrying about the price. This morning, this dude could have got a ride. I'm gonna show you right here. This is how crazy it is. This morning, screenshots. This is where I picked the guy up from this morning. This is where I picked him up from. Now remember, this is on Uber. I already had him as a private ride, but I was at my house and this ride came through, which is exactly where this guy was. This is how much Uber X was going to pay me for 1.4 miles away for a 6.9 mile trip. So 7 miles to get to the airport. This is how much they were going to pay me. $7.11. This is from my house to pick him up was 1.4 miles, then 7 miles. So that was 9 miles, about 9 miles, $7.11. I had just did that ride on private and I told the guy $30. He gave me 30 and then he gave me 20 when we got to the airport. So $50 instead of $7.11, the exact same ride. And I was in the same position at my house, down to the hotel, pick him up, take him up to the airport. Exact same ride, the exact same ride. I got it for 50. I did it for 50. Do not worry about price. When your service is worth it, that's all you care about. You think I was going to look at Uber and say, well, since Uber only doing $7.11, I'll do it for 15. I'll do it for 15. No, I'm not worried about what Uber charges. I don't care. My service is way better than what Uber would have had show up. And the dude was so happy, he gave me $20. I had the music playing. We had great conversation. His wife was an accountant. We talked about accounting. We talked about life. My son went to school to be a mechanical engineer. His daughter went to school to be a mechanical engineer, which is odd because two parents who are accountants got kids that are going to school to become mechanical engineers. I didn't tell him $15, even though I knew Uber only pays like $9-10 for these rides. I didn't tell him, oh man, I'll do it for like 15 since that's what Uber. No, I think riding this big black truck up to the airport, clean, pristine. I'm dressed up. I get out. Now I got a different shirt on right now, but I got my slacks on. So I still got my slacks on from this morning. I just got to go put my dress shirt back on, but I want my t-shirt. So I still got my slacks and my dress shoes. And this is my new dress shoes right here. I had to break out the good ones. Check this out. These are my nice ones right here. Yeah. Those are my nice browns right here. My fancy browns. See, look at that. Those are my old R. Kelly two-step shoes. 1 step, 2 step. Those are my R. Kelly two-step. When you see a motherfucker wearing brown shoes, those must be some two-stepping shoes, motherfucker. You old school when you got brown shoes on. 1 step, 2 step, party to the left. 1 step, 2 step, party to the left. No, but that's the thing. I was telling this dude, $30. He ended up giving me 50. He ended up giving me 50, man. Give me 50. Uber would have paid me $7.11. Same dude, the same exact place. I'm like, man. What kind of shoes are those? I think these are Rockports. These are my Rockport right here. Wait a minute. Yep, these are Rockports. I know I got some, and they're super comfortable, man. These are Rockports, man. I like them. Because damn, you really elevating and elegant. And see, the funny thing is, I've had these shoes for a while. I just never wear them. I got like probably 3 pair of dress shoes in there. 2 pair of Rockports. The other one I got from Walmart. The Walmart ones feel like real super comfortable, though. Honestly, they feel real comfortable. These, I think I got these from the Rockport store. Let me see. This is old school shit right here. See, look. I was trying to show you how the front of them, how they like at the front, they're like squared off at the front, because I like square front shoes, not pointy front shoes. So it's like, man. So what about them ties? I only do ties in races. Like if I come in first place and you come in first place with me, we tied. That's a tie to me. Look, that's a tie. That's a tie. Oh, I'm gonna get some cowboy boots, man. Let's get some cowboy boots. No, but and that's the thing. That's why I tell people, stop worrying about prices, man. Stop worrying about these people being scared. Oh, what is Uber paying? 7? I tell you what, man, I'll do it for 15 because Uber's too. No. What do you feel? Because to me, I felt like $30. I felt like $30. I didn't know Uber was paying $7 for that shit. I know they was paying really low because I see it coming through my phone all the time. I'll be sitting at home, Uber be like, $9 to Terminal 4. I'm like, man, I'm not going to Arizona Grand and $12 XL Terminal 4. I'm not doing $12 XL That's like a carload of people for $12. So I told the dude, I was like, $30. He said, all right, can you come pick me up Tuesday? I said, I'll come pick you up Tuesday. $30. $30 is fair. All right, bet. Motherfucker gave me $50. $50. Man, thank you for getting up so early today, man. Appreciate that, man. Hey, thank you for I had ice cold water from them. Man, I got you some ice cold water, kind of wake you up, because that ice cold water hit you in the chest. That shit wakes you up a little bit. Man, he was, oh man, thanks. The conversation was great. The music was, I was playing some Spanish guitar music the whole time we cruised and listened to Spanish guitar, making it feel like he was on vacation. You're in Arizona. You will hear Spanish guitar in Arizona. You don't hear what you hear, like maybe in your city where you from, you don't hear Spanish music. Out here, we play mariachi music. We play Spanish guitar music. My neighborhood is like mariachi music fucking capital. I tell people, man, where I live, people pay thousands of dollars to go on vacations like this. Thousands. I leave my house, mariachi music playing, food trucks around the corner. Everybody's playing soccer. They call it football. Everybody playing football down the street. People pay thousands of dollars to go on vacation to places like where I live. So when people come here, I play the music of where I live. And they feel like they're in Arizona. They feel like, oh shit, I like this. Carousel number 5. I know. So they come here and they enjoy it. They like the music, like the vibe. They got the palm trees. They got the Spanish guitar. Shit playing and shit. Man. And all of a sudden it's like, here's $20. Here's $20. Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And it's like, I don't ask for tips. People offer them. I set my prices so high, you don't have to tip me. And that's how I've always been. If I said I'll charge you $15 on that ride, that's probably me offering $15, expecting a $15 tip. Why don't I just set my price to what I think is fair? For me to get up early, clean the truck off, throw some ice cold water in the truck for you. You're the only person to super clean it. Get there early. Make sure you get to the airport on time. Cruise, have some good music playing, great conversation or whatever. $30 experience. Better than you having somebody show up who probably at the end of their night driving don't want to fucking be driving. They're mad. Their car's smoking out the back. The seats like all sweaty and shit from driving people all night. The radio probably don't work. The dash is too so bright it's like blinding you and shit like that because they don't got the dimmer on the dashboard. I mean, you don't know what you're getting with some of these cars. Cracked windshield and shit. The dude got to open the door from the outside because the inside don't work. So he's getting out the driver's door, you know, putting his hand out the fucking window like this, like, let me get out real quick. Like, you don't know what the hell you getting. So it's like, with me, everything's clean and pristine. It's all clean. Dude was like, $20 tip on top of that. Bam. It was a great morning. Great way to start the day, man. Great way to start the day. Cool. That's what's up. That's what's up. Was that Apache Junction, Queen Creek, Santan, Mesa, Banjo, Backwoods, Country, Rednecks? Man. Now I tell people, play whatever you want to play in the car. Make them feel like they're on vacation, man. Make them feel like they're on vacation. When I'm picking up the younger kids, I always play like Drake. They all love Drake. I don't know what it is about the young generation of Drake. That's cool. I'm a Kendrick fan. They like Drake. So I'll play Drake. We roll up playing Drake, Headliners or whatever the hell them songs is. We cruise around playing 21 Savage. We play Young Thug or whatever the hell. They love that shit. And I always get tips, man. They love it. But that's what you do. You make sure that you set your price how you set your vibe. If you got a low vibe, set a low price. I got a high vibe. I have high energy. I set my price high because I know what it's worth. I don't look at Uber. I don't look at Lyft. I don't take the phone up going, I don't know what to charge you. Let me see what I'm going to charge you. No, sometimes I send people the charges and say, hey, look at how much you're saving. Or I'm paying the same amount, charging the same amount Uber. I never base my price on it. I'll tell them after the fact, oh, yeah, I'll charge you how much? Like 140? Oh, yeah, because Uber's charging, 132. 140 is about fair. Yeah, 140 is fair. It's like, yeah, I'm a little high. I said 140. I'm a little high. But Uber's charging 132. I mean, I'm in the same ballpark. But you know me. You're getting a great driver for exactly what you've been Uber, and you wouldn't know what you was getting. Difference is Uber's going to pay me instead of 132. Uber's going to pay me like 55 or 60. I'm just saying 140. And you okay with the 140? Like, and I'm just letting you know, I'm not ripping you off. You're in the same ballpark. You're only $8 higher. That's it. But you was going to tip me $10, $20 anyway. So you're really saving money. So in the end, you're winning. You're winning. And that's how you got to price it, man. Price it how you feel. Price it how you feel. So I don't play none with the words young or thug or little or that's funny shit. So I don't play none with young or thug or little or name in the name. That's real shit. That's real shit. It's like I'll be in my car just blasting my music, hanging out. As soon as the kids get in, hey, you got some little wee. Like, motherfucker, yeah, a new rapper came out, Lil PP. Like, shit, okay. Like, let me find him, man. Let me look in the search box. Let me see it. Lil PP. Yeah, Lil PP rap with Lil Boo Boo. Motherfucker, okay, whatever. Let me find him. Like, you old nasty ass rappers and shit. It's Lil PP, Lil Boo Boo, and Lil Titty. All of them rap together. It's like, all right, whatever, motherfucker. All these weird ass rap names. And it's like me, they get in my car, I'm playing Jesse Cook. I'm playing some motherfucking, D Nice. I'll play some D Nice. Hell yeah, I'll play that. Some suckers and you don't know how to do it. Uh-oh. It's raining in North Phoenix. A big, huge thunder just came out, scared the hell out of me. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, it's dark out there, bro. It's dark. Oh, shit. It's 6:30 and it's like almost nighttime out here. Oh, it rained already. Oh, shit, it rained. I just washed my car. I washed my car. I put the cover on it. I made sure I put the water bucket to hold it, and the cover blew off my car. The water bucket's holding it behind the car. I had to wash my car. I just washed my car, and I put the cover on it to make sure I didn't have to wash it again in case it rained or something like that. So the fucking cover blew off. I gotta do this shit all over again, man. Dang. So since my rappers are High Reds and Jimmy Levy, I stopped listening to rap in 2010, Jeff. Greg just woke up one day and said, I'm gonna quit rap cold turkey. Hey, Greg, that's your new name, MC Cold Turkey. That's your rap name, MC Cold Turkey. So I quit listening to rap in 2010. What up, Greg? MC Cold Turkey. That's my man right there, coming out of the capital city. That's MC GREG. Cold Turkey. What's good? He said, I just quit in 2010. I just woke up one day and said, you know what? I'm not listening to rap no more. Fucking Cold Turkey. That's my man, MC Cold Turkey. What's good? Hey, we got a rapper in the group, y'all. Everybody give it up. Everybody give it to my man. Hey, that's Greg right there, MC Cold Turkey. He said, little people, he sounds better. That's funny shit. This motherfucker just said he woke up one day, just quit listening to rap. I just quit in 2010. This is the last rap I'm ever gonna listen to. Damn it, I'm quitting Cold Turkey. This motherfucker, he go to rap memes. I'm Rappers Anonymous. RA, Rappers Anonymous. Yeah, my name's Greg. Hi, Greg. 2010 was the last time I ever listened to rap. Yeah, I haven't relapsed since. Yeah, baby, stay strong, Greg. Stay strong, brother. Yeah, man, I ain't listening to none of that shit. Little PP, little wee wee, all these. I don't listen to none of that shit. I quit. Yeah. I go by the name MC Cold Turkey. I just quit that shit one day. I'm done. All this mumble rapping. I'm done with all this mumble rapping. Greg, you wild, bro. You wild. I don't even know. How do you remember that? What was the last rap you listened to? Well, it was Rexin Effect. All I want to do is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Shake, shake your rump. That was the last rap you ever listened to. And after he said, I'm tired of this shit. I'm not shaking my rump. I'm over it. I'm quitting Cold Turkey. Hold up. Wait a minute. That's just funny as hell. Oh, damn. Where are you at the airport? Wait a minute. Hold up. Where are you at the airport? You at the airport or a hospital or something like that, man? What the hell? What the hell? That's where you at right there. Sitting there. Rain all over the windshield and shit like that, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the thing, man. I'm gonna be out there. I'm waiting for the MD BBQ CD. My car. I know, that's funny. My car. Oh, you in North Phoenix? That's what's up. All right. Say no Young Thug, no Lil Baby, no PP. None of them, my brother. He said, I'm done. I'm over this shit. I'm done. That's good. Oh, Thunderbird and 51. It's thundering because you own Thunderbird. Duh. Motherfucker, you should already know that. Whenever you own Thunderbird, it's gonna thunder. Motherfucker, when you on Bell Road, you hear bells ring, motherfucker. Duh. When you on baseline, you start freebasing. Duh. Where you at? I'm on baseline. Oh, he's freebasing. I'm on Bell Road. I hear bells ringing. Motherfucker, you on Bell Road. Duh. I just heard some thunder. That shit was scary. Hold up. Man, you gotta be kidding me. Man, that shit rained all over my car. Man. Y'all listen to Lil Wayne. I was just listening to Lil Wayne the other night too, man. Yeah, Lil Wayne, I played, what did I play for them? Oh, I played something for them the other night. Let me see. It was something. And I don't think these people really got it. They really didn't get it. They didn't get it. There were some young kids, man. Oh man. Ooh, was it this? Hold up. It was that right there. I don't think they got it. They didn't get it though. I was playing rich as fuck. I was in the car bumping that shit. They didn't get it. These little kids was like, oh, Lil Wayne, man, hey, he'll spit some bars, man. And it's got 2 or 3. He was like Eminem before Eminem became Eminem. Man, Lil Wayne will spit and hit each line he spit got 2 or 3 different meanings to it. He'll spit something, you be like, damn, he could mean this or he could mean that. Oh yeah, man, I'll be bumping some Lil Wayne. because you can't never get tired of him. Anytime you listen to any of his songs, even now, you can listen to a 10-year-old Lil Wayne song and hear some shit you never heard before. You're like, wait a minute. Hold up, man. Hold up. I ain't even know that. Hey, rewind that shit. I ain't even hear that line before. That shit was tight. This is motherfuckers born in 2015 telling me what rap is. Motherfucker, I quit listening to rap in 2010. How the fuck you born in 2015 trying to tell me what rap is? Mr. Duffel Bag Boy. Oh yeah. See, that's the thing, man. When he was with the Hot Boys and all them, man, he was crazy. Oh yeah, you heard that shit, Slide Too Raw? You heard it? Yeah. That hit. That thunder hit, man. That hit. Oh, so Lil Wayne, he's at Dre's. Okay, cool. This is funny shit. This man, motherfuckers born in 2015 telling me what rap is. They be like, oh man, y'all don't know rap, dude. You gotta listen to some Lil Yachty. Lil Yachty is crazy. Oh yeah, Juvenile, back that ass up. That's it, man. I got so many hot tracks in here. Hold up for a second. Let me see something. I know I want y'all to hear a little bit of what I be bumping for my people, man. Let me see. Let me go through here real quick. Let me go through my little list right here. Oh, this right here. That's that Juvenile Rodeo. Oh, they love that shit, man. When I got people in the car and I'm bumping Rodeo, the whole truck is singing. We be in that motherfucker rocking the whole time, like pretty bounce round. Listen, do the rodeo, man. We be cruising down the road, man. You don't want to be in my truck. If I had a camera in my truck, I would have already been deactivated a long ass time ago. That's all I know. I'd have been deactivated probably like the third week. Now I got some of my videos from my Jeep or whatever when I used to cruise. Let me see if I can find some of these old videos. Now I used to always do these rides back in the day. I would do them. I don't do them now because I will probably be deactivated. Let me see. I'm going to go in here real quick. This is funny right here. Let's see. Where's my stuff at? Hold up for a second. I got something in here. For y'all. Y'all going to be like, there's no way you ain't deactivated yet. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Where's this shit at? Where's it at? No. Come on, what? I know I got something in here. Come on, man. What you got? Hold up. Oh yeah, y'all gonna love this shit. This is crazy. I'm gonna play some of this for y'all. Y'all gonna be dying laughing. So this is what I used to do when I used to do rides in the Jeep. Y'all gotta remember, these are the Jeep days. This was a long time ago, but y'all gonna die when y'all hear this shit. This is what I used to do. Hold up for a second. Wait a minute. That was my old Jeep days. Hold up.
This is how we doing it right here.
Yeah.
Uber Jeep AZ, baby. Hey, ASU students right here. We gonna pregame the pregame, baby.
We used to die laughing.
Y'all video right there. Hey, that's a look right there. Hey, we doing it. That's it.
This is back when I had the Jeep.
Once again, I'm out in the desert at the client's house.
I had to go pick somebody up
This
this
is
day.
why I drive a Jeep. This is why we have to have the Uber Jeep. And this is cool. He was way out too. And here's a little bridge.
Yeah, there's a bridge to get to his house. That's how far out I was. It was a bridge to get to his house.
But when people ask me, why do you Uber a Jeep? This is why. We live in Arizona. Not everybody lives near civilization. Like there's some little house looking structure right there. I think I came this way. Yep, here we go. And there's the main entry gate right there.
Yeah, this dude was way out.
But this is why, and once this stuff gets washed out, nobody wants to come back here. The Priuses usually drop them off right here. They drop them off on the highway.
Oh, look.
And you're way up on the top of a mountain.
Yeah, these were all my old Jeep ride days back then. Way up.
high. I didn't even
know,
do
that's
4
funny
low, but I
shit.
put her in 4 high, and that's one of the only ways to get up here. And then on the way out, you
Hold on,
wind
wait a
down
minute.
all the way around this mountain. Hey, here comes another Jeep. Check him out.
Let me see.
While we Uber with the top off. This is how we do, baby. You got sun, nothing with this. What's that? That's AS.
Then of course, I got my son up on here working on my Jeep. So I do all the driving and I make him do all the work. And
now every time you look at the Jeep, you can say, you see that bumper? I put that on. That's my work.
That's funny shit.
Fall.
So I used to go out and do all the driving, and I used to make his ass do all the work. That's messed up. That's messed up. Oh, Jamie's out there doing it. She's out there doing. She's on a PAX ride. That's what's up. That's what's up. No, man. So yeah, so Jamie, historic footage just doing nature hikes. Oh yeah. So yeah, Jamie, I haven't turned PAX on in a couple of days. I got to get back on PAX. See, the thing on PAX is I have mine on the upper tier now. I got it on the elite tier because I was like, man, because some of those car tiers was too low, so I had to put mine on the elite tier just so I didn't make sure I didn't get the shit rides. Because some of those rides, I was like, Jesus Christ. And that's why I think, and that's why I was telling Jamil now, we need to pour cars on because we don't have enough cars on the app right now. I don't think. I'm lurking. See, we don't have enough cars on the app because I know we want to give everybody the SUV rides. That's cool. We want to give everybody an SUV ride. That's nice. But my truck, it costs money to get in. And I don't want to disrespect my clients by putting people in my truck for cheap. I don't want to do that. And what we need to do with PAX, because we're in the development stage right now, is bring more cars over. So if we bring cars in, hurry up, get the app built, get it all developed, then we can start increasing it, getting, the big trucks on there. And that's why I was telling, we was doing a marketing thing. I was talking about, PHX to PAX, all that stuff. That's, all of that. I know it, Jamie. That's what I'm saying. That car tier was killing me because I was seeing too many rides. There was a ride from Sky Harbor all the way to Santan Valley. And it was paying, I think it was $91 or something like that, 91. And I was getting 65% of 91. So I was getting $59 from Sky Harbor all the way to Santan. Now, we know that that's something we couldn't do. We couldn't do it on Uber, Lyft, nothing like that. But that's a car tier price. Now, for like a Prius, that would be a perfect price because Priuses, they be getting like $24, $38. So on PAX, a car can make a lot more because you can go from Sky Harbor all the way to Santan, Queen Creek on Uber and Lyft. They're only going to give you $34, $38, something like that. Maybe even $40. They might even give you $40. So here you are making $59. So you're getting about $20 more, even with the 60%, 65%, cut you're taking. But that's only in a car. Because with Elite, you cannot do that to an SUV. You can't have an SUV. And it's just like Uber tried to send this girl today all the way to Cottonwood for $47. You can't do that to a car. You can't do that. So if you're going to, do something on these apps, because y'all know me, I'm critical of everything. I'm a businessman. I'm an old accountant. I'm an old school accountant, and I'm very about my money. And I'm bottom line, and I'm driver oriented. I'm all about, how can we do this shit good for the drivers? An SUV driver, running these machines needs to make some sense. Yeah. And if we're going to run these SUVs, I wouldn't run them for cheap for Uber. I wouldn't run them cheap for Lyft, for Hum, for PAX. I wouldn't run them cheap for nobody because the risk of damaging these cars for cheap rates is not going to happen. So while we're in our testing phase right now, we could test the Elite stage out by putting people on Elite and letting people choose Elite. But if we're going to do the car pay, if we're paying people car rates, we've got to bring cars on. And so I just don't see, and with PAX Pro, we can test. Yeah, exactly, Jamil, testing. And we could test with cars. Like I'm not testing in my on Expedition. I'll test short rides because short rides pay so easy. Test rides pay easy. Short rides pay easy because I could do like a 4 or 5 mile ride, get $26. That's cool. I could do, a short ride, get 19. That's cool. But once you start doing these nature hikes, even on Hum, the further you ride, the less you get paid per mile. It's just how it works. And especially when you're dealing with an app like PAX, we have set rates. So there is no mileage calculator. It's a set rate. So if we're going to set the rate, we need to set it high enough for it to make sense for certain distances. That's all it is. If you can't set it high enough to make sense, then it's not going to make sense. It's common sense. Set it high enough to make sense. And this is how we're developing the app. This is how we're building it. And because I want to make sure when we get drivers, when we get actual drivers on here, drivers don't say, well, I was getting paid better on Uber. What the fuck? I was getting paid better on Lyft. What the hell? I get paid better doing this, this way. What the hell? So it's like, we don't want to have, we've seen that happen when other apps have came out. When Hum first came out, a lot of people complained a lot because they weren't getting a lot of pings, or even when they were getting pings, they were doing like nature hikes and the nature hikes wasn't paying, right? So we've heard all the complaints out there. So what you do to make a better product is you hear the complaints of every product that's out. You listen to all the complaints of all the drivers. Like my personal complaint might be one thing, but you listen to the aggregate complaints, the complaints of all the drivers out there, and you put it into a group and say, how can we make sure this complaint doesn't happen? If it's about price, make sure that doesn't happen. Make sure it's more realistic. So what we do is we say, what we're going to do is take all the cars, make sure that they're paid X amount of dollars for certain trips. So if they're not paid X amount of dollars for certain trips, they're going to just stay on Uber and Lyft. That's all they're going to do is stay on Uber and Lyft. If they say, we're going to take all the SUVs, make sure the SUVs get paid this. If they're not paid, the black SUV rates, they're going to go right back to Uber and Lyft again. You want to pull not only your community of riders over, pull your community of drivers over. Because you don't want to have an app full of riders and there's no drivers there. Because if you have all riders trying to ping somebody and no rides come through, people are going to be pretty pissed off. Like, dude, this app don't even work. Every time I'm looking for a ride, ain't nobody on there. But the drivers are thinking the reason why is because we keep declining these rides. They're not paying enough. We do the same thing on Uber and Lyft. We already know the issue. So people keep declining. So that's why when I told you, I said, just put me on the elite pack because I don't want to see the car prices right now. I'm not driving my car. If I was to put my Beamer on there, you could put me on the car price. But for my truck, I have a hard time giving people a high quality a high quality rate and later increasing their rate. But they're going to say, dude, I was getting trucks all the time on packs. I was always getting a nice truck and I wasn't paying this much. What the fuck? So it's hard to pull people in to have them on like a discount tier, but giving them the Apex product. It's like giving people McDonald's prices, but you're giving them steak. You're giving them steak. Then one day they walk in expecting to get steak at a McDonald's price and they find out they're getting steak at the steak price. They're like, well, what the fuck happened? I used to come in all the time and get steak and it was like at a McDonald's price. Now I'm walking in, I'm getting the steak at the steak price. It's almost like a bait and switch. You got them used to a product, and we say Uber does that shit all the time. You get into a product and you want to make sure that you let them know your rates are equivalent to this. This is what Uber charges. This is what Lyft charges for these cars. When you go to Uber Black and Black SUV and Lyft Black and Black SUV, these are the cars you get. Pack should be the same way. If you want to come in and you want to pay, this price for a black SUV, fine. We got tons of black SUVs. We can do that. But if you're giving people black SUVs at Prius prices, the moment you try to increase that Prius price up to a black SUV price, you might get some kickback. You might get people going, well, I'm just going to go back. I'm going to go back. So it's kind of hard to, like I said, to run black SUVs at lower prices. That's why I might end up while we're doing testing phases, I might take my SUV off of packs and put my car on packs because we want to test this to get this right so we don't have the problem out there of pricing. And once the pricing is wrong and the app's not working right and this and that, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do it. And we wouldn't do it for Hum because I remember when Hum first started, a lot of people were like, well, just take the ride. Don't worry about how far it is. Just take the ride. And then people were running their cars and shit into the ground. Just don't worry about you have to drive 10 miles. We're testing Hum out. We're testing out. Just take the rides. Just do what you got to do. We got to spread. Just take the ride. People were saying that. And I think that turned a lot of people off on Hum because people were getting pings 13 miles away, 11 miles away, 8 miles away for a 1 mile ride. They're getting $7 for going $7 for going 18 miles. Because people were, hey, just take the ride. We've already been through that part of the mistakes of building an app here in Arizona. We've built apps out here before. And we're going to keep building apps. These won't be the only two. We'll probably have another 2 or 3 coming out. But you can't recycle the problem. You can't keep repeating the same problem. We know what the problem was when we were testing Hum. Nobody's going to just take anything. They just won't do it. And that's why I keep saying I'm going to put my car on packs. That way, if we're going to test the car rates out, then let's talk the car rates out. Let's do that. If we're going to test the SUV rates out, that's why, like I said, right now, mine is on Elite. It's not on car prices because Pro is professional. That's for more cars. So that's going to be what we're going to do in the cars. So professional packages, we're getting people used to taking packs and getting cars at Pro pricing. If we get people used to taking black SUVs at Pro pricing, the moment Elite comes out, they'll be disappointed because now they're paying more for what they've already been getting. And they ain't getting no additional nothing for their money. They're going to say, well, usually I get a car for $70. Why am I now having to pay $125? Usually I get a car for $32. Why do I pay $62 for the exact same truck I used to get for $32 all the time? You don't want to educate and train your market to think this is a discount service. If we're calling packs a better service, a more professional service, an upgraded service, we need to act like that. That's all. We just got to act like that. And like I told you, I told the people over when I gave this guy a ride this morning, I showed you it was $7.11. $7.11, and I got $50 for it because I know how much I'm worth. I told him 30. I don't care if he wants to pay $7.11. If that's the case, then you got to take somebody else because I know me. He gave me $50 for a ride that Uber was paying $7.11 for because people want to pay us. And I think once you lower your price down, you're telling people you don't want to be paid. You're almost like becoming like the Walmart discount rideshare service, and nobody wants to be that. If we're saying we are the premium top product, elite top, that shit costs money. That costs money. I'm not going to tell you I'm running a steakhouse, but I'm giving you like Big Mac prices. If I'm running a steakhouse, not everybody's going to come get steak. That's right. Number one, not everybody's going to get steak. Not everybody's going to get steak. People with McDonald's money is going to eat at McDonald's. People that have Burger King money are going to eat at Burger King. I'm looking for the people who want to come to the steakhouse, dress nice, dinner date, eat steak. I got a maitre d', I got a waiter, I got a host, I got all that shit here. That's what the steakhouse is for. I'm not going to lower my steak prices down to somebody who says, well, I can only afford a Big Mac. Can't do that. I can't. I'm sorry. I mean, go work hard, get a bonus at work. You can come eat at Houston Steakhouse one day when you're ready to come to Houston's will be here. We'll take a reservation. We'll sit you in a nice area, candle on your table. We'll let you order a steak. We'll bring you a menu, bring you some wine. When you're ready to buy steak, you'll be ready to buy steak. That's what you'll be ready to buy. And that's just how I am. Because like I said, I'm one of those people. I've been on a lot of different apps. This is, yo, Jeff, turn the music back on. I totally forgot that. There we go. Totally forgot about the music, man. Totally forgot. But I told a lot of people, like, even when I'm doing my private rides, some of my clients in my private rides actually I used to have them in the Jeep, then I used to have them in the BMW. My people in the private rides know I elevated their price when I got the SUV, and they were totally cool with that because I told them, I said, well, if you take this SUV on Uber and Lyft, this is how much you be paying. I'm only charging this price. It's more than what I used to charge you taking the BMW. It's more than I used to. But if you want to take the BMW, because this is nice. I like this. This is nice. It's a nice, upper class. I like this. That's cool. They don't mind paying the extra money. Because if I tell them I'm going to do something that's a better service, a better product, then that comes with money. It comes with money. This is a business. It's nothing personal. I tell people, don't take this shit personal, man. This is business. If you don't have that business acumen, I was raised in corporate. I got in corporate as a young kid, retired early and everything. But I was around, Stephen Klubeck. I was around Steve Wynn. Steve Wynn him and Donald Trump were like friends and shit. I was around those guys. I was around Carl Icahn. I was around Sheldon Adelson. All these guys were in Vegas. Anybody who's in Vegas know who these guys are. These are the people we used to work for. And when they say a directive, when they say something, you get it done. Don't take that shit personal. You get it done. And I'm used to that environment when I'm doing stuff and I'm trying to get drivers to be business people. I'm trying to get drivers to say, hey, you know what? This is what we got to do. We've got to elevate our game. We got to elevate our prices. Yeah, Jamie's like, we raise prices and nobody complains. And this is why, and I even tell Bighorn Kev the same thing. I'm proud of Bighorn Kev for what he did because I remember the prices Bighorn Kev used to charge in the same car he's got. Bighorn Kev used to charge the same prices, used to charge a certain price in the same car he has now. But he elevated his experience level He elevated his expertise. He elevated the way he dresses, the way he presents his transactions, the way he does. So he elevated his prices. So everything started coming around. Now, today, Kev did a ride today, $125 ride. $125. He does not have a black SUV. He does not have an SUV. He's got like an Excel. He's got an Equinox. He don't have a luxury car. $125. You have to charge people what you feel you're worth. And if you settle for less, you'll get paid less. Uber showed us that already. Lyft has showed us that already. When you settle for less, you'll get paid less. Nobody's trying to pay you if you're only willing to accept less. If you say, this is my price, stick by your guns. Y'all know me. I'll cancel shit and take off. Like, nope, fuck that. Well, I only want to pay this much. Well, you'll get a ride for that much. Doop, cancel. I'll drive off. It's cool. It's cool. And so each person to the airport, 40 miles away, 66 tip included. Another came out the airport, 40 miles for 17, declined it. Exactly. And I tell folks, man, is what people got to do is understand that any app that we're coming out with, any app that we're building, it has to be something that's focused on driver improvement, on pushing drivers up. Because right now, the volume market is Uber and Lyft. That's the volume market right there. So if the volume market is Uber and Lyft, and any new app coming out don't have that volume, that means in order for somebody to make enough money, they've got to have higher pay. Because high volume could do lower pay and you end up with a certain gross. But if you got low volume, you need a higher pay to end up with a certain gross. So the lower the volume is, the higher the pay has to be for a while. That's why when we do private rides, our gross is higher because we don't have a really high volume. I could sit all day. I could do 100 rides a week on Uber, 100 rides a week, averaging $20 a ride, make 2 G's. But I'm going to put a ton of miles on my car, a ton of time out there, and I'm not going to sit there and get the private rides in the way that I got it. I'm not going to be able to have that truly professional level because I'm charging so low of a price. I got to keep the volume up. I want to be able to keep my price up, keep my volume down, and it allows me to be a more, precise professional. I want to only do this many rides, only do this many, keep my car clean, keep my person clean, keep myself showered. And if I got to change clothes, I change clothes. If I got to move some stuff around, move stuff around. But once you get at a high volume, you don't have time for all of that. At a high volume, you're letting a lot of the service levels drop down. And that's why you have quality control people, because your quality starts getting less and less. The more you do is diminish the margin returns. Your quality is getting less and less. So the less rides you do, the higher you can keep your quality. But if your quality is up there, your price better be up there too. Because if your price is not up there, you're discounting people. You're Walmarting your way through the rideshare industry, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to Walmart yourself through it because people get used to them Walmart prices. They ain't gonna want to go up. You got to give them something different. Because like I said, I can take people in the Jeep and the Audi, the Jeep and the Beamer, and I get there, charge them a certain price. But when I come pull up in this black truck, that price is higher, and they don't mind at all. They don't mind. But if I always charge them that price in that truck, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, and one that just said, hey, you know what, it's 85. They be like, 85, but you always charge me 50. Yeah, I had to move my prices up. Well, shit. That now they used to getting this big black truck for 50 all this time. They ain't gonna want to pay 85 just because I feel like 85. I should have told them from the get-go it's 85. And that way they don't gotta adjust. It's hard to adjust people like that because they're not gonna be able to understand that I was just testing prices, man. I'm just testing prices, seeing if I can get people to just use me for dirt cheap. And once people use me for dirt cheap, now I'm going to bump the price. It's a bait and switch. You bait them in and you switch up. You can't bait and switch. You got to say, this is my pitch. I'm better than Lyft. I'm better than Uber. And this is my price. That's it. Also, keep it super clean. Don't even repeat riders, but I'll take groups when they're down for the weekend. Oh, yeah. And that's what you got to do, brother. You got to keep it clean, man. Chevy Cruze gets down. Hey, that little ass Beamer, as small as it is, like I said, I didn't realize how super small it was. Even my Jeep's not as big as I thought the Jeep was. Once you get into a really big, man, It's crazy driving a big truck around. It's so much space in there. It's so easy to move around, so easy to do everything. And that's why I enjoy driving a bigger truck. But because of that enjoyment, that price has to hit. That price has to hit. I can't give them a car price. I cannot. I just don't see myself giving somebody a car price driving in that big ass truck. It just doesn't work like that. It don't work like that. And like I said, there's a lot of apps out there that will try to get you to do that. Like I said, I remember we was on Hum. Everybody's like, hey man, just take the ride, just take the ride. We're building the app. No, doubt it, because anything can happen on that ride. I fuck up and tear something up with my car. That ride only paid me $17. When that ride should have probably paid me $60 for the type of truck I got. Ride paid me $17. This is a black SUV. Probably 50, 60 is fair. 17. Now I gotta go replace something that's like $100 and I ain't did enough rides at 60 or 70 to generate savings to pay for something that's $100. So I've been doing 17, 18, 15, 17, 19. You can't do that in a big vehicle like that. You gotta do it. You gotta do something different. Because it ain't no hoopy, man. Looks ride, looks pay. And that's what it is, man. You gotta, and I'm a business person. You know, I've done accounting since I was 15 years old. Always done business, always ran my own business, done everything. And that's why I worked out in corporate so good, because people be like, he's pretty cutthroat about the shit. I look at the bottom line. I look at getting the job done. That's what I look at. Corporate wasn't ready for me. Corporate today is so fucking soft. Corporate people wouldn't be able to take me today. I'm like Elon and Trump mixed together. They wouldn't be able to take me. They wouldn't. They'd be like, man, Jeff's this and he's that and he's a blah, blah. And he'd done. I'd be done. I probably wouldn't make it a whole year. They'd be like, we need somebody new. Everybody crying and shit in the break room all the time. It's like, Jeff's mean. Like, no. So I'm like, nope. This is why do I keep getting $4X decline? Yeah, I know it's all business, but prices, Pax Pros between Uber X, XL, X, and Black. Oh yeah. And see, that's why I say, a lot of times I don't even look at the prices on these apps. Like if I would have priced today, if I would have looked at the Uber price before I did that ride that I thought that I should be paid $30, if I would have looked at the price, I would have probably told them $15-20. I only got $50. I only got $15-20. Because once you allow, and people know, everybody out there know, Uber, they purposely price shit low to keep us from doing cash rides. They purposely do that. Anybody who thinks Uber prices are fair market all the time, you guys are jaded. Uber and Lyft will discount a price in a heartbeat just to trick us from doing a cash ride. We'll look at a price and be like, oh man, $94, damn, $94, damn. But we thinking $150. But see, Uber's normally is $150. But they want to price it low to prevent us from doing a cash ride. Lyft does it all the time too. You look at a ride, $54. What that $54? Bro, that's crazy. $54 for this ride? Uber and Lyft does it all the time. And I catch them doing it, which is why I stopped relying on Uber and Lyft pricing and I started just looking at myself. I'm a very intrinsic pricer, very intrinsic. I say, what do I think my service is worth? I've done this for 5 years. What do I think this truck is worth, the car is worth, the Beamer's worth, the time of day, the event, the situation, the traffic. I look at all that shit. And I say, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. And I'm like, man, oh yeah, just the difference of a car tire and a truck tire is enough to charge more. That right there, man, that right there. Because you got to put, and these trucks are heavy, which means they blaze through tires. Cars are light. Unless you got a really high horsepower car, you're not going to blaze through tires. Horsepower eats up tires. But your trucks are so heavy, you eat the edge of your tires inside and out as you turn. All of the weight of that truck is killing the inside and outside of that tire. And you're going to just start blazing through wheels. You're like, damn, man, I got to go through tires again. I ain't even put that many miles on this shit. Oh, yeah, you went through tires again. You're going to tire tires again. There's more volume equals more wear and tear. And as a woman, the less people I come across, the safer I am. It's a fact. And that's what I said, Jamie. The less people we drive, the better you feel. Because you know your people. You know your people. You trust your people. And you sit there and you're like, man, I don't got to, be out there doing 20, 30, 40 rides a day. I ain't got to do all that. You don't have to do that. Not to make money when you start doing private rides and you can vet the riders yourself. When you can vet the riders yourself, man. Becomes a much easier day. Yeah, Cruiser's pushing 170 horsepower. Got to keep the Michelin's on it. Oh yeah. You go through mad tires if you drive dank DeMoss. You're going to do struts, tires, all that shit. You're going to do everything. You drive around dank DeMoss, man. You crazy. man. And like I said, man, and I'm so glad that, we're seeing a lot of, and my man Tyree, like I said, he's the same way. He's developing his app down in Texas. So good luck to them developing their app. Hope they get it all right and everything like that. But one of his guys was actually the one who I took on one of my PAX rides. And he helped me when I picked him up at the airport, give information on how to make PAX better. So these are small apps helping small apps. Because he was like, bro, all I saw was a picture of you. I didn't see your car. I didn't see license plate, nothing. We fixed all that day. That's how quick PAX can operate. We fixed it all that day. But it takes other apps and other people who can realize apps to really criticize us to get us to move into the direction of making this app functional and feasible. And me, I'm a critic. I'm a big critic. I like to criticize things because you really get into the nuts and bolts of a discussion of how things are. Because if everybody always agreed, you never see the nuts and bolts of everything. You'd have a bunch of yes men. Yes. And everything would just go off the cliff. And everybody agreed and they all just went off the cliff at the same time. But if you have somebody who's sitting there being critical saying, you know what, I'm going to critique this real quick. What about XYZ and XYZ and what about this? So once you have people on your team, like I said, I'm corporate. There's a reason why corporations like casinos are successful with their marketing plans and their strategies, because when they sit in boiler rooms, and they call it a boiler room because shit gets heated in there. So when you sit in the boiler room and you're generating your ideas, you get things going. People may agree, people may not agree. That's cool. We're mixing all these ideas up. We're mixing everything up. By the time we leave, we see it their way, they see it our way, and now we're going to leave with a completed product. But if you don't understand how the boiler room operates, the apps are never going to grow. Like there's some things about Hum that I've always put out there about Hum, and they don't incorporate those things, which is totally cool. Hum's not my app, PAX is not my app. These apps are being developed by other people. They're just looking for our input. So we give input, and if they don't want the input, that's cool, no problem. But they've got to realize this is something that somebody probably told us about or warned us about ahead of time, and there's a reason why the failure is occurring. Why is the failure occurring? It's because everything that was implemented wasn't how it should have been implemented. There was probably some criticism somewhere along the line that got overlooked, and once it got overlooked, that created a pivot, and that pivot created a failure. Systems fail. It's what systems do. Systems fail. So you have to go back to the drawing board, and you got to backtrack all the way back to where did it fail? Because shit be going good, but there's always a tangent where things start going a certain way, like left or right. So you always say things were going good up until this point. It seemed like things were moving forward and making progress to this point. So you go back and you unblock that hitch. You say, okay, unblock that hitch. And now you rework that hitch. And now you go down another tangent. And now things start working out. That's how you build businesses. A lot of things. I mean, I used to do it all the time, even with my shirt business, the way I build it, the way I do things. You always look at what you want to actually work. Like, what is my main goal? What is my main goal? Is my goal making money? Is my goal just getting a bunch of drivers? Is my goal getting a lot of riders? Is my goal, promote? What is my main goal out there? And if you don't always keep that in the forefront of your head, you're going to get lost in all of the different analytics and all of the things that's coming down the pipe. Because my thing, because like I said, I've been a podcaster for a long time. My thing is always, how much are we going to take care of these drivers who are putting their lives and their cars and all that shit on the line? I've always stood on that side of the fence, because I am a driver. I am someone who sees not the corporate side of life, but the small side of life. So I try to understand from anybody's aspect of them going out, buying a car, saying, I'm going to use this vehicle to make money with it. But I want to make sure that me using this vehicle to make money with it is better than me driving on your app than me going and getting a W-2 and just parking this shit in the parking lot somewhere all day and not beating my car up. There's wear and tear. There's a lot of things that had to be done, which is why we always said Hum was one of those apps that will beat your car up, because they would send you 11 miles away to pick up a 4-mile ride that beats your car up. You don't get paid for that 11 miles. 13 miles away that beats your car up. You don't want that. A lot of the scheduled rides on Hum are the same way. They're too far away to where you might beat up your car. So you got to run it like an analytical business. And with PAX, like I said, PAX is one of those apps that when it comes out, it's already seen a lot. It's seen other apps being developed. We've all been driving on apps before. We didn't just start driving on apps yesterday. We've all been driving on apps for years. We've all been doing private rides for even longer than that. So now we know how we can make a product, a premium product, not just a product, but a premium product, something that is worth the money that we're willing to charge without diminishing our value. I always say I'm better than Lyft. I never say I'm cheaper than Lyft. If I happen to be cheaper than Lyft, so be it. If I happen to be cheaper than Uber, so be it. But when I set my price as a fair price for the situation, if somebody don't think it's fair, cool, take your shot at the apps. I don't care. I'm doing this for the benefit of both of us, not just for the benefit of you getting a cheap ride and me getting played, or me overcharging you and you not getting the service that you paid for. I'm always pricing it fair, so I feel the driver and the rider wins. On my truck, it says, negotiate your rate. If you want to negotiate and say, okay, how about this? How about instead of this, this, and this, we just do this? We can adjust the rate. We can negotiate a little bit. We can move things around. I'm easy with that. But one thing I'm not easy with is undercutting my own value so somebody can win. I can't undercut my level of value because I'm not going to tell somebody else to undercut their value just so I win. It's got to be a mutual deal to where everybody comes out winning in the situation. And, you know, I'm not one of those people who are going to ever try to get over on somebody for my own satisfaction. Like, say, hey, just do this for me now. Like, because that was the issue with him. Just do the ride and the app's going to grow. Just do the ride. Well, how do I benefit? Beat my car up, driving 11 miles to pick up somebody for 4 miles. How do I benefit? That's 15 miles of driving. I'm only getting paid for 4 of it. How do I benefit through there? See, that's not a mutual beneficial thing. Something's going to happen for that rider. The rider's going to get a great car, a great driver. But what am I getting out of the deal? $8, $9 to go 15 miles, $8, $9. It's not a good deal. It's not a good deal. So you got to look at it from that aspect too, the driver's side of the equation. And that's why, you know, even when I talk to Jamil and them and I talk to these guys about packs or whatever, I give them my input on what I feel marketing plan should go, like the direction of marketing. Whether or not they take my advice is cool, is no big deal. But I always give my input on how I think the marketing should go, what I think the marketing should be, how I think pricing should probably go to keep people entertained in the app. Because we've got a lot of drivers out there who already have their own private client base. A lot of drivers out there who drive only on Uber and Lyft for certain times of the day, which they're going to probably get surged and everything like that. A lot of people are well-oiled machines already. We bring packs on deck. We've got to make sure we're bringing a product as premium as we claim it's going to be. You don't promise somebody filet mignon and you put a tuna fish sandwich in front of them. You promise me filet mignon. You promise me, you know, dressed up, pristine, clean, everything's secure, everything's just professional, top, upper level, this and that, and you put a tuna fish in front of you. You don't need a tuxedo to serve a tuna fish. You don't need that. So you got to make sure when you bring somebody that product, that money has to be right there with it. We can't play the game with the money of, well, you know, with Uber, we price it like here, and with Lyft, we price it right here. It's like, something like I said, I don't even look at Uber and Lyft when I price mine. I don't even look at Uber and Lyft. I look at the situation. I look at the whole situation. And we understand that, you know, especially with the way Uber and Lyft has drivers all over town, they can price things crazy because somebody is always in that area. They can price shit crazy. They can price a trip at $3. Somebody's going to be there to get that $3 ride because they got drivers everywhere. Small apps don't have that. We don't have that leverage. So we've got to make sure we got to think of where are we marketing these apps? Where are the drivers located for these apps? What do they drive? Cars, trucks? What are they driving? And price it accordingly. Because imagine somebody having to leave, let's say, Ahwatukee to drive all the way to downtown Phoenix to take somebody from the downtown Phoenix, like footprint center, around the corner of 3rd Street, you know, right there to the Sheraton or something like that. And they're going to get, you know, $9 for it or $11 for it. At that point, they're gonna be like, why did I even leave Ahwatukee? I came all the way here for that. That's crazy, man. I got like $9 for that ride. And I just drove like, you know, 14 miles here, 3 miles, 17 miles, and I got like $9. They're gonna be upset. And they should be, because we'd be upset if Uber did it, if Lyft did it, if Hum did it. So we've got to always consider, are we making sure that we've got enough drivers? And that's why I said, you know, even when I say we should bring more cars on deck, because I know we're testing right now, but even with the test, do all these riders out there realize that the app is going through a beta test? If they don't realize it's going through a beta test and everybody thinks it's live, then they're not going to understand why there's nobody on the app. They're not going to be like, well, man, every time I try to get a ride, there's only like 1 or 2 cars maybe. I thought you guys had a lot of drivers, man. There's like 1 or 2 cars on here. Well, only like 5 or 6 people have the app, and most of us got private rides, or we're doing Uber Lyft, we're doing something like that. So you might get lucky and catch a ride. You know, you get lucky, maybe catch like 1 or 2 cars online, maybe. Where they go on Uber, Lyft, it's a gazillion cars online. They have no issue. Oh man, I got a ton of cars online. What the hell? Ton of cars online. Driver's gonna get screwed. We know the driver gonna get screwed because that's what Uber and Lyft do. They screw the driver. So we got to let the riders know, do not use Uber and Lyft because the driver gets screwed. They say, okay, what's my other options? Well, in Phoenix, we have these 2 options. Okay, are there any drivers around? That's where the trick comes in. If we say, no, then that's not a true option yet. It's not a true option. You guys are still beta testing right now. So the faster we blaze through that, we get through all the beta testing, we get all the prices right, we make sure that we don't repeat the same mistakes that we've seen other apps create as they were building their app. We make sure, 100% sure, because we've seen it all, but we make sure we get it all right. That's when the rollout comes. And that's when, and I don't know, just from me, my point of view, I think more cars should be on there, because the main issue is that we have too many black SUVs and not enough people requesting black SUVs. That's what the issue is going to come out to be. And I think that's the issue what happened with Hump. They had too many cars and not enough people requesting those cars. Like people are complaining about pings and shit like that. It's going to be like that with Hump. There's going to be so many black SUVs online that nobody's going to be getting scheduled except like 2 or 3 people, 4 people. Now you put a ton of cars online, you get people used to taking a car. People that use Uber XL always go to Lyft black SUV, or they go to Uber black SUV. People use regular Uber, always end up getting the Uber black SUV, because that entry drug is that car. That's the entry drug. Uber X is your entry drug sometimes. Lyft Basic is your entry drug sometimes. Once you get into that gateway drug, now you start expanding on platforms. You say, dude, that was easy. That was cool. Shit, well, I got a little extra money this week. Let me splurge a little bit. Shit. Let's not eat pizza. Let's go get steak. Let's not eat pizza tonight. Let's eat steak. Let's do something good. And that's when they jump on and they go, boom, I'm going to get this truck. I'm going to get this. It's always an entry that people come in and they test the market. They test to see how it works. Oh, does this work? How does this app work? They'll test it. Once it comes out, they're in. You got them in there. But it's going to be hard because, like I said, from the get-go, a lot of black SUV drivers in the Phoenix region right now, a lot of us already have a private client base already that pays very well. So we've got to find a way how to get the cars that are not paid well. Uber and Lyft, cars on Uber and Lyft are paid like shit. We all know it. They're paid like shit. They have a promise and hope. I think PAX is hope. PAX is hope. And they come over to PAX and they start doing rides on PAX, and they're making way more money in a shorter amount of time. So that means more money in short amount of time means less rides. So they don't have to do 1 million Uber rides or 1 million. They could do shorter, less rides. Now they're doing less rides. People are getting used to PAX. It starts expanding. PAX expands. You got money for marketing, money for expansion. Everything starts marketing. Now you're crawling before you walk. You're crawling before you walk. You got cars in before the black SUVs come in. You're crawling before you walk. If you start straight black SUV, you're running before you even crawl. So now you got all these black SUVs online. Nobody's using them. Black SUVs are going to go right back to private clients again, because you got to get that gateway drug, and you got to get those people in there to say, let's start small. Let's get in there. Let's, expand this app. Get people to know about it. That's why the PHX to PAX, get people to know about it. Once people know about it and riders know about it, that's when the app starts taking off. That's when it starts taking off. Because without marketing, without knowledge of the app even existing, it's a hard sell. We as drivers know it exists. Shit, we all know it exists because we're all on it. We all know it exists, but who's on the other end of that coin that says, hey man, I know that this app exists and I'm going to try to use this app. That's the people we're going to. That's who we're after, because the market share is critical in any business. Market share is critical. And without market share, you're just doing like, you're sitting around, you're stuck doing Uber, you're stuck doing Lyft, you're stuck doing private, because that market share is not generated. You got to generate that market share. Yeah. Since PAX is making sure drivers get compensated, better than any other apps, better than the $2.99, better than Uber Lyft. Exactly. And that's the whole point right there. I like that. They should be making sure that, because if PAX is claiming And I'm involved too. And because I'm on this podcast and I promote packs. If we're claiming this is a better, not a cheaper, but a better, more efficient way of doing elite, upscale, professional driver level rides, not just basic ride share, taking people to and from the laundromat, picking people up, right here because they don't feel like walking around a corner. But this is a truly professional level app or whatever. It should pay people better. It should. And people should see better. They should see more. Because if they don't see more and they don't see better, it's going to end up right like how Hum was. A lot of people was using it. A lot of people said, I'm not seeing no difference in nothing. They all discontinued their subscriptions. They all went about their own business. And like I said, we've seen that happen already because we're in Arizona. We're deep in the rideshare game. We're deep in this game. We don't only drive it. We know people who are investing in it. We know people who are building things in other states and other cities. We know a lot of people who are doing a lot of moves in the ride, trying to do something that benefits drivers and help drivers. And I'm just a check valve. I'm what you call the check valve. Like you turn the pressure to make sure the pressure's still in there. Like, yeah, we still got pressure. Check valve. I'm just a check valve. I just make sure there's still pressure going in all the cylinders. So you can, okay, we're still on track. We on track. Because right now, like I said, we've been running with packs for about a month now. Because it started early February and it's almost the middle of March. So we've been running for about a month now. And people are waiting to see where this app is going. They're really waiting to see where it's going to go. We want to see the kind of drivers are out there. And I want to see as a pressure check. I know it. and I want to see, like, people want to see that you may involve in a check, but you're involved in some of the decision making. So yeah. And that's the thing. I want to make sure that, the content that I'm getting on this channel is not just talk. I want to see numbers. I want to see money. I want to show people what the screens look like, tell them what the rides are like, how the booking process really was. Hear from the rider side. This is what people want to see. Because I could talk all day. I could talk 4 fucking hours about absolutely nothing. But when it's time to see that money and drivers want to see that money, that's where I come into play. And I'm one of those people that not only the drivers want to see it, riders want to say, what is new out there? Because I'm tired of Uber and Lyft gouging us at concerts. I'm tired of these ragged ass cars showing up every time I try to book a car. Riders even want different. Everybody wants something different. And that's why I'm here. It's like, we've been doing this for about a month and a couple of weeks now, And if we can't get the SUVs to do the work because everybody's on the car platform right now, not on the SUV platform yet, then that means we need to pull cars in because we've got to get things moving. Once we get things moving, that's when everybody's going to say, I'm on that. Because every app's got to have tiers. Every app has to have tiers. And every tier has to have different money. You can't pay SUV's car price and expect one day to move people from car price to SUV price when they've been good in car price the whole time. It's going to be different. It's like, what's that? We should get together and invest in packs. Oh yeah. Like, I learned something about Fetty vans when I saw them driving around all the time with Fetty decals on the vans. Nobody ever told me about them, but I know they're available and could consider them someday. Yeah. Oh, the Fetty vans are like, those are the drunk vans. Those are the alcohol and drunk vans right there. Yep. So what's the investments looking like for packs, Jeff? Well, I don't know what the investments are actually looking like per se, the financial statements, the actual financial statements, but I know everything that should be paid is being paid right now, and it's not being paid by riders. That's one thing. Riders aren't paying it right now. Yep. It's like, remember, just because you have 4 wheels and you think you have a car that should run in packs does not mean you will run on packs. Well, I believe that. And I think that's what I think a lot of drivers out there don't understand. Like, to me, because this channel is the same way. Y'all know me. I'm a channel that grew. I started small and I started with a Jeep. I just showed y'all some Jeep content. I got an SUV now. I got a Jeep content. I'm a believer and I'm grounded. I always remember I'm from the hood. I talk about the hood all the time. I always talk about the hood. I'm grounded. I'm very grounded. So just sometimes when a comment is like, hey, just because you have 4 wheels, you think you have a car that should run in packs doesn't mean you can run on packs. That's almost like a condescending tone, though, to people out there who are ready to grow. It's a condescending tone. We already know we ain't taking buckets. Everybody knows we ain't taking fucking buckets. It just can't happen. Not for the premium price we're asking for. We can't take a bucket. It's not possible. So I make sure that when I do talk to people about packs, even if I see them in a car, I don't talk to them condescending like I'm so high above. I was right there before. I was hood. I was Jeep. I was no car. I was Caprice Classic. I was always. So I make sure I don't put people to make them feel like I'm putting them in their place just because I have a black SUV. I'll let them know, hey, man, right now, like PAX, what we're doing. And I tell them about PAX. They may not even feel at home to want to invite themselves to drive on PAX. They may say, well, shit, I got this little fucking Nissan Stanza, fucking missing 3 hubcaps. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. Just like, nah, I wouldn't want to do that. So it's like we wouldn't have to sell them anything because they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. Now, for somebody who has I would say, let's say a 4Runner, a really nice 4Runner, nice wheels on it, nice grill, everything looks clean and cool and everything. For that person, I might talk about PAX and then we'd be like, well, shit, can I put my big 4Runner on? I got a big silver 4Runner, man. This and that. I'm like, it's cool. I'd fucking take it. I'll fucking take that. It's a big ass 4Runner. I'd take it. Hell yeah. And they want to know more about it. And those are the kind of people I would talk to. And that's how I'll talk about it. But I wouldn't, come at the approach of just because you got a car, I mean, facts. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, that's even on Uber. Just because people have a car, you can't put it on Uber or Lyft. It's like not with Uber and Lyft, you still got to get an inspection and it has to go by the date range. With PAX, we don't even have a date range. We don't have anything on PAX. It's more like on Uber and Lyft, you got to go to their website and you look and see what you can put on there. So everybody with a car can't even be on Uber and Lyft. It won't work. They won't allow you. Every app out there is like that. But some apps out there, they'll at least give you a heads up. They say, hey, these are the dates for these models. If you got this model, these are the dates we'll take for that model. PAX is not at that level yet because we don't have a database of cars that are available for PAX. So it's more like everything's substantial right now. Everything's just like, if you might be able to, or you might not be able to. Or what about the year? We don't know. What about the model? We don't know. So it's a lot that we gotta go through, even with PAX, to kind of get people wanting to be involved in it. Because yeah, sedan 25, 30, 105 miles. This is goodness. Oh yeah. And the thing is, James, I actually get rides like that. I showed on my app, I did a 2-mile ride, 2.7 mile ride. And I think I got $23. I got 20 because I got $16 plus a $7 tip. And so there's people who are willing to pay for these type of, I'm telling you, man, Uber and Lyft has so many people jaded to thinking y'all not worth shit. They got people have paid $40 to go 2 miles on Uber and Lyft. They've paid $40 to go 2 miles using Uber and Lyft. Drivers, for some strange reason, think they're worth $1 a mile. This is, James, so I'm glad you said that, because it explains how people think they're not worth shit. Like you go sedan 25, 30 for under 5 miles. This is goodness, because you don't think you're worth shit. That's your problem. You are worth more. I just told you this morning, I just did a $50 ride for 5 miles. $50. I just showed last week I did 2 rides, one for 9 miles, $100, one for 7 miles, $100. 2 different rides. Each one was $100. When you don't think you're worth the money, that's the kind of reaction you have. When you know you're worth the money, it's different. It's a different level of the game, man. It's a whole different level of the game. And I know some people out there be like, well, how can you justify charging somebody $100 for like 7 miles? I don't justify it. That's what they paid me. When you drive around people at the level that we drive around, they don't ask how much something costs. They ask, well, what time can you be here? It's a different level of client. If you got to look at the price tag, you probably can't afford it. A lot of people are looking at the price tag of shit sometimes. I don't. When I walk into a dealership, even to buy a car, I don't look at the price tag of stuff. I go to what I want to buy, and I leave with what I came for. I don't look at price tags. I can afford it because I'm here. It's like, if I couldn't afford it, I wouldn't be here. I've never haggled over fucking price. I've said if the price is fair enough, we'll make a deal. Each car out in the driveway, I never had to negotiate a price for. I told them exactly what I was there for, what I wanted, told them how much the market was for these cars, this and that, and I went with my shit right in market value. Never had to answer. And that's the thing. When you see sedans for $25 for 5 miles, $25 for 5 miles. You know how much they're charging people to leave concerts to go 5 miles? $80. 5 miles, $80. $108. I just showed on my phone $108. $108 doing like 16 miles or something like that. $108. These prices are not as high as people think they are. They're really not. I think Uber and Lyft has tricked people, especially drivers, into thinking you're only worth $1 a mile, $2 a mile, $3 a mile. People are paying $40 for 2 miles. That's really what the market value is. That's really what the market value is. But people don't see it because you haven't opened your eyes to realize market value versus the market value for a wage is two totally different things. You're basing your wage on wage market value, but we're basing our prices on what does it cost to actually do this trip? It's about this much to do this trip. Uber and Lyft sometimes are way higher than that. But the driver's not getting paid shit. Look at some of these prices. $54 for a ride, driver getting $23 out of the 54. $54 for a ride, driver getting 23. But nobody talks about the variance between the 23 and the 54. They go, well, shit, I got the 23. I'm looking at the 54 like, dude, what the hell made y'all want to pay 54? That's the price I'm after, the 54. So as a corporate guy, I'm looking at the 54. As an employee, people are looking at the 23. The 54 has a lot to do with the equation, especially in PAX. So with PAX, there's a percentage you got to pay. 65% is what the driver keeps. 35% is what they pay for insurance, for marketing, for all of the promotional supplies and everything. That's it. So therefore, that 54, that number at the top has to be high enough so my 65 is reasonable. Because if my 65% ain't reasonable, then we got to rework some numbers. Because somehow maybe that 54 is not high enough. The level of service you're getting, because when you're dealing with Uber, I was about to say that right here. When you're dealing with Uber, you're not dealing with the quality of service. I have videos where I got people in my truck talking about how shitty the Uber driver was because she dropped them off in an alley and she was being mean and told them to get out. An Uber driver did this to a group of girls who were dressed up trying to go out. I recorded it. I didn't make that shit up. I recorded it. This is the service people are paying for Uber. Drivers talking shit to them, telling them to get out their cars or whatever, dropping them off in alleyways. That is the service you get when you pay Uber and Lyft. When you're paying for a top quality service, you're paying for somebody who's more concerned about whether or not this ride is up to par for you, whether or not you feel like this was worth the money, whether or not the water was cold enough, whether or not you need more ice in your drink. This is what you're paying for, whether or not you need to make a stop on the way. Asking, do you guys need to make a stop on the way? Because I'm headed this way. Do you guys need to make a stop for anything? When you're being paid so much money that you ask somebody if they need to make a stop, it's cool. Uber and Lyft don't pay like that. So when you get drivers on Uber and Lyft, you get people who bitch and bicker. And guess what's going to happen to those riders? Those riders are going to leave Uber and Lyft and they're going to come over to an app that has drivers who know how to do true customer service and ride service. That's what's going to happen. They're going to just migrate. And you ain't even got to sell it once people find out about it, which is why I say we need to have more cars on PAX right now to get the service out there. Because without the service out there, it's a bunch of people on computers right now. Like everybody's on computers moving words around and moving numbers and making sure there's a picture at the top of the screen. And I know what we're doing. We're trying to get the app ready. We're trying to get it ready. Month and 2 weeks into this shit, we're trying to get it ready. We've been working on this app for a long time. Month and 2 weeks into it. Since we went live. We're just trying to make the screens look right now. We're trying to get the payment processing done right now. We're trying to make sure everybody's where they should be right now. But like I said, in my opinion, I think we should be having 10, 15 cars in the street. No SUVs if we don't need an SUV. Don't even put the SUVs out yet. That price tier is not ready yet. So when that price tier for SUVs is ready yet, we bring the SUVs out. We can put like I said, right now, I'm on the SUV tier right now. I'm on it. But nobody's going to request me for it because there's a lot of cars and there's a lot of SUVs at the car price. Why would you get my truck at an elite price when you can get my truck at a car price? I mean, nobody's stupid. I don't even expect to get a request on PAX. I don't, because my car is at an elite price. They got the exact same trucks like mine at car prices right now on PAX because those are the test cars. So the test cars are priced at cars, or the test SUVs are priced as cars right now. My SUV is the only one priced like an SUV. I'm not going to get any pings. Totally cool, because I'm doing other things right now. So when the app is ready and the SUVs are all up, everybody's on the tier and all the cars are on the regular tier. Now you got a separation of duties now. Cars do car duties, trucks do trucks duties. Because right now, trucks are doing car duties. I just don't want to be involved right now because I don't want to drive 20 miles around town to pick people up at a car price. There's other ways we can do it better. There's ways we can do it better. But for right now, for the people that want to do that and get involved in it, hey, more power to you. More power to you. There's nothing wrong with that. Just we have different levels of involvement in the building of something. My level of involvement is making sure people know what's coming, especially riders. I need to let riders know. This is important to let riders, because without riders, drivers are just sitting around, engines running and music playing, but ain't nobody getting in. So I want to help let riders know that something better is coming out there, a better product's coming out there. More determined drivers to make sure you're getting worth your money is out there. People got their levels up. That's what I'm here for. As far as getting, the certain cars and everything put on there, it's not my deal. It's not my deal. Because if it was up to me, I'd have all cars on that shit right now, ready to roll. Because that's what we need, people ready. Because I built the company, and I told people this story a long time ago. When I built the company in Vegas, and it was called Vegas Hot Boys, and it painted motorcycles. All I did was paint and customize motorcycles. That's all I did was paint and customize motorcycles. It was the point to where Neon City Cycle, which is one of the biggest customizing cycle shops on Industrial in Vegas, Neon City Cycle found out about me and was sending me all of their work to do. I was getting paid to do their work, and they was marking it up and selling to their customers. So I was getting calipers and frames and paint jobs and this. I was getting all of this shit from Neon City Cycle to my home garage. They were bringing it to my home garage. So they brought it to my home, and I would do it in my home garage, take it back to them, get paid, and they'd sell that to the customer. I got so big, I didn't realize how big it was going to get. I didn't even realize how, and I got bigger than what I thought. I wasn't prepared for the growth because I didn't have all my ducks in a row. I was only renting one house at the time. I should have been renting two houses at that time because one house was full of motorcycles. One garage, I had to move motorcycles almost every day just to get the shit. 4 or 5 motorcycles in the garage. I'm moving shit around. I'm taking shit apart, trying not to get motorcycle parts mixed up. I don't want Honda parts mixed up with the Yamaha, mixed up with the Suzuki parts. I got parts everywhere. But I grew faster than what I could think. Now that I understand how business works, I say you got to learn how to crawl before you walk. You got to always have your plan and make sure you're ready. Because when that flow hits, if you know your shit's going to blow, if you know your business is going to pop, if you know that, build for it. Build for it. If you know trucks are going to come across this bridge, build a bridge strong enough to carry trucks. Don't build a bridge strong enough to carry cars. Then you find out trucks are coming. You can say, well, shit, now we got to redo the bridge. We got to redo it. Well, didn't you build this for transportation? Yeah. And we built it. We knew trucks would eventually come. So build it now for trucks. Only cars may come across. That's cool. But one day a truck's going to come across. And at that point, you're like, oh, man. Our bridge was heavy enough. It was heavy enough. It was heavy enough to take a truck. We knew we should have built it this strong. We knew it. Always build something to the level of you think it can go to. Not to like, well, this is what I want to know. What level do you think it can go to? It can go up here. When I built my ride service business, I got 3 vehicles I can use at any given time. One can break down. I can use another one. I'll get to my client. That one can break down. I'll just use another one. I'll get to my client because I built my business to get the clients. I don't have a car that's going to go flat or break down and me not be able to make it to somebody. I built this around ride service so I can make it to my client's house. Hey, Jeff, can you pick me up tomorrow? Yep. Click. Damn, car won't start. Shit. Don't worry. I got 2 other cars. I'm not stressing. Go to the other one. Boom. Fire it up. Text them. Hey, I'll be bringing a truck instead of the car today. Battery died in the car. No problem. Build it so you know it's going to happen. You know there's going to be issues and problems and things. So what do? You build it to handle those issues and those problems ahead of time. I've already been through building a business and not being prepared. I've been through that part of my life before. So it's like, yeah. It's like, man. The Suburbans have had duct tape holding the bumpers. That's what I mean by having a quality car. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What up, Luke? My man. What's good, brother? Luke's in the building. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah. And that's the thing is that what I meant by saying you don't have 4 wheels and allowed you to have be impacts. I sent you pictures of a Civic that was in bad shape. Sent you pictures of black Suburbans. Oh, yeah. I know that. But see, and I tell those people, man, even with people like that, they can go out there and if they really want to do this with us, man, I went to a dealership and I bought a car for Uber and Lyft that don't even pay shit. Uber Lyft don't pay shit. And I went and bought cars for apps that don't pay shit. But I wanted to build my own business. So I said, this is what I'm going to do. If I see somebody with a shit, just like with King James, when he was renting a car, I got him, he got his stuff up together, went out and he bought a Camry. Everybody who's out there renting cars, I chat with them, I talk to them, I let them know you don't have to rent this car forever. If you're paying this much a month and renting a car, you can actually afford one. They end up buying a car. So I'm one of those people that I love to talk to people that may have something that's not up to what I think it is. And instead of me critiquing what they have, I tell them how they can get something different. And if they really want to do this is how you can get something different. This is what you can do. And they go, oh shit, cool. That's what I'm talking about. Like my homegirl Donna, she know her car because it's got like a few like dents and dings in it. She don't want to drive packs. I said, that's cool. She says, yeah, I got a few dents and dings. I don't want to pay to get all this stuff taken care of. She's going to drive, make all her money on Uber and Lyft, and one day potentially buy a truck, and then she'll probably drive on packs. And I told her, that's a good deal. That's a pretty good deal. I like that. That's a good plan. And she ended up moving out of Maricopa, moving up to East Mesa, and she's making a fucking killing right now in that little car. She is making a killing. She's like, yeah, Maricopa is slow compared to up here. Man, I'm making a killing. So she's somebody who's going to eventually probably put that car on the side of the house, do like me, go out and buy another truck. She's going to have a couple of cars. She's going to eventually upgrade her life to where she's going to be able to say, okay, now I want to do private rides on apps. I want to do private rides. This is what I want to do. But for right now, she's grinding it out. And I think a lot of people that got certain cars, they're just grinding it out right now. And I tell them, y'all know me, I started small. Small as a channel, small as a rideshare driver, I started small. Never think that if you envision yourself having private clients and envision yourself going a certain way, that's the way you can go. That's the way you can go. Even when I had my Jeep, you know, people probably told me, oh man, you don't got no black SUV. You got this little orange Jeep. You ain't got no black SUV. I was making money in that Jeep. $100 rides from Gilbert to downtown, $250 rides and off-roading and shit like that. Man, I was making good money all around the campus, getting $10, $20 just to take people around campus. Hey man, can you take $10? Cool, $20. I'm taking people a mile, 2 miles. It's all in how you sell yourself and how you position yourself. So once I sold myself and I positioned myself, I used that money, parlayed that into getting the Beamer, driving on Lux. And we know what happened with that shit. Lux went right into the fucking ground. So I was still prepared though. I was still prepared. So you know what? Drove it for 2 years. My private clients was loving it. Life was good. Went out, got an SUV. There's a lot of people out there, drivers out there who are walking that same path right now. And I'm going to tell you, stay on that path. Stay on that path. It's going to work. When you sitting there thinking, man, I shouldn't pay this, I shouldn't buy this, I shouldn't pay this, pay it, buy it. You only got one life to live. Buy it. Guaranteed. You might see some tires you don't want, buy them. You might see some floor mats, buy them. You might buy it. If you see it and you want it, buy it, because that's going to make you work harder. Because you're going to say, man, I just spent $1,000. You're going to work as hard as you have for the next 2 weeks. And you're going to make that $1,000 back plus some. But if you don't buy stuff and you always holding back, you're going to always sit in that comfortable little couch of, well, I don't want to make a move because I got money. I don't want to make a move because I got money. You know what? Spend money. When you spend money, you start making moves, because you can't not spend money and make a move. Spending money, you got, like I said, you got to make more, you got to spend more. To make money, you got to spend money. When I'm out spending money, I learn ways how to turn that into profits, or how to turn that into an investment scheme. So I started investing money in things, start getting money back. This is how you get places. So as they start asking where your writers are from, you'd be surprised how many people from DC support drives and understand what's going on everywhere. You might get a big tipper. No taxes on tips. Yeah. Man. The sponsors got to know. An endorsement with JWatch 300 is as much as a light as it is a flame. That's what I'm saying, Porfino. Because we do it on this channel, man. A lot of people don't realize this channel started, like I said, with 8 subscribers. I got 32 on my JWatch channel right now. 32. I'm going to start working on that channel probably, I don't know, maybe this week, maybe next week. I don't know. I'm going to start working on that channel. I got some stuff I can put over there. But this channel started out with 8 subs. We're up to 13,600. 13,600 from 8. That's a lot of people who want to be around and see the growth and development of not just me, but of each other. This channel is going to always be here. People don't even have to sub it, but they sub it because they want to see the growth and development of the drivers that they see in the comments. When I put these videos all over the world. No matter who it is, I put them all over the world. They're seeing individual drivers, and they're seeing people develop themselves, as they can see in comments what people are making, what people are driving, what people are buying, how they're making moves. That's what this channel has always been about. And when I go look at some of the channels up there, there's no growth. It's the same thing they've always been. They're just recycling what they've always been. You got to level up at some point. You got to start making a move up a level. And you're going to rub a lot. Like I said, even when I first started my channel, rubbed a lot of people the wrong ways. A lot of people was rubbed the wrong way. They didn't like it. They didn't like how I was elevating. They didn't like the content of my channel. They didn't like shit about it. I probably got 300-400 people still on my block list to this day. Who knows? I don't give a shit. I don't even unblock them. I just keep it moving. Don't need them. Been blocking them since I was at 1,000 subs. I'm still blocking people to this day. But we keep growing, and the message spreads, and more people get better and better at doing whatever it is they do. Whether it's start a second level of income doing some, or if it's keep doing this ride service shit, they keep getting better at what they do. And that's what this channel has always been about. So y'all know me. I'm not going nowhere. This channel won't go. I'm going to work on the other channel too, but this channel is only going to get better. It's only going to grow. And hopefully riders out there that find this channel, no matter where they are on this planet, because like I said, I'm pushing this thing through algorithms, no matter where they are on this planet, they actually say, I want to get a driver like that. A driver that takes his passion about taking care of people, customer service serious. That's what I want to deal with. That right there. And it's a lot of me's out there. It ain't just me. It's a lot of me's out there. And usually you'll find them at the barbecue. That's where you find them at, hanging out at the barbecue. And we gonna make it happen, baby. We gonna make it happen. But 4.5 hour live stream don't even feel like 4.5 hours, man. This is statistically, it takes 9 businesses to fail before one hits. So I'm almost there. That's funny shit. That's funny shit. Hey, we all started, and a lot of business I had, I still do them. Just at a like I do shirts just at a lower scale. I still do mechanic work at a lower scale, but I can always revive them and start them up. All it takes is just marketing your services. Once you market your services and you really get out there and start doing it, that's when you start, the income increases. You start going places and doing things. I got a lot of stuff I'm working on right now. So I got a few businesses just kind of sitting on the back burner, not really doing nothing. The fact that even in the past week, you know, looking at my old channels and everything, I saw one. I didn't know I had, well, I saw 2. I didn't know I had 3 extra channels. There's another channel at the very bottom. I might have to delete that completely because I didn't even know that thing existed. I think Google just made that. I never made another YouTube channel. I think Google created that shit off of one of my email addresses. It's like, no. So what I'll end up doing before this summer, because I always said this year is going to be the year of the barbecue. This channel is going to do something major, and a lot of people are going to win. A lot of people will win this year, and that's what I'm banking on. Winners. Invested my time, effort, and energy into winners. So y'all get out there. What time is it? 7:48 tonight. I'm gonna get in here and grab me something to eat. Probably, like I said, I already got my slacks on. All I gotta do is go in there and change shirts, and I can hit the road again. So I might turn the app on after I get through eating, seeing if there's any rides out there that needs to be at the airport. If it is, then great. Thank you, Darius. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you for the super chat, brother. Respect across the board. And that's what it's all about, brother. Respect across the board, man. And hopefully we win this year. That's the whole, and the whole stick of the barbecue, even with me marketing this thing all over the world, is to show people when they come here, they see all the drivers on the chat and they see how everybody's winning in their individual cities, doing whatever it is they do. And I love that, man. So I appreciate the support. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. And next live stream, like I said, I'm doing more live streams this month than I probably ever will ever do. So I appreciate you guys for supporting me during my live stream rush, doing all of these crazy live streams. Next live stream hopefully will be tomorrow. Today's was 4 hours. I'll have to clip a little bit out of this and do something with it. But tomorrow or the next day, spring break, my son will be here, so I will do a live stream with him. I'm going to make him do a live stream so y'all can meet the kid who got me involved in this shit to begin with. All right, Abby Twin. Hey, respect. Be safe out there. Thank you. All right, Darius, man, you be easy out there. Like I said, it's 7:50, 4.5 hour live stream. Another one logged into the books. A lot of great content, a lot of great topics. Hey, this is how we make money, y'all. This is how we make money. So let's get out there, get your private ride stack, get your business cards made. Be ready, because Uber's trying something shady right now. They're trying something shady with this cash ride stuff. All right, young boy, y'all be easy out there, man. Do not let this cash rise thing throw you. They will be hitting you on the back end. So get your money on the front end. Don't let these apps take you, y'all. We're going to go out there and we're going to get them. Let's do it. Right, Melly Mel. Another one in the books, baby.